Oh, hi. How's everybody doing? Oh, what a night! What a night! Oh, hi there. How's everybody doing tonight, friends? Who's in the chat already? Let's see. Troy, what's up? We got Cynical Spaceman. We got Some Dude. We got Palentis, Dean Machine, Game Rose. Game Rose, haven't seen you in a hot sec. We got the Lad King. How's everybody doing? Oh, calm down. It's a little intense, right? It's kind of an intense start. I don't know who picks that music at the beginning. Sheesh, that gets hectic. Ah, man, oh, Manischewitz. Hi, everybody. It's good to see all of you. I hope you're having a good eve on this fine Sunday night. Friends, oh, friends. I am so excited. Excited? Oh, I got so excited I did a little cough. Do you know why I'm so excited? You can't show up every 2 a.m. That's fair. You can show up some 2 a.m.s. Some 2 a.m.s is all I ask of you. The reason why I am so excited. Also, how many votes are in the poll? 28 votes. Enter the poll. All right, I see. All right, we're changing the name back to April 30th. 30th. Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. All right, the people spoke. You preferred the typo. We're going back to the typo. I hope you're all happy with yourselves. We are now typoed on purpose. Excuse me. Guys, do you know what day today is? Does anybody have any idea? It's April 30th, friends. Do you know what that means? Do you know what starts tomorrow? Do you have any idea what starts tomorrow? Chat. March? Close. That's close. Summertime? It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. And we have something very, very special planned for the month of May. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a pattern that I face when I review your homebrew. A little itsy-bitsy pattern. One that I happen upon time after time after time. People seem to really like to misuse the word May. And I don't know why it gets under my skin so badly. But man, does it get under my skin. And I must correct it every time. I've corrected it to the point that I am not even sure if it's correct the way that I'm correcting it. But I'm steadfast. And I'm fervent. So, for the month of May, not tonight. Tonight is the last night that we're not doing this. But for the next stream, in every foreseeable stream in the future, at least for the month of May, if you misuse the word May in your piece, I have to stop reading it immediately at the misuse of the word. So if you misuse it in the flavor text, I will stop reading it in the flavor text. If you misread it in option 17, in the 17th level feature, then you'll still get to see me read most of your piece. Now, I don't want to have to do this. This isn't my idea. But it is the month of May. And I have to do this. I have no choice in the matter. I get no say at all. My opinions, my feelings, doesn't matter if you're a patron, It doesn't matter if you are a YouTube member. It doesn't matter if you give me super chats or if you're my friend. If you misuse the word may, I will stop reading your piece. I will have to stop reading your piece. I will close it, and I will move on. So that is going to be how things are going to change a little bit in the future. At least for the month of May. And I'm going to be honest here. If the folks upstairs really like it, I might have to keep using that rule forever. I don't know. I can't make those promises. I'm not really in charge of this decision. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm hopeful and hoping that it'll be smooth sailing and it won't be that big of an issue. We will see. We'll see if it is. I genuinely don't know. Anyway, I'm very excited. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be great. How are all of you doing? If you hatred of the misuse of May was a class, what would that class be? I don't think you can build a class off of such a singular idea. I don't know what it would be. Maybe a barbarian, probably. You don't need to go through it for tonight. It's not for tonight, but it's for at least the month of May. You're fine for tonight. You're absolutely fine. It's not rage. Oh, it is rage. You're saying that barbarian rage. Yeah, exactly. It's fervor. It's sincerity. It's old Mr. Teach getting a little bit more serious with the students, the pupils, you, my enclave, my emissaries. And it's going to be a showdown. It's going to be a hoedown, throwdown, showdown. We might be visited tonight by Patrick Perini. I'm not sure. We are going to wait and see on that. But he might come by and say hello. We're gonna see if he does. Let me get my thing set up so I can hear him. If he does come say hello, that should be better. Baba Booey. Yeah, there we go. But I don't know if he's coming or not. He might come by. How's everybody doing? Did you guys have a good week? Everybody have a nice week? Oh man, I am so friggin' excited for us to just drop some Mayhammers. Oh, you may use your third level feature. No, you may not. Kapoof! Kapoof! Kapah! That's what's gonna happen. I just spit all over my desk. All that's gonna be what happens, so it's gonna be sick. Whew. I'm tired all of a sudden. Who would have guessed? Dude, I'm going to eat all the hearts. Okay. Let's, did I send all the things, all the places? I think I did. Let me just double check. I don't know if you can hear me. Or if you're even there. I don't know if you would listen. Did I put this in the right place in announcements in my channel? I did. Ha 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 ha. Okay. You guys want to look at some homebrew? Should we look at some homebrew? We got a nice number of submissions this week. I think we got 85-ish for the main wheel, and I think we got 16 for the fancy wheel. For the fancy pants wheel. For folks who do not know, if you would like to be able to submit twice a week and have one of those submissions be on a slightly smaller wheel for the time being anyway, we'll see if it stays that small, then you can subscribe to my Patreon or you can join the YouTube as a tier 2 member and you get access to all of those. Neither guarantees you being seen, and if we get to a number where they are starting to be the same or the patron wheel is starting to be kind of crowded, what we're going to do is we're going to have a 2-stream week, a public and a exclusive stream. Now, here's the thing about the exclusive wheel. What I expect from you, if you are paying me money to look at your homebrew, or even just maybe look at your homebrew, then I'm going to be honest with you. I expect a higher quality of effort. Not to say I'm going to be harsher on you if you give me money, but I'm going to be harsher on you if you give me money. Because if you're paying me, I want to see you put in the effort. Otherwise, that coin is just going to the wind. So, you know, it's a little bit exciting and a little bit frightening. And a little bit wiggy and a little bit waggly. All right, let's see what we're working with tonight. Okay, we got 2 wheels tonight. Ready, set, boom! 2 wheels tonight. 2 wheels tonight. A big wheel and a little wheel. And a big wheel and a little wheel. Oh, chat's going crazy. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to what you guys are saying. I should read you more. Oh God, stop that. Sometimes I push buttons on my computer and I don't know what they do, and then everything changes. I'm gonna burp. Am I gonna burp? What are the 5e stats for the Pinkertons? Probably a bandit or a thug. I would say the thug stats are probably the Pinkertons. You appreciate the more intense criticism? Good. You should. It would be weird to not, you know? Well, it wouldn't be weird to not if you're not used to being criticized. If the whole idea of being if the whole idea of D&D creative writing feedback is new to you, then it's probably more jarring to be harshly critiqued, which is why I usually suggest, if you haven't had feedback before, play around in the Discord, experiment with getting some, and also just watch a little bit of stream, see if this is the kind of stuff you actually like or not. I will say that when I started doing homebrew reviews, I was not super clear about the fact that I was going to be feedbacking them and giving them critiques. and I made a couple people a little upset. A couple people a little upset. All right, let's spin the wheel. And it's because they didn't know what they were getting into. So I try to make it very clear what you're getting into in this day and age with the wheel. Ooh, first up we have Mike. Okay, Mike. Let's see what you have in store for us. Now, I think I also... Mike, here we go. Let's see what Mike has to say. Mike says, "Hey, Cinder. I just wanted some feedback on this paladin subclass. I've already had a few people play it in my homebrew world, but I wanted an outside perspective. Thanks, man. Cheers." You're welcome, man. Cheers. Let's take a look. Oops, wrong button. Hitting wrong buttons. Love when I do that. All right, there it is in the chat. If you guys want it, I'll post it again. Boom. I know I said I'm not going to revise my homebrew anymore because I'm jumping ship, but I just wanted my homebrew to be good. You can jump ships. You can do all sorts of stuff with ships. You can do whatever you want, man. Listen, if nobody jumps ship, we don't even have the term. We lose the term. Anyway, let's take a look at this Oath of the Dragon Keeper. Across the plains, many offer their service and devotion to all sorts of beings. Whether they sit atop Mount Celestia, they rule the 9 hells, or they simply use their power to ignite the spark in creatures they deem worthy. Some warriors decide to devote themselves to dragons, and in return, they bestow upon them the vigor and knowledge of dragonkind. And, this is the end of this sentence. Stop ending here. Look, period. End it here. Get rid of this, make this capital. It is then that they take, and then you just get rid of it is then that they take. You just say they take. Listen how it sounds different. Some warriors decide to devote themselves to dragons in return, and in return, they bestow upon them the vigor and knowledge of dragonkind. They take up the title of Dragon Keeper, looking to go out into the world and take with them the will of their draconian sire. Okay, So yeah, your sentences are long. You don't need to do take with them the will of their. Be a little bit more direct, I think. You don't need to do dance around language. The other thing that you're doing here, and I'm going to point this out now, and I'm probably not going to point it out again on stream, but a lot of people are going to do this, I'm sure. You don't start explaining the feedback. You don't start explaining the homebrew until you're halfway through the paragraph. This whole opening is just about paladins in general. There's nothing specifically paladin about this. Or not, rather, there's nothing specifically Dragon Keeper about this. Start with this. Get rid of all this extra stuff. You don't want to spend half of your flavor text talking about what your piece is not. That is not helpful. Rant over. Let us continue. Breath of Power, Channel Divinity. Do we not have spells listed? Oh my god. Guys, why the fuck are we doing this? This is the wrong order. Put the tenants at the top. Put the spells at the top. Come on, guys. The harder you make it to read, the less fun people have while reading it. Let's look at the spells. Shield, Chromatic Orb, Dragon's Breath, Shadow Blade, Ashalardon Stride, Thunderstep. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Psychic Lance, Dimension Door, Summon Draconic Spirit, Steel Wind Strike. I'll tell you what. I get Chromatic Orb. I get Dragon Breath. Although I think you don't need Chromatic Orb because they do similar things. I'm not sure where Shadow Blade comes from, or Psychic Lance, or Dimension Door, or Steel Wind Strike. Unless you're trying to like unless you're trying to bring in the whole like ethos of dragons, but even then, I feel like you're just doing a lot of different directions here. I'm not sure how I feel about these. Somebody says, what's dragony about Shadow Blade and Psychic Lance? I'm not sure. Dragon Breath and Chromatic Orb are a little different. They are a little different, but what I mean by they're the same thing is that they both functionally deal damage that you can pick the damage type of. One is single target, one is area of effect. Someone says dragons gotta fly. Yeah, I'm not sure where if you're trying to evoke something with this spell list, I'm not sure what that is that you're trying to evoke. I think it might benefit you to do less. Yeah, I would think less about specific types of dragons and more things that generally fit dragons. Someone suggested fly. Fear is also one that could also fit. Yeah, there's 2 teleporting spells, and I feel like that's odd to me. So yeah, that's my thoughts there. Let's see the tenets. Honor your sire, whether it be destructive or protection, your sire has chosen you. This is a weird, not a proper sentence. Your oath and actions are the proof and reflection of your loyalty to them. Okay, I think we could do a little bit more with the tenants if I'm being honest, but that's okay. I think that, yeah, fill this out a little bit more. Be more specific. It's okay to write with specifics. Specifics are a wonderful thing to write with. Oftentimes when we're writing, we feel inclined to be general with the things that we're writing because we want to make it fit for enough people as possible, but you're actually doing the opposite of that. You should think counterintuitively about it. The more specific you get, the more able people are to cling on to it, even if it's specific in a way that doesn't relate to them. And that's true of any writing, by the way. Okay, let's look at these features. 3rd level, Channel Divinity, Breath of Power. As a reaction, regain spell slots equal to enemy hit with breath weapon. You cannot exceed your maximum. What? Okay, let's try that again. As a reaction. As a reaction to what? You regain spell slots equals to the enemy hit with the breath weapon. You cannot... Okay, so I think this is what you want to say. When you use your breath weapon, as a reaction, you can regain spell slots equal to the number of enemies within its area of effect. I think that's what you want to say. Now, there is a fatal flaw to this. Can anybody tell me what the fatal flaw to this is? Oh my god, somebody already beat me. Yeah, what's the breath weapon? You don't have a breath weapon. You are a paladin. It is, unless there is somewhere where it says that this has to be a dragonborn, which I don't see. Maybe Draconic Smite is a breath weapon? Okay, Draconic Smite is a breath weapon. Okay. So if you're going to give us a weird breath weapon power, you need to give it to us before you explain how it interacts with other things. Otherwise, it is confusing. The other thing that I want to say is that... Actually, it doesn't matter. It's Channel Divinity. You can only use a number of times equal to Channel Divinity. I would probably not have it be the number of creatures in the area of your breath weapon. I probably would have it be the number of creatures that fail their saving throw against it. Because that's pretty strong. That's a very strong Channel Divinity, especially on a paladin. Let's look at what Fury of the Keeper is. As a bonus action, for 1 minute, please write in full sentences. As a bonus action, for 1 minute, you can add your, not just add your, you can add your charisma modifier to attack and damage rolls. Dude, okay. Let's take a step back here for a second. These Channel Divinities are fun and cool, but I ask you this, dear writer. I ask you this. Do they evoke the feeling of being a dragon keeper? That's the first question you have to ask yourself. It might. They might. I'm not saying yes or no, but I'm saying that's what you need to think about. The second thing you have to think about is how powerful are they compared to other paladin Channel Divinities? Let me give you an example. There is a paladin, I believe it is the Conquest Paladin, that one of its Channel Divinities is you get to add +10 to 1 attack roll. I feel like these Channel Divinity features are too strong. I feel like they are quite a bit too strong. The other thing that I want to say that I'm noticing here is that we're getting another 3rd level feature. Paladins do not get 3rd level features other than their innate spellcasting and their Channel Divinity. So we're going to read what this is, and we're going to talk about whether or not this excuse works. It might, but we don't know yet. We have to read it first. Sometimes you can break the mold. You don't have to always do the right thing. Even with regaining spell slots equal to those who failed, that's really strong. Oh yeah, I agree. I want to see what the breath thing is before I judge the Channel Divinity thing too much, because it's kind of feels like it's just in the air. I don't know. Let's look at this new 3rd level feature. This is very different than normal paladins. You channel and focus the 3rd level Draconic Smite. You channel and focus the Draconic Might of your sire through yourself and emulate their mighty breath attack. You can replace any attack on your turn with either a 20-foot cone or 40-foot line that is 5 foot wide and is the chosen element of your Draconic sire. Okay? The enemy, please just use the language in the books. These features are in the books. It doesn't say the enemy in the books. It will say creatures in the area. Just use that language. You want to write close to the language of the proper writing. Why? Because what if somebody that's not an enemy is in the breath attack? Does that mean it only works on hostile creatures? Unclear. Anyway, the enemy must make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC. To use this feature, you must expend a spell slot, and the damage is equal to your Divine Smite feature. As well, you now gain Draconic as a language. Okay, so let me rephrase this to say what you want it to say. At 3rd level, you can focus your smites through your Draconic sire's influence. On your turn, when you make an attack roll, you can expend a spell slot as if you are using a smite. When you do, instead of making an attack, you breathe out whatever in a 20-foot cone or 40-foot by 5-foot wide line. Creatures in the area have to make a dex saving throw or take damage equal to your smite die for the spell slot expended. This is interesting. I think this is quite interesting. I think it's interesting because I will say that I really like the idea of trying to think of different ways a class can use resources, and a alternative way of using smite I think is kind of fun, but I don't think you should always have it, and I don't think it should always be on. I am going to make a suggestion for you. 40-foot line is not unthinkable. But this feels like this should be a channel divinity. This doesn't feel like this should be an always use thing. I would completely get rid of power of the breath of power, and I would make that channel divinity. Once, like on your turn, you can activate your channel divinity to breathe, do a breath attack, replacing a weapon thing. You could even just not have it use a smite then. You could just have it use your smite dice. Drake Warden has an ability that is similar, but they are giving it earlier than they get it. Yeah, that's why I think it should be a channel divinity. I think it should be a once a day or once a channel divinity. That's the first thing. Second thing is I don't think Oath of the Fury of the Keeper works. Unfortunately, I think it's just too strong. I think it's just too strong. I would get rid of it and I would start from scratch. I don't think hitting harder is evocative of anything, really. And I feel like there is always space to give yourself some sort of alternative, extra new tool, something to fill out what you're working on. And the other thing that I want to point out is that not all, but most paladins, they have one channel divinity that is very offensive and damage related somehow, and one that is much more utility or roleplay related. So I would encourage you to make this the utility roleplay related one. Let's look at the 7th level feature. So there was a Google form to sign up. I assume it's already closed. Yes, I post the Google form to sign up on my Discord, and I post it on my YouTube community tab. If there was a Twitch community tab, I would post it there too, but there isn't one. And the one will already be up for May on my YouTube in the description of the stream. And I'll post it on my Discord and then on my other things probably tomorrow. And for anybody that just got here, just so you know, the entirety of the month of May, for the whole month of May, the link is in the description of this live stream. For the whole month of May, if you misuse the word May in your piece, I have to stop reading it at that moment, close it, and move on to the next piece. That is written in the rules for the next submission, but that will be the rules for the entirety of the month of May. All right, let's look at the 7th level feature, Aura of Presence. The true essence of draconic majesty billows out of you. Put a comma here if you're going to keep this sentence going, although I feel like you could just pause it, put a period here, and make a new sentence here. Causing both friend and foe alike to be apprised of your power. Apprised of your power? What? To be informed of your power. I thought it was right to apprise. I feel like that's a weird use of the word apprise. I would use a different word here. For 10 feet, please just copy the language of the books, friend. Every paladin has an aura at 7th level. Look at how they write their auras and just write it like that. It is easy to do, and it will make your writing sound so much more professional immediately. Immediately, your writing will look so much better. For 10 feet, all enemies must make a charisma saving throw the first turn they spend in your presence against your spell save DC. Here's how you write that sentence. When a creature enters into your aura or starts their turn there, when a creature enters your aura for the first time or starts their turn there, they have to make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. It's just that. If they fail, they are frightened of you and all allies in your aura for 1 minute. They can reroll at the end of your turn until this effect ends. Okay, you're missing some more punctuation here. Increases to 30 feet at 18th level. In addition, all allies, including you, become resistant to damage of your breath weapon and radiant while you're in the aura. Friend, you're just making this a little too strong. A fear aura is... I feel like there's another paladin that already gets a fear aura. I don't know. A fear aura that's always on is very strong. I think it's a little... I feel like it's very strong, even on its own. So giving those extra resistances and immune is a lot too. I would not do both. And with the fear aura, I probably would make them make the save against frightened at the end of their turn. And I would probably make it that if they succeeded, they were immune to it. Even that feels a little strong. There's a fear channel divinity. Yeah. Who's telling me to calm down? You must be new here. Oh, you're probably telling the other person to calm down. I'm sorry, pack maker. I always assume you guys are talking to me. I don't ever think that you are talking with me. I apologize. I apologize. Pack maker, I apologize. I called you out, and I did not intend that. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Hey, Neo, what's up, dude? Good to see ya. Okay, yeah, it's the Conquest Paladin. So another thing to keep in mind is you want to be cognizant of the features that other subclasses are getting. You don't want to be stepping on toes too much. I have a sneeze or a cough or something coming. There's a tickle. We'll see what it turns into. Okay, 15th level Draconic Might. I appreciate that I'm fine. Thank you, Pack Maker. The Pride. Now, the 15th level feature for Paladins is usually pretty strong. It is usually once a day or resourceless. Sometimes it's something else, but it's usually once a day or resourceless. Like always on or just once a day. Can I say that 3 times? I just did. The pride that comes from your allegiance to your sire and their belief in you pushes you to strive ever higher for greatness. Whenever you or an ally in your aura make a saving throw, attack roll, ability check, and fail, the creature can use their reaction to re-roll the save. That's very strong. And take the higher result a number of times equal to your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So there's that. Okay, so that means you can use that a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. I would not do both. I would pick one. I also feel like I don't think it should be tied to your aura. I would probably make it your reaction to do, not their reaction to do. And that would make me feel like it was more balanced. And I would tie it to Dragon's Legendary Resistance vibes. Do I post brew on Discord? I don't really post brew that much anymore. I have some public brew that you can find on Reddit. My username is CinderblockSally. And all of my recent homebrew, like all my homebrew from basically this year, is on my Patreon. And you can buy a couple pieces separately on Ko-fi. But I'm not actively making homebrew right now. I feel like at some point I might again, but I'm not right now. I'm actively making homebrew for a Rally, which is the podcast that I do, but that's more passive active. Proficiency bonus plus charisma times per short rest might as well just be unlimited. Yes, Soup Angel, I agree. That's why I think you do one or the other, not both. And I think it should be long rest, not short rest. All right, let's look at the 20th level feature. Draconic Champion. You can fully embody your sire and the preeminence of all dragonkind. Friend, I feel like you're using a lot of words in ways that they slightly feel out of place. Preeminence feels a little weird, in the same way that prized felt a little weird. Once a day, you may... Oof, see? This would get you kicked out for the next one. You can gain the following for an hour. You need to clarify, how are we doing this? Is it an action to activate? Is it a bonus action to activate? I see a handful of things, so I'm going to guess it probably should be an action to activate. Your fly speed becomes you get a fly speed of 60 feet. Okay, you go to gargantuan. That's really big. I probably would not go that big. Your breath weapon becomes 60-foot cone or 120-foot line. Okay. I probably wouldn't multiply them by 3. I'd probably multiply them by 2. 40-foot cone, 60-foot line. The damage die are doubled. Okay, that is something you're going to address because you need to just change that entire feature. Immune to the chosen damage of your sire. Okay. I think the idea of getting big, getting a breath weapon, and getting flight for your avatar state is pretty cool. I like that. The problem is there's just too much other stuff going on. But I think that if you boil down things, you tone everything down here quite a bit, the actual, like, the aesthetic of what you're trying to create, the core idea there is very good. Of a creature of an avatar state where you basically become a dragon. I like that. So overall, I think you've got a couple things that hit nicely. I think you have a lot of stuff that needs to be tweaked way down for balance. And I think you have a good number of places where there's room to come up with something original. And something that might help you more uniquely fill out the feeling of being tied to a dragon. And that is all I have to say about that one. Goodbye, Mike. It was nice seeing you. Let's take a look at here. All right, we got Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, Happy Day Tuesday. Okay, let's see. So, oh, sorry for the long read. All right, should I do it? Should I read it? Let's see. Sorry for the long read. This was the first homebrew I ever put a lot of work into. I'm really excited to share it. Tear up / anyone is free to message me on Discord to talk about it. You're borrowing some content from the actual play shows. The suggested patron. All right, we don't need to worry about. I'm not super worried about that. I modified the decompose cantrip from critical role. Okay. Addressing some unusual choices. I did give the subclass 2 spells of 9th level in the expanded spell list with the understanding that only one could be taken as part of the Mystic Arcanum. They both felt too good to leave out. Okay, we'll see about that when we get there. I know that there's one other one that does that. The genie gets a wish. I think the genie gets wish. I know that giving a 1st level warlock a cantrip to block necromancy spells, like the 6th level spells like create undead, would be super broken, but I feel inclined to leave it up to DMs to give enemies high enough spell scrolls and fudge rolls. Oh, I'm so curious to see what you made here. I did think briefly about replacing the 6th level feature, kind of a preferred hunt. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Do you guys want me? Should I read this whole thing? I feel bad. Okay, I'll read it. That would tie in later with a 14th level ability, so that area contained would become filled with the warlock's preferred terrain instead of exhaustion mechanic. Oh, I'm so curious to see what this is going to be. I genuinely have no idea. I just posted it in the chat. I'll post it again. Otherworldly Patron, the ending. Let me make it a little bit easier for you guys to see. Oh, hello, Tuesday. All things must come to an end. And the children's bedtime stories told about the forces who manifest these endings are meant to comfort and scare in equal measure. Man, Tuesday, this is so close to being solid. This is too long. Did you hear? Listen. You could tell. I bet you could tell at around here that it's too long. All things must come to an end. Period. There are forces in children's bedtime stories that manifest endings, or, something like that. Cut that up. Cut that up. Too long. Mysterious and inevitable, these beings task themselves with being. Don't use being if you're going to call them beings. Don't do that. Even if it grammatically makes sense, it doesn't sound right. With being the destruction that must precede the creation of something new. Being the something that must the something of something is another complicated sentence that I think should be less complicated. Patrons concerned with the ending of things rarely don't do that again. Look, concern and concern. Don't do this. Don't do this. Again, not grammatically incorrect, but if you're aspiring to write better, that's the kind of stuff that pulls people out of writing. When you do that, their brain is going to be like, wait, I just read that word. Patrons concerned with the ending of things rarely concern themselves with the labels of good and evil. Again, this could be a period right here. They make decisions and actions based upon what they believe to be the natural order of the cosmos. Yeah, man. You got to just cut these sentences up, my dude. Potential warlock patrons for... Okay, then you give some suggested patrons, which is very nice to do and very kind. All right, let's look at the spells. Bane, Sleep, See Invisibility, Silence, Bestow Curse, Slow, Confusion, Gravity Sinkhole, Destructive Wave, Immolation, Ravenous Void, Time Ravage. Okay. So I don't think there's anything wrong adding them to the expanded spell list because it doesn't inherently give anyone these spells. They just get to add them to the list. I think that's fine. I think that's a really good example of breaking the rules in a way that works. One thing that I want to point out, which I just think is worth noting, is that if you have any intention of putting this behind a paywall or anything like that, you can't use anything from Critical Role or anything from Wild Mount or any of that stuff. So you couldn't use either of these spells. You couldn't use Gravity Sinkhole. There's a lot of stuff that would need to change if your goal was to make this you know, not just free in public. Okay, let's take a look at what we actually do. Don't put a spell here. Put it at the end. Even if the spell is for a first level thing, put it at the end. Starting at first level, your patron bestows upon you the Decompose cantrip as described below. It does not count towards the number of cantrips listed on the Warlock table. All right, let's quickly take a look at it. It's touch 1 minute. You touch a corpse of a creature. Over the next minute, the corpse begins to rapidly decompose, sprouting fungus and moss as it begins to degrade. What else happens to the corpse? An odd-colored flower or two rise from it. Raising this creature from the dead in a physical form, such as a skeleton zombie, requires the necromancer to make an arcana check equal to your spell save DC at the time of casting Decompose. Weird. Interesting. On a failed check, it does not affect the decomposed creature. All other forms of containing the spirit of the dead are unaffected, as are forms of reviving the creature. I feel like you can just make them not be able to bring it back. It's a cantrip. And it's not like doing that much. It's just preventing the dead from rising. I would drop this part. Just make it automatic, or drop the DC saving throw thing. I would just make it not be able to raise the corpse. I don't know how changed that is from the critical role one. It seems similar to gentle repose, and I think it's fine. This is a really good example of a ribbon feature. I talk about ribbon features a lot. Features that are not crazy powerful, but are still kind of fun and interesting. And they help you sort of fill out the feeling of your character. All right, let's take a look at the actual first level feature. Let's see what we're working with here. Untimely Wane. Also beginning at first level, you gain knowledge of the ebbs and flows of power within others. Interesting. The ebbs and flows of power, I would say of the power in others. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you is about to make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to give the creature disadvantage on the roll. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier, or gaining all uses on a long rest. Huh. I would probably lower the range. 60 feet is kind of far. But I think this is fine. My inclination is to be like, I think this is a solid feature. I don't know how it ties to undisturbed slumber. They feel kind of separate, but it's very straightforward. When you compare it to a lot of other Warlock first level features, it feels, I think, on par in terms of power level to them. The only thing that I would say here is that somebody said that 60 feet is what the Clockwork Sorcerer gets on a similar ability. I was going to say 30 feet is what the Light Cleric gets on a similar ability at 6th level. So that's the only reason why. But your head went to Sorcerer, my head went to Light Cleric. But either way, I don't think this is in a bad spot. I feel like this ability feels strong and feels good. And I don't think that... I don't know if it needs to change. I feel like it's probably pretty solid. Isn't that a feature from the Fate Cleric? It might be. I do not know the Fate Cleric. Yeah, let's go to 6th level, though. So far, though, this is way less controversial than you made me feel like it was going to be. Starting at 6th level... Oh, sorry. Hastening the Inevitable. Starting at 6th level, you can feel the loose knots and fraying edges in others' spell weaving. Interesting. I do like the little bit of flavor text at the beginning of all of these features. When you attempt, because it's not bloated flavor text, it's just a little, which is nice. That's what I want. When you attempt to prevent or dismiss a spell or magical effect, such as by means of counterspell or dispel magic, add half your proficiency bonus when making a roll to counter or dispel a spell above the slot level expended. I don't think you need to say that. I think you could just say that when you have to make a check to do that. Additionally, enemies have disadvantage on concentration checks made as a result of the damage you deal. Don't say dealt by you, say the damage you deal. Okay, so this is 2 features. 1, creatures have disadvantage on checks to maintain concentration and when you deal damage to them. And 2, when you have to make a contested check on a counterspell or dispel magic, you get to add a little bit bonus. I don't know, man. I'm losing sense of what the vibe of this is supposed to be, if I'm being honest. This is very magical focused in a way that I kind of disagree with. Like, this feels like you're sitting in the same space as, like, the Abjuration Wizard, which, to be frank, and maybe this is just my reading of it, but that's very different vibes than what I was imagining this thing as being. I was thinking more like entropy, you know, unraveling, warping. This feels like anti-magic very specifically in a way that I wonder if there is another way to express this that could be more open-ended and would not be so specifically tied to spellcasting. I don't want to tell you what to do, because if you want it to be specifically tied to spellcasting, I think that's fine. But I disagree with that choice from a larger piece perspective. And I think you could turn it into something that affects contested checks in a broader sense, as opposed to specifically spell-related contested checks. That's what I have to say about that. If you do that, if you make it in a broader sense, you have to somewhat limit its use a little bit in a way that it is not limited right now. And I think that if it stays this way, I think that it's the right choice to not have it be limited, because it's going to happen pretty infrequently anyway. I know that in your thing, you mentioned something about it's going to depend on how much a dungeon master puts in, but we don't want to assume the DM is going to do that extra work all the time. Let's look at Harbinger of the End, 10th level. At 10th level, your very presence can cow those who would try to resist me. Do you mean kowtow? I think you mean kowtow, because a cow is, I think, just an animal. Creatures who attack you must roll a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. If the saving throw fails, the creature becomes frightened of you until the end of their next turn. A creature who becomes frightened in this way cannot be affected again until it has finished a long rest. Okay. Interesting. If you cow someone, it means that they are afraid of you? I did not know that. Thank you for explaining that. I don't know everything, guys. I'm very dumb, is the thing. Yep. Thank you. I see at least 6 different messages all correcting me. I appreciate every single one of them. I like this feature. I'm going to say what I said earlier, which is that I think this feature works. I am continuing to feel a disconnect between the features, though. The farther on I get, the more I disagree with the decompose feature. And I don't feel like there is a solid tie between them. All the features individually work pretty well, but they feel dissonant to each other. You love my shorts. I'm wearing long pants right now. Who just texted me? My dad? No. Sometimes my dad watches stream and he texts me. The bell tolls. At 14th level, your mastery in removing a single being from existence becomes unparalleled. As a bonus action, you curse a target that you can see within 100 feet of you. The cursed target becomes bound in a sphere up to 100 feet in diameter, centered halfway between yourself and the target when the feature is invoked. Interesting, hard to figure out mathematically for a second in terms of putting on the battlefield, but not in a way that is the worst. But it's interesting. I don't understand why. Maybe I want to suggest that it should just be centered on the creature, even though I imagine it's like putting them in a box with you. While cursed, the target can use magical or non-magical means to move within the spherical area, but they cannot leave the sphere. I think you can just say they cannot leave the sphere. You don't need to say the movement thing. Other creatures within the area of effect can move in and out of range. Cool. For every turn the cursed creature fails to damage you more than it's damaged. There's a better way to phrase that. It must succeed on a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC or take a level of exhaustion to a maximum of 3 levels. All levels of exhaustion acquired in this way are removed after a long rest. Okay. This needs to be a once a day feature. Right now it's like an infinite feature. The other thing is, I think that I disagree with it. I disagree with the placement mechanics. And I think you got to reword this part where you say I would say whenever you, because you have to clarify when this happens. So like at the end of the creature's turn, if it has done less damage to you equal to, what is it? Fail, damage you more than, at the end of each of its turns, if it has done less damage to you than the amount of damage it has taken in the past round, bop, 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 bop. You got to do something like that. There is a once a day limit. Where is it written? I don't see it here. Maybe I just missed it. I like the exhaustion thing. I like the feature in general. I think it's fun. It's very strong. And I think that the creature needs to be able to do something to not be trapped in this bubble. Or you need to succeed on an attack roll against them first. Sort of like how the Archfiend's feature works, where on an attack roll, it just happens. So they still have to make that attack. I don't think that you can just auto lock a character down. I think that might be too much. But I like it. I think it's fun. I think it's weird. I like big, explosive 14th level features on a Warlock. I think that's very fitting for them. Overall, I'm going to go back to what I said before. I think that the mechanics of what's happening in a lot of this subclass doesn't feel like it fits the initial vibe presented. And I would strongly encourage you to see if you could boil down what you want this subclass to be in a single sentence and make that sentence less than 8 words. What is this thing in less than 8 words? And then figure out what that means. And see what through line you can do here. Because the truth is, I don't think any of these features are like bad or broken. I just think you gotta figure out how to tie that stuff together a little bit better. Okay, thank you very much. Tuesday. Let's go back to the wheel. Let's give it a little spin. Let's do it with the sound this time, but make it quieter so my ears don't hurt. Oh man, I didn't know we had fancy pants tonight. That's kind of fun. I like some fancy pants. Fancy pants. Nice simple message for a submission. Love it. Listen, man, the more concise you can be, the better. There you go. There's that. I'll put it in the Discord, or not the Discord. Here it is, the chat. That wasn't shade. That wasn't shade at you. That was just general shade. General community shade. Guys, how many times do I need to remind people during stream that for every one of these moving forward, I'm going to stop reading your piece if you use the word may incorrectly? I don't know how often I need to remind people of that. But those are the rules now after this stream. So remember them. Okay. Monks of the Way of Flowing Ki are able to perceive and manipulate the flow of ki far greater than any other monk. They see battles as a flow. Don't use flow. You're using flow so much. Flow, flow, flow. You got to use a new word. They see battles as a flow of energy, much like life, and are able to manipulate the energy. You could end the period here. Put a period there. They are able to manipulate the energy flow, again, another flow, of combat to take control over the battlefield. Okay. I think you probably just drop about half that sentence. Only on rare occasions do monks have the ability to perceive the flow of energy in battle. That sentence, I would probably also just drop that whole sentence. Monks with this skill are taught in the ancient... Yeah, definitely just drop this whole thing. Just start with monks. Monks with this skill are taught in the ancient mythical art of the Way of Ki. You're just repeating yourself, right? Yeah, this is all just repeating yourself. You don't need to say any of this stuff again. Monks who learn this tradition often become high-ranking leaders of their monasteries, as they have been chosen to have heightened senses of wisdom and skill. Other monasteries might task these monks with venturing out into the lands in search of more people with their gift, or they might be tasked with ending a conflict that threatens peace in nearby land. Okay, this is also a little vague here, but it's still adding information. You get rid of the stuff that's repeating itself. First stream, happy to finally make it. Welcome, you're the original. All right, so here we go. We got third level feature, flowing fighting. Is everything clear? Can you guys see everything on stream? Yeah, you can see everything. At third level, you have learned how to redirect the attacks of your enemies. Your new flowing form of fighting, I like a good alliteration, but you're using the word flow too much, allows you to perform the following available techniques. Defensive flow. When you are targeted by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to spend 1 key point to roll your martial arts die. You can add the number rolled to your AC for the triggering attack, or if you make a dexterity, strength, or saving throw, you can add the number rolled to your saving throw. Interesting. Huh. That's very strong. But let's just keep going. I don't not like it. Okay, let's keep going. 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 Disarm. When a creature fails a melee weapon attack against you, you can use your reaction to choose 1 weapon or item. When a creature misses, so you don't say fails a melee weapon. When a creature attempts to hit you with a melee weapon attack and misses, that's what you want to say. You can use your reaction to choose 1 weapon or item the target is carrying. The creature must succeed in a strength saving throw, or the object is moved 15 feet in any direction away from the creature. I would probably not have it move that far away. I probably would have it just drop like a disarming strike. That I would just have it work like the Battle Masters. Because right now, also this should cost key points, but also this is quite good. And getting it based on the number of key points you have is going to be a lot. Let's take a look at redirective strike. When a creature fails, again, when a creature attempts to hit you with an attack roll and misses, you can use your reaction to spend 1 key point to make the attack target a creature within 5 feet of you instead. I would make this cost more than 1 key point for sure. This one should definitely cost more than 1 key point. These are interesting features. They all are a little strong. They're all a little strong. I want to think of ways that we can balance them out, though, because I like them. What if it's a roll of your martial arts die divided by 2? I think that would be more balanced for the defensive flow. Disarm should require a key point, and I think it should not knock things quite as far away. And I think redirective strike should cost 2 key points. Monk needs the power. They do need the power, but we got to balance that power. Being able to use a key point to get a fluctuating AC is good. Knocking things out of people's hands is good. All of that stuff is good. None of these features are bad. They're just a little too much right now, I think. And redirective strike needs to be less because creature attacks do so much damage. Okay, let's look at the 6th level feature. Block flow. I think redirect should require an attack roll from you. Oh, that's an interesting idea, some dude. That's an interesting idea. I don't mind that they're all reactions. I kind of like that. But you could... Oh, they're not all reactions. Disarm is not a reaction. A good way to buff monks would be to give them extra key points equal to their wisdom modifier. Yeah, I guess. I would feel weird if I saw that on a subclass, though. All right, let's look at block flow. At 6th level, you learn specifically how to block an opponent's key in order to weaken their combat capabilities and leave them a useless mess on the battlefield. Excuse me. Throat strike. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can spend 1 key point to cause the creature to become mute until the start of your next turn as you strike their throat. While mute, the target cannot speak and thus cannot perform the verbal components of his spells. Can I make a big suggestion here? This should not require a key point. This should happen on a flurry of blows. It should be tied to flurry of blows, because it's going to be like in the same way where I thought these should cost a little bit more. Throat Strike is an interesting feature, but yeah, like somebody said, monks are incredibly key hungry. So I think that this should just proc for free off of using Flurry of Blows. I don't think you should cost extra for it. Let's look at skill block. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can spend two key points to... Actually, I'm going to say something else at the end of this. Give me 1 second. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can spend 2 key points to attempt to block the use of their skills. The creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature has disadvantage on ability check, saving throws, and attack rolls. This feature affects the creature until they succeed on an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Oh, okay. Oh man, I have mixed feelings here. That's a really cool mechanic. I think it's a little too strong for 6th level. But man, I like it. It's fun. I like that it's on until they succeed. That's cool. That's really cool. That's a really fun mechanic. It feels a little strong. Okay, can I say something that I want to say about this whole subclass? This is one of the most key-hungry subclasses I've ever seen. So there is a level of irony here to the fact that it's the way of the flowing key, and this is the most key-reliant. Every single feature requires key points. So to speak to what a couple people have said, I do strongly suggest figuring out ways that you might be able to... Yeah, it's the flowing key. It's flowing the key out of you. Yeah, exactly. I strongly suggest trying to think of ways you might be able to make some of these tied to Flurry of Blows or other features. Like, for example, you could tie defensive flow to disengage. You could tie disarm. You know, you could tie things to Step of the Wind or to other weird monk things that sort of use key points so that it's doing it on top of them. Do you know what I mean? Deflect missiles. Yeah, everything costs key points. So that's just something to think about here. Now, these features are really strong. They're strong enough that I don't think any of them should be free, but that might be a reason to tone some of them down or make some of them a number of time a day uses and then base it off of your proficiency bonus or your wisdom modifier. Like all of these features could not cost key points, and they could be things that you can use a number of times per day equal to something also. It's evocative of the name, at least. That is true. It is evocative of the name. Let's look at the 11th level feature. Lightning Flow. Excuse me. At 11th level, you have learned how to react as fast as lightning to attack to strike at gaps in your opponent's guard. You can use your expertise in flow to gain heightened awareness after striking at foes. Lightning Stance. When you succeed on an attack roll on your turn, you gain a bonus reaction. This bonus reaction can be used in place of your reaction and can be used the expended the same as your reaction? There's something wrong with your sentence structure there. You lose all bonus reactions at the start of your turn. You can have a maximum number of bonus reactions equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down. Okay. I understand what you're trying to say here, is you're trying to get extra reactions so that you can use more of these features. And I think that that is cool. Can I make a suggestion that I think would be simpler? And I think would still be really cool? You should just always have 2 reactions. It shouldn't need to trigger on anything. It should just be that you get 2 reactions every round instead of 1. I think it could just be that. I think that is also like pretty strong and cool. Also builds off of the way the earlier features are designed. You don't need to overcomplicate it with these extra things. I would just be like, boom, you get 2 reactions. Lightning strike. When a creature targets you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike targeting that creature. This might need to cost a key point. Otherwise, you're getting a lot of attacks. This might need to cost a key point. Or something. It might need to cost something. Okay. Let's look at 17th level. Starting at 17th level, you are so attuned to the flow of battle and the energy within, everything that you can physically see it. There's a grammar mistake here somewhere. Allowing you to predict your opponent's decisions before they've made them. As a bonus action, here, how do we phrase that better? At 17th level, you are so attuned to the tune of battle and the energy of everything flowing within it that you can predict your opponent's decisions before they've made them, period. As a bonus action, you can awaken your senses to the flow of energy and ki. You spend 4 ki points, and for 1 minute, you gain the following. You can't be surprised. Advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. Other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You have true sight. On a success, if you succeed on both unarmed strikes from your flurry of blows feature, you regain 1 ki point. Okay, you drop these 2 features. Drop the advantage, disadvantage thing. I think that's cool. I also think that this should cost more than 4 ki points because you're regaining ki points. So this probably should cost like a lot of ki points. Like it probably should cost like a lot. Or actually, can I make a suggestion? Here's my suggestion. I don't think this should cost any ki points. I think it should be totally free and it should be once a day. It should be just the straight up avatar state. It's another way you could solve that problem. Yeah, okay. So, going back over the whole subclass, it's pretty solid from a design perspective. All of these features feel good. They also all feel like they are tied together nicely. The one thing that I'll say is it does feel like a battle master monk more than like a key monk. And I don't know if that's bad, but I guess I did not assume key points to be interpreted. Like I didn't assume the flow of ki to be the flow of battle. And I'm wondering if there could be some non-combat ways you could interpret the flow of ki into things that you could do. Whether that's sensing things about creatures or finding things in the world or something like that. I don't think it needs to be so hyper combat focused. But I think it's interesting. And first submission. Very nice. Thank you very much for sharing on the first submission. All right. Let us spin that wheel. That was as on the line as it possibly could have been. Did you see that? For folks that are like, hey, where's that little wheel? You can access that if you want to become a patron or become a YouTube member at the 2nd tier. It does not guarantee that you will get a piece seen, but for subscribing for a single month, you will get access to at least 4 different of these events. Thanks to overpaying the IRS and the IRS feeling bad about it, I can afford to give you support. That's funny. Here's my druid, a rogue druid. You'll see old version in how should we reach you. I'm not gonna look at the old version data. But I do appreciate the support, and you're a sweetie. Data's a databank's been a person that's been a friend of the show for a while. Let's make it bigger so you guys can see it a little easier. Can you guys see that okay? Is that somewhat readable on stream? Okay. Circle of Wandering. These druids wander, not content to live alone in nature. I think you should switch these phrases. I think you could say, not content to live alone in nature, these druids wander. I feel like that might work a little bit better. They fit in wherever they go, changing forms to blend into crowds. And while they like people, they do not wish to stay, taking their place and then moving on the next day. All right. This is one that we have seen a little bit of before, I think, right? Is this not the one that can turn into people? Do you have a bigger? I can make it bigger. All right, let's take a look at this here. I'll move it around as we go if we need to, if things are cut off. Okay, at second level, you gain access to some spells when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the Circle of Wandering spell table. Once you gain access to these spells, okay, so these are just the spells we get. I zoomed. Is this not the right version? Is this the right version? Data, did you just link the same thing twice? Data, did you just link the same thing twice? Oh boy, Data. Data! Come on, man! All right, let's take a look at it. Let's see. Okay, I see. Is there anything new here from the last time? Let's just check. I feel bad, but also it's like, you know, I can only feel so bad. You have version 1. That's in this thing. And then we have this, which is, I think, also version 1. Are these exactly the same? I don't see him. He's not saying anything in the chat. Somebody could ping him in the Discord if they want. Data, I think we have to skip you, man. I gave you feedback on this again. This is one that I literally read this whole thing, I think. What the fuck is going on here? Get out of here. Get little. Okay, don't get that little. Ugh, Data. I feel bad, but I also, like, I don't know what to do, man. I literally read this already. He put version 1 into the second cell. Does it link to the same one? Yeah, dude. They're the same. Here's one. Here's the other. They are the same document. I will triple check, and then we're going to move on. Here's the first one. Okay. Here is the second one. Yeah, they're the same document. Oh, Data. We're going to get back to you, buddy. Data, if you come on stream before stream is over and want to relink it, you can send me that. You can send me that link, and we'll look at it. Oh, we have a moron, looks like. Okay, let's see. 5th time's the charm. Hey, it looks like it was. I wanted to make a chaos paladin and noticed that a lot of homebrew online that portray a chaotic aligned paladin tend to run with the theme of chaos on a very surface level. Okay, I love chaotic alignments, but the alignment is often very misunderstood across the spectrum, so I took matter into my own hands and designed my own paladin. This is the Oath of Anarchy paladin, a stealthy vigilante paladin. Ooh, is it Batman? Oh no, Robin Hood. Inspired by Robin Hood, V for Vendetta, Rorschach. Oh, nothing should be inspired by Rorschach. Rorschach's not a good character. You'll figure that out one day. In addition to real-life revolutions in history, Rorschach is not a revolutionary. Rorschach is a fascist. In addition to real-life revolutions in history and whatever went on with the guillotine, etc. I'm hoping this paladin is different enough from other homebrews. This paladin is designed for my campaign setting in mind, where there is a tyrannical empire. Okay. As of writing this, a player of mine already picked it. All right, cool. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look. Oh my god, dude. When I first saw this, I just thought you sent me a fucking blank document. And I was about to be like, oh god. I was about to feel so bad. Okay. We get a nice little piece of art. Very nice, very nice, very nice. I love a little bit of art. Especially if it's stuff that you're making, that's cool. Art by you. Look, we're learning. We can shout ourselves out in the chat. You guys are learning. Okay, let's take a let's keep going. When a corrupt noble takes place on the let me start that over. When a corrupt noble, oh, you're here. I'm a moron, dude. Welcome. Hello. You were here before. I'm sorry. I always, you forget who's here. Good. I'm glad. Dude, seriously though, I legit was like, what the fuck when I saw this blank page. I do stream, Steve. Hey, Steely, I do stream. I stream every Sunday night. Are you the Steely Sam that makes fucking... Wait, Steely Sam. Are you the Steely Sam that makes YouTube shorts that I follow? Or is there someone else that has a name similar to yours? I think... Okay, somebody said it's Steely Sam, so you are. Hey, while I have you here, do you want to fucking collab and be friends on Discord? I don't know how to talk to other content creators. I don't know how to find other content creators. I'm a little man in a bubble, and I want to make friends. Your stuff is cool. Can we be friends on Discord? All right, there's my pitch. I'm moving on. Yes, okay, Steely. Okay, here's what you're going to do, Steely. Join my Discord for a second. You don't need to stay. I don't care if you stay or not. Just join it for a second. And then friend me on Discord. Or send me a friend request. I'm Cinderblock Sally, some numbers. Or just message me. Or something. Or I'll do the same to you if that's easy. Okay, sorry. Guys, guys, Steely Sam was one of the first YouTube Shorts people that I, learned from. Unintentionally, I learned from him. But YouTube Shorts is very different than TikTok Shorts in terms of what draws attention. And his shorts were one of the things I was like, oh, I see some stuff happening here. You have to be a little bit more professional. There's also a lot more sound involved. Okay, sorry, let's go. When a corrupt noble takes advantage of the weak or red dragon's rule... Oh my god, my fucking brain. When a corrupt noble takes advantage of the weak, or a red dragon's rule goes unchallenged for too long, paladins take up the Oath of Anarchy to stand against tyranny. This is a weird transition here. You need a comma at least. Anarchist paladins challenge these oppressors through subterfuge, infiltration, and cunning. Followers of this oath are rebels, revolutionaries, and freedom fighters. Make this sentence have a different structure than this one. This sentence is, these guys do this, this, and this. And then the next sentence is, these guys do this, this, and this. So come up with a new sentence structure for the next part. The tenets of anarchy drive paladins to stand against oppressors. Call of revolution. If a ruler abuses their power or corruption runs rampant in a kingdom, you must be the first to stand against them, or else no one will. Cool. Freedom fighter. You cannot turn a blind eye to the subjugation of others, or you will be like the oppressors who bind them. That's a badass line. You must fight tyranny. Dude, just end it here. Don't do this. I know what you're doing here. You're going deeper in, but you don't need to. That first sentence is strong enough on its own. You must fight tyranny and free the people from the clutches of their captors. Yeah, man, just drop this. This is solid. Leave that. No. Oh, Is my computer fucking turning off? Okay. No rulers. You must inspire people to stand arms, fearless against tyranny, but you cannot command people to fight against their wishes. You may lead a collective goal, but you can never take away their free will. Again, I don't think you need the second sentence. Cunning and resolve. The force of an empire are mighty. Victory means evading evading capture and striking tyrants where they are blind. Didn't you have the word blind? Someone had bind. Okay. Every action you take must be one that no one can. Every action you take must be one that no one can answer. I understand what you're trying to say here. Like, your actions can't be in a situation where a person gets blamed unintentionally for your actions or like tied to it. But I don't think that this sentence sounds good. I would take it out. All right, let's look at the spells. Disguise Self, Fog Cloud. Misty Step, Pass Without a Trace. Counterspell, Non-Detection. Dimension Door, Freedom of Movement. Pass Wall, Seeming. Okay. Okay. This is a very flavorful spell list. This is a very flavorful spell list. The vibe that I am getting from this spell list is one of espionage and subterfuge. I think that Fog Cloud is good for like Smoke Bomb, but it feels a little... it feels the most out of place, in my opinion. Don't necessarily take it out, but it does feel the most out of place. I like everything here, though. I'm wondering... I'm not going to make any immediate suggestions about this yet. I think it's pretty solid. Is Pass Without a Trace a second level spell? I thought it was third level for some reason, but I might be wrong. It's probably second level. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, Steely, hit me up, or I'll hit you up. I'll try to reach out. If you have a Discord, I can join that and also talk to you too. I can do things. I'm an adult. But yeah, let's talk. You seem cool. I like when you talk about monsters. Okay, the thing is, monsters are my favorite thing. But yeah, solid spell list. I don't think it needs any changes, really. I wouldn't worry about it just yet. It's second level? Okay, might be. Let's look at the channel divinities. Channel Evasion. As a bonus action, you can bolster your speed and grace for the next 10 minutes to evade captors. For the duration, your walking speed increases by 10 feet. You gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed, and you have advantage on any dexterity, skill checks, and saving throws. Okay. I might drop dex saving throws. Might. Big might. Big might. 10 feet movement and climbing speed and advantage on dex checks is pretty strong. I don't know if saving throws matters that much. If it matters to you, keep it. If it doesn't matter, you drop it. Saving throws for 10 minutes is a lot. What if instead of advantage, it temporarily grants proficiency in dex saving throws? Oh my god, Delport. That's it. Just listen to Delport. You get proficiency in dex saving throws for the duration. Perfect. Thank you, Delport. That's perfect. Listen to Delport. He knows what he's talking about more than me. Okay. Let's look at the other one. Kingslayer. You can... This is also, before we move on, for folks that are watching at home, when I was talking about like how you want to have a diversity of subclass or channel divinity features for a paladin, this is a really good example of the non-offensive feature. That's a little bit utility, roleplay, whatever. What if you're already proficient from multi-classing? Well, then, you know, you probably multi-classed in a non-optimal way, and that's fine because you don't need to play optimally all the time. Channel Divinity Kingslayer. You can strip your strength. You can strip strength away from powerful foes. When you damage a creature with your divine smite, and it had more hit points than you before the damage was applied, you can use a bonus action to cripple the creature for 1 minute. While crippled, the target's speed and damage it deals with weapon attacks is halved for the duration. It's a little strong. At the end of each of the target's turns, it can make a constitution. Okay. At the end of each of the target's turns, it can make a con saving throw. On a success, the effect ends. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Now, what's interesting about this, and I don't know if you did this on purpose, but this is a double resource required feature to activate. I don't know if you did that on purpose. Because not only does it require your channel divinity, it requires you to have a smite available. So if you don't have any spell slots left, you can't use this channel divinity. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. In fact, if anything, I think what that allows you to do is it's what gives you the fact that this feature auto succeeds the first time, because no matter what, they are affected by it for a round. Because they don't make that saving throw until the end of their turn, which is very strong. But because this requires basically 2 separate resources, I feel like it ends up being balanced out like that. I like this a lot so far. I'm going to point something out. Actually, I'm going to take away the thing I pointed out. I don't know if you should call this feature Kingslayer, because Kingslayer makes me feel like you are making almost like a sneak attack. But this is like a King Weakener. I almost think you should change the name to something like Pull Back the Veil, or like Tainted Image or something like that, where it's like you are making them look bad. You know? Yeah, King Tenderizer, exactly. All right, let's look at King Tenderizer. Let's look at Soul of Defiance. At 7th level, you can stand your ground when surrounded by numerous foes. When you take the attack action, and there are... By the way, I don't actually have anything I think I would change about this feature. It feels very solid. At 7th level, you can stand your ground when surrounded by numerous foes. When you take the attack action, and there are 3 or more hostile creatures within 10... I'm going to burp. Nope. Within 10 feet of you, you can use a bonus action to make a melee weapon attack. I think that it's gotta be a little bit tighter. It's pretty situational, but it's still quite strong. I almost want to suggest you make the range... I don't actually know. I want to suggest one of 2 things here, and I don't think you need to listen to either if you don't want to. I want to suggest you play around with making the range a bit smaller. Make it 5 feet and 2 creatures, maybe, and have the extended range be 15 feet. The other thing that I want you to consider doing is make this a resource-based 7th level feature. Give you a number of uses equal to your charisma modifier, your proficiency bonus, something like that. I don't know if that's right. You might not need to listen to me here. This is... If you're using this for your home game, this is a feature you need to keep an eye on. And the main thing you need to keep an eye on here is if this paladin is regularly getting this 3rd attack, how much more damage output are they giving than the other fighters? And if it's starting to... Because paladins are already pretty heavy hitters. And if it's starting to feel like... If you're noticing regularly there are turns where the paladin is getting more attacks than the fighter and significantly dealing more damage than them, it might be time to think about adjusting this feature. I don't know if it's going to be too strong, but it does feel like it's dancing with that space, that it just requires an eye. They're getting even more extra attacks with Divine Smites. That's scary. Yeah, man, it is scary. That's why I think you got to think about it. The other thing is that this could also be, if it feels too strong here, this could also work really well as the 15th level feature. I wonder if the 15th level feature could work well as the 7th level feature. Let's see. But sometimes that's true. But this could also be the 15th level feature and feel a lot more balanced. Because by 15th level, the fighter is already getting 3 attacks. Everybody is already like bounced up with that. Okay, let's look at Rebel's Retaliation. At 15th level, you can defy defeat. Defy defeat. is a funny two words put next to each other. Alliteration is good, but quite honestly, you have to think not just about alliteration is good, but what does it feel like when you say those words? This is not just for D&D writing, this is for any writing. What do I feel like when I say defy defeat? It feels like I'm saying a joke. It feels like I'm saying a nursery rhyme. It feels like I'm going to be doing like a skit. I don't know if you want that feeling. I think you might want to change the wording because that feeling is too bouncy. You can defy defeat when brought to your final moments. When you roll a death saving throw and succeed, you can ignore the unconscious condition until the end of your next turn. If you end your turn with 0 hit points, you fall unconscious. Taking damage causes death saving throws as normal, and 3 death saving throws can still kill you. This is very similar to some other things, but let's keep reading. Finally, the first time you take the attack action on this turn, you can make 1 additional weapon attack as part of that action. Once you use this feature, can't use it again until you finish 1d4 long rests. Oh, interesting. 1d4 long rests. If I were you, I would consider making it less strong and just making it once a day and not 1d4. That's what I would do. I would consider dropping the extra attack thing. And making it once a day. There's nothing wrong with 1d4 long rests or whatever. Like, there's a lot of features that can do that, but I don't know if it's strong enough to justify that. And I don't really want it to be much stronger. Okay, let's look at the 20th level feature. Excuse me. Avatar of Anarchy. This reminded me less of the samurai and more of the zealot barbarian, but maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. At 20th level, you can use a bonus action to become the Avatar of Anarchy for 1 minute. While in this form, you gain the following benefits. You are immune to the restrained condition, grappled and charmed conditions, and your speed cannot be reduced. Okay. When you enter this form and at the start of each of your turns, you gain 10 temporary hit points until your form ends. Okay. While you are below half your hit point maximum, you can make 1 additional attack when you use the attack action, and you have resistance to all damage. Okay, this is too much now. Okay, here's the situation. Here's the situation. You drop this feature entirely. Drop it entirely. And put something else there. Something else. Something else. And what is that something else going to be? I don't know exactly yet. But I'll tell you what I'm noticing here. Our early features really lean into this feeling of being a spy. Our spell list really leans into that image of being a spy. Soul of Defiance kind of leads into you being like, I am the one fighting many. But I feel like your 15th and 20th level features, they lose the plot a little bit. They don't feel like they tie into that vibe anymore. And you have like 3 separate features that are tied to doing extra attacks. I don't think that's a good idea. I would drop pretty much all of those features. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if I would keep this one. Or I would maybe make this one a higher level one. But I think that you have a lot more space to play in the space of being a spy, being a social revolutionary, being a chaos causer, like a disruptor. And I'm wondering, that's what I would lean into if I were you. I would lean into that a little bit more and less in the extra multiple attacks and stuff. The other thing is that just this last feature is just half of what another paladin gets at 20th level. So getting it and getting both of these is a lot. That's what I would do if I were you. But overall, I think it's fun. I mean, from the conversations in the chat, it's clear that this thing is very flavorful. It's dripping flavor at the early levels. And I want it to be doing that throughout. And I think that the beginning is strong. 3rd level spells, strong. Channel Divinities, really strong. But I think you start to lose the plot a little bit the deeper that you get in. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing. I don't really have any other feedback. I think it's interesting. I think the flavor is interesting enough that it's genuinely worth rewriting a good chunk of this to make it more aligned with that flavor. Or if you're like, the mechanics are the things you're really into, rewrite the flavor to better fit those mechanics. That's what I would say if I were you. All right, let's do another spin. Thanks, read your webcomic. I don't read webcomics, but everyone else could. I've only ever read one webcomic. And it was quite shady. See what I did there? I'm so funny. All right, let's see what quite shady said. This is my... Oops. Everybody calm down. This is my first time sharing a homebrew here. I'm quite new to homebrewing in general. This idea kind of popped into my head, so I made it. I'm pretty sure it's OP, but I don't know. I mean, to be fair, most of the things that people post are overpowered. There's nothing wrong with that. The key is just addressing it. Martial archetype, sense striker. What are we working with here? A fighter? Okay. A young woman ties a blindfold over her eyes. She readies her stance and waits patiently for the attack to come. A beam of fire hurls towards her, but she unexpectedly dodges out of the way. A dwarf holds his hands in front of his body. The swamp's heavy fog bars him from seeing his enemy, but he knows exactly where she is. He can feel the wind shifting against him, his skin. He can hear the swamp water splashing ever so faintly. To the villain's surprise, her quiet approach is negated as the dwarf turns to her. All right. The Kraken holds the elf in his massive tentacles. The elf takes a moment to still themselves, focus their mind, and feel the Kraken's tightening grasp. They close their eyes and begin contorting and wriggling out of the Kraken's souls. Don't give one example that's about being blind, and then another example about that's being blind, and then another example that's something else. Make all three something different. Sense strikers are fighters who have mastered the art of combat even when their senses are impaired. They train wearing blindfolds and earplugs to hone their abilities, using their heightened awareness to nullify their opponent's advantage. Interesting. Blind Sense Master. When you take this subclass at 3rd level, you gain... By the way, somebody said this is a lot of flavor text. I actually think this is a reasonable amount of flavor text. It's a lot of examples, but it's all quite well written. Blind Sense Master. When you take this subclass at 3rd level, you gain blind fighting style. It does not count. You wrote fighting twice. It does not count against the number of fighting styles you know. In addition, the range of the blind sight for you is 15 feet. At 10th level, the range of your blind sight, you can just say extends to 30 feet. I guess you could say it. Okay, from your fighting style. That's fine. The fighting style is called blind fighting. Oh, I see. You're right. You wrote it twice because that's the way the blind fighting style. I got you. My B, guys. My B. All right, let's take a look at okay, so we get blind sight out to 15 feet and then later out to 30 feet. I think that's cool. That's nice. I like it. It's like halfway between a ribbon feature and a real feature, which is a nice place for the for this second 3rd level fighter feature to sit. Don't put a comma there. That would be grammatically incorrect. At 3rd level, you can hear a creature's heartbeat and get a feel for their emotional state. You gain the following benefits. You can discern changes in a creature's heartbeat and breathing patterns. You gain advantage on wisdom insight checks to determine whether or not a creature is lying or withholding information. You have advantage on perception checks that rely on sight, smell, and hearing. As an action, you can sense the emotions of a creature that you can see. The next ability check you make to influence the creature's disposition towards you or your allies is made with advantage. You gain these benefits only if the creature has a beating heart and blood. Interesting. Okay, can I tell you what I don't love? I don't love that we don't actually get anything that makes us better at fighting at 3rd level. Most fighters, in fact, I think all fighters, get at least one ability at 3rd level that either makes them do a little bit more damage or have more power in the battlefield. The blind sight is cool. this feature could very easily be the 7th level feature for this fighter. In fact, I would argue that this feels like a 7th level feature. So we're going to keep going, but what I would strongly suggest, based on just 3rd level, is consider coming up with a 3rd level feature that allows you to have a little bit of a mechanical advantage occasionally in battle, and move this to 7th level. That is what I would be thinking about initially. Let's look at the 7th level feature as it currently sits. At 7th, this is called Whispering Winds. This feels like they're trying a bit to make it more powerful in a cheat way, but not in a way that actually works. I don't think so. I think having 2 features at 3rd level is very reasonable for a fighter. I just think that this one, they shouldn't both be so utility. Okay. At 7th level, your training has granted you the ability to resist conditions that would disorient other individuals. When you use your 2nd wind feature, you can choose to end on yourself one of the following conditions. You can change that wording around a little bit. Blinded, deafened, stunned, restrained, grappled, paralyzed. At 15th level, you can choose to end 2 conditions. Yeah. Can I be honest? Drop this entirely. Make this the 7th level feature. Done. Make a new 3rd level feature. All-Seeing Eye. At 10th level, you can extend your consciousness beyond the boundaries of your regular vision and get a mental image of what lies ahead. As an action, you can cast Arcane Eye at 4th level once. Just say at 4th level. You don't need to say once. You can just say, yeah, you have the once down here. Your ability modifier is intelligence. An arcane eye spell that you cast in this way benefits from your blind sense. That's cool. And can see invisible creatures. Okay, cool. You get a 1-a-day arcane eye? Yeah, I'm into that for 10th level. That's cool. All of this stuff is just making me feel more and more that this should be 7th level and that we need another combat feature at 3rd. Man, if anybody is keeping track of who is getting reviewed, if you want to type that in the Discord, in the review live channel, that would be super helpful, because I'm going to forget, and if you guys remember, you win the prize. But no pressure, but a little bit of pressure. Okay, 15th level, See, Seen, Saw. At 15th level, you have honed your reaction time to be as short as possible. You can take the dodge action as a bonus action. In addition, when a creature hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to cause it to miss instead. That's really strong. You can do so a number of times equal to your dexterity or strength modifier. You regain the uses of this feature when you finish a short or long rest. Okay, this is really strong. So first of all, I feel like this dodge bonus action and this make a thing hit, those should be tied to the same resource. In fact, I actually think you shouldn't do both. I think you should pick one or the two. Either bonus action dodge or make a hit miss. Actually, I would just drop the make a hit miss. I would give it a bonus action. I would just give you can bonus action dodge, and I would make you able to do it a number of times equal to, you can do strength or dex. You could also go proficiency modifier. But I probably would not have it recover on a short or long rest. I probably would just pick a long rest. I would probably go proficiency bonus modifier. Without any other context, I immediately think this feels like someone with a jerk DM who wants to beat the stuff their bad DM tends toward. I don't know. Why does it feel like that? Okay, let's look at Peekaboo, 18th level. At 18th level, you have heightened your senses to a supernatural degree. You gain the following abilities. You gain True Sight up to 30 feet and can see in magical darkness. When you hit an invisible creature with a melee weapon attack, you can force it to make a wisdom save. On a failure, the invisibility ends. I would not say the invisibility ends because some creatures are permanently invisible. I would say something like they begin to glow with like a shroud or something that shows people where they are. And you could say they don't benefit from their invisibility. Because there are creatures that are always invisible and kind of formless. You have advantage on dex saving throws. Okay. I get the true sight. I like the invisibility thing. I don't really get the dex saving throws, if I'm being honest. Overall, I think it's an interesting idea. I think that you have space to add a lot more offensive stuff and space to wiggle stuff around. I don't think See, Seen, Saw is where it needs to be yet. I don't think Peekaboo is where it needs to be yet. Drop this. Put that there. Come up with something new at 3rd level. And then you'll be cooking with gasoline. Who was this? This was Quite Shady? Yeah, okay. All right, Quite Shady. Thank you for sharing. Vander. Let's see what they say. This is the starting point for a large compendium of a new fiend type. Currently, only the most powerful monsters are statted out, but I'll be expanding it eventually. I have no particular monster I want reviewed and would like just general feedback, whether it be on a single one that is stand out or a few is up to you. So, Vander, as is mentioned quite clearly in the form for submission, if you send me something long, like a compendium with a lot of options in it, I don't like picking stuff on the behalf of the player, so I'm just going to scroll randomly, and we're going to pick one. We're going to look at this one. Karup, Elohim of Rot. All right. And they're going to be Nephilim, which I'm assuming is your new creature type. When you're making a high CR monster, what matters more than anything else is 2 things. 1, how easy is it to use for a dungeon master? And 2, do all of the features lean towards feeling like it as a distinct thing? Those are the things that you need to work towards, because this is a big stat block and it can be chunky. Somebody do math for me. What's 20 times 8? Is it 160? It is. Okay, good. Math is solid here. We got some saving throws. We got some psychic vulnerability. Interesting. Resistance to fire. Immune to a bunch of stuff. Immune to radiant. Very interesting. Now, that is weird on a fiend because a lot of spells and abilities that do radiant damage do more damage to fiends. This makes that kind of unusual in that way. A lot of condition immunities. 240-foot Dark's vision. That's a strange number. Why is it 240? Understands Nephilic, but cannot speak. It has legendary resistances, magic resistances, devil sight, magical weapons. Let's see what else this thing does. You think it's because Nephilim are supposed to be half angel and half fiend? I would not... Oh, that's interesting. Then I would not make them immune to it. I'd make them resistant to it. Metamorphic Curse. It recharges on a short or long rest. Karpuk is considered permanently grappled and has no arms in which to interact with objects. Instead, he can create and control a host of rot. If a Rolla is killed while Karpuk is alive, he will regain up to half hit points. Write this out in dice. All expended uses of legendary resistances and gain a walking speed of 40 feet, arms, a weapon, attack, and new abilities. What is a Reloa? Is that something else that's on this sheet that I missed? Reloa. All right. We're not going to look at that. We're going to assume it's a monster. I would have looked at it if you gave me instructions, but you didn't. Okay. So you need to clarify that this has like a triggering maneuver. Like I would probably not call this something that recharges on a short or long rest, because it seems like it is only triggered by one of these things dying. So it's more of like a mythic action. So I would probably phrase it separately. And I would start it with when a dies. Undead Lord. And this only happens after Metamorphic Curse. If damage reduces Karpuk to 0 hit points, must make a con saving throw equal to the damage taken. Unless it's from a critical hit. On a success, they come back with 1 hit point. Okay. Greatsword or crush attacks. Okay. Bunch of damage. If an attack would reduce a creature to 0 hit points, that creature automatically fails 2 death saving throws. Dang, I probably would make it 1. I guess 2 is fine, but I might make it 1. 2 is a lot. How many attacks does this guy get a turn? 2? Yeah, make it 1. Make it 1. I don't think this guy should be able to kill people in 2 hits. Is that intelligence 5? Yeah, its intelligence is really bad. Its intelligence is its one weak spot. Let's see, is crush any different? It's a little bit less damage. Instead of dealing damage, they can grapple the target. That's the... I don't want to be a naysayer, but that is something that they can do anyway, normally. Any creature can replace an attack with a grapple. I probably would still make it do damage, honestly, and just have it auto-grapple. Create host. It creates 1d4 divided by 2. You can just say 1d2. It's not an actual dice, but people will understand what's happening. Hosts of Rot. Use the stats of a shambling mound for a host of rot with the following changes. Immune to poison instead of lightning, and lightning absorption becomes poison absorption. Okay. Spreading growth. Karpuk casts the spell Spike Growth or Plant Growth, in which Karpuk, Hosts of Rot... Don't say in which. Just put a period there and say Karpuk, Hosts of Rot, and Relora are immune to it. Okay. Consume Body. Karpuk grabs a Host of Rot within 10 feet of himself and consumes it. Regains hit points equal to the remaining hit points of the host he consumed. This creature gets a lot of ways to regain hit points. And we are going to talk about why I don't think that's going to be great in the long term of the design of this class in a minute. Bonus action. Control Proxy. Consume direct control of a hand of Hosts of Rot. Just make it 1. Allowing them to act as dictated by Karpuk. I don't think it should be 1d4 plus 1. You could make it like all of them within a certain range. I feel like it's weird to make them roll a dice for it. It can move up to his movement speed towards a creature. Okay, that's fine. And what are his bonus actions or legendary actions? An attack or temporary hit points. Okay, so here's my thought process here. The main thing that this thing does before one of these guys dies, before a Reloa dies, is nothing. And that feels weird. I don't know how I feel about that. And if that's the intention of this creature, then there needs to be some lore or plot or something that gets us to that understanding first. But I don't think this creature should be nothing until a Reloa dies. Because the way that it's written right now is I feel like if you don't kill one of these fucking little Reloas, you can just kill it and it can't do anything. It just sits there. And people will figure out how to do that. The other thing is that this guy gets a lot of ways to heal. And when you have a monster that doesn't do that much, right? This guy doesn't do that much. It summons other monsters and it hits things. That's all this thing actually does. So it summons monsters, which have hit points. It hits things, and then it regains hit points. This is going to be such a slow fight. Such a slow fight. Very slow fight. When you have a monster that has a lot of hit points, it just turns into a, I hit it, I deal some damage. It heals. I hit it, I deal some damage. It heals. I hit it, it deals some damage. It heals. That that game loop is not that much fun. Cinder, Delport has gotten in contact with Databank. He said he forgot to change the title of his entries V2, which causes it to look like the last version. Also, much of the document didn't change, just adjustments to the abilities. Okay, we'll go back and take a look at it then. Thank you for that fact, Fract, or Delport, or whomever, all of you. Yeah, I think that it's interesting in terms of the creature that changes over time. But I feel like you just got to be careful with the hit point thing. All right, let's go back and look at Delports. Not Delport, excuse me. Datas. Here it is for folks that want to take a look at it. Get big, please. All right, so we've looked at this a bit before. I'm curious what things have changed. I'm going to say something here. I had a lot of strong feelings about this thing being tied to NPC stat blocks before, and you didn't change that. So I'm going to skip past that. We're going to just sort of see what stuff you've kept and what stuff you didn't. This is a druid that is intended to be a urban druid, a druid that can change into people. Shapeshift. At second level, when you wild shape, you can choose a creature race you have seen before. It must be from the player race options or a reasonable equivalent. You choose an NPC stat block, either the cultist, guard, scout, or spy. Aha, there we go. Oh, no, you're still doing the thing that I don't think you should do. So long as it's below your maximum B-shape CR. Dude, this will not be good. This will not work well. Build specific NPC stat blocks for it. You're not going to listen to that advice because I've given it literally every time you've seen this and you're still not doing it. So I'm moving on from that. But I disagree with the way that that's designed. You gain the non-spellcasting features and physical traits of the stat block, as well as one racial feature you have chosen. Kenku Mimicry, Orcus Aggression, etc. These features cannot violate your wild shape limitations. Alternatively, you can choose a stat block that already uses a creature race, Duragar Soulblade, blah, blah. If you do so, you gain all non-spellcasting features and do not get to choose a racial feature. These cannot use features that violate or your wild shape. Okay, I like that. That's good. Your wild shape, blah, 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 blah. You gain a number of special uses of your wild shape equal to 1/3 of your druid level. These special uses can only be used to shapeshift. No. Don't give them extra wild shapes. They can wild shape twice per short rest. They're fine. They don't need more wild shapes. Yeah, man. I see what you're doing here. I see that you're trying to tighten this up so that you can pick NPC type stat blocks to change into. You need to do one of two things. And then I'm dropping it. We're moving on. One, you need to come up with specific NPC stat blocks that you get access to. Sort of like the new Circle of the Moon druid. Or you need to list very specifically what NPC stat blocks you can become. And you need to limit it in that regard because there are ones that break the mold. There are ones that stand out in a way that will be overpowered to the point where it will become like bad strategy to use anything other than that. Okay, bonus proficiencies. You gain 2 proficiencies from the following list. Deception, Performance, Persuasion, Stealth, or Disguise Kit. I think all of that is fine and good. I like that. I even want to suggest maybe we could get something else at second level. If we're getting alternative wild shape that doesn't really do much. I guess we could still use our spell casting in that wild shape. But I want to give us something else at this level too. 6th level. When you use your wild shape to shapeshift, you can conjure armor, clothing, and weapons. If you're already in a shapeshift form. Okay, I'm going to say this again. I feel like this is an overly complicated way of doing this. I don't agree with the design mentality that at 6th level, you are now picking an NPC stat block. You're determining what that NPC stat block's armor class is based off of, and then you are figuring out what type of armor you could give that NPC to get better armor. Does that make sense? Why that feels like too many steps? Like, I feel like you should just have it so when you shapeshift into your humanoid form, you either get some sort of bonus to your AC or bonus to your attack rolls or bonus to something. And you basically can improve an aspect of your character. But again, I think it really should not be specific items that you conjure. I think it should be flavored that gives you a variety of options that you pick between that could kind of sit in the space of a bunch of different items. I think conjuring, summoning random player's handbook style items is fun and interesting, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about it. I think you might need to limit the gold value of them. Better shapes, also at 6th level. You can wear and use metal armor so long as you are in your shapeshift form. Your maximum challenge rating for your shapeshift is not tied to have your proficiency bonus. Again, I don't think this should exist at all. I think that this feature, where you use metal armor, I think this you should also get at 2nd level, not 6th level. I think you should get this early. I think you should be able to be wearing proper armor from level 2. 6th level could also add archetypes. Oh, that's interesting. I like that idea. So if at 2nd level you have like a cultist, a guard, a scout, at 6th level you get a knight or something. I like that a lot. You're gonna have to figure out which ones are balanced, but that's also a really good solution. 10th level, you watch someone over the course of 1 hour. You can mimic their traits either with their group or their specific speaking patterns. If you're pretending to be someone you've observed or profession, faction you've observed, you have advantage on charisma deception checks. The thing that you should clarify here, and I think it's what you mean when you say either their group or their specific speaking patterns, you should be like, you can sound like you come from where they come from. Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's sort of what you mean, right? Like, you can copy their accent. You can copy their speech mannerisms. If you look at a dock worker, you can make yourself sound like you've been a dock worker for 30 years. I would not say their group or their specific speaking. Clarify that a little bit. I think that's a cool feature. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you should have to wait an hour to do it. That's a really long time. It's 10th level. And what I think is that this should probably be the 6th level feature. And these extra new empowered wild shapes should be the 10th level feature. That's what I would say. Because normally wild shape gets empowered at 10th level. Not all the time, but often. It's similar to the Mastermind Rogue, Dragon Knight says. Something to look at. I believe it's also similar to the Assassin Rogue. I guess theirs is not copying a type of person, but it's typing like a specific person. But okay, let's look at the 14th level. Expanded Shapeshifting. As an action, you can touch a willing creature and expend use of your wild shape. You shapeshift the creature, conjuring armor, clothing, and weapons for them. They have their own conjured item maximum that follows the original rules. Okay, so I like the idea a lot of you being able to expend a wild shape and giving some bonuses to other creatures, having magical armor grow on them or having their weapons be enhanced. That's really cool. But again, I don't think it should be the thing where you are summoning specific items. I think it should be a buff, and at 6th level or 10th level or whenever you decide to give it to yourself, you get it on you, and at 14th level, whatever those buffs are, that's when you gain the ability to give them to another creature. But it's not like I'm summoning armor for you. It's like whatever your armor class normally was, now you have a +2 to that armor class. Whatever your weapon attack normally was, now that weapon can be a finesse weapon or whatever changes you want those things to be. I think you're getting closer here. I don't have much more to say. I genuinely think that you and I are at a crossroads with this idea of letting them run through the monster manual with specific parameters to decide what things they can transform into. Yeah, I think you and I are just at a crossroads with that. I disagree with it. It seems like it's what you're interested in, and I think that if it's for your table and you can make it work, that's great. But I think that there's too much wiggle room there for my tastes. But if it works for you and you're enjoying it, then you can ignore me entirely. All right, thank you again to what's your name? Fract and to Delport for noticing that. I appreciate that. Oh shit, it's Jarvis. Jarvis, I saw you in the Avengers. Hey, I hope you enjoy reviewing this magic item. I made it for a player in my Wild West D&D game. It may be a bit too strong, but I want my players to feel like superheroes. Okay. Let's take a look. Delport said, I think that druid is a great companion for the anarchist paladin. Dude, I agree. That actually is a really that would be a fun game to play. All right, let's look at the bracelet of soul manipulation. Rare, requires attunement by a blood hunter. All right, I don't know. We'll see. I feel nothing about this. I'm assuming you have a blood hunter in your campaign. This calavera bracelet appears to be made of platinum and obsidian in the shapes of multiple skulls. This bracelet, it's the vibe of a blood hunter so far, I'll tell you that much. This bracelet has the ability to store the life force and souls of one creature at a time. When a soul is stored, the black obsidian of the bracelet begins to glow red, while the metal becomes warm to the touch. In order to fill the bracelet with a soul, you must kill a creature with an intelligence score of at least 4. Just say 4 or less. Then, with a bonus action, siphon the soul from the body. Okay, so the way that you phrase that is you just make this a thing, and you say this sentence. You start it over and say, when you kill a creature, you can use a bonus action to siphon the soul of that creature and put it into the bracelet. And then you just say the next sentence. While a soul is in the bracelet, you can use it to fuel multiple passive abilities. Isn't this item giving a lot of Phantom Rogue features? It looks like it might be. I would argue that it looks like it gives a lot more. Based on the amount of things this does, this is definitely more than a very rare item. It's probably a very rare item at least. Okay, you have a soul in the bracelet. What can you do? When you trap a soul in your bracelet, you may, Jesus, get that fucking shit out of here. Get that fucking shit out of here. Get that fucking shit out of here. Listen, I'm not saying that to be unkind, but I am saying that on the next stream I do, if I saw this, I would close your object and move on. This is your only day of warnings. If I see any maze moving forward in any pieces, we're done reading those pieces. And if you don't understand why, you can ask, and people in the chat will tell you, or people in the Discord will tell you, because I've said it 1,000 times. And you might say to yourself, wait a minute, man, I'm new. Chill out, Cinder. Chill out, chill out. And I'll tell you what, I'm not raging at you. I'm being a little bit exuberant with my feelings because it's slightly more entertaining. Anyway, when you trap a soul in your bracelet, you can draw on the extra life essence and gain proficiency in one extra school, tool, or language of your choice, okay? You can also use the soul to cast Speak with the Dead at will by transferring the life essence into a body temporarily and then siphoning it back. You can only use this ability on a dead body once before the corpse becomes immune to this effect. Okay, so passively, you get a extra bonus and Speak with Dead at will. Speak with Dead is a 3rd level spell. I would argue, I would argue that when you cast Speak with Dead with this, you should lose the soul. The soul should be siphoned out. It's spent. Gone. Alternatively, you can destroy the trapped soul, leaving the bracelet empty to perform several activated abilities. Okay. My guess is these are going to be the parts that are really overpowered. You can sacrifice the life essence to the life essence to empower your blood hunter abilities. Oh my god, I want to stop reading it now because of how the maze in here. You can burn the soul to absorb the damage of one of your Hemocraft die, or use it to gain an extra use of your Blood Maledict feature. Okay? You can pull on the extra life essence to protect yourself from outside influences. You can burn a soul to gain advantage on a saving throw. Okay. You can use the extra life essence to harm your enemies by infusing the wounds you inflict with them with necrotic energy. When you hit with the ranged melee or spell attack, you can use the soul to add extra 3d8 necrotic damage. You can also transfer the life essence into a damaged creature to mend physical wounds. As an action, you can keep a soul in the bracelet in case of emergencies. If you hit 0 hit points with a trapped soul, the life essence will put it to you. The start of your turn, if you are unconscious, it will automatically heal you 6d4 plus 6. This is way too... Okay, so yes, this is overpowered, and it is way too overpowered, and I think that you need to remove 80% of the things it does. I would keep the extra bonus. I would keep the Speak with Dead, but make it lose that feature in the same way that it loses... let it loses the soul in the same way these other ones do. And I would pick one of these other features. And I would keep it as simple as that. I don't think it should be more than that. Maybe 2 other features. The problem that you're facing here is not a power of overpowered. You know it's overpowered. I know it's overpowered. The problem is this has no evocative vibe. It does way too many things in way too many... Oh, I'm sorry. I see. Let me fix next week's. I see. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me one second. You fiend. You sensual Tyrannosaurus. Okay, next week's the thing posted in the description of the YouTube video, the submission form for next week is now open. Thank you for pointing that out. I think you need to figure out what this thing does. Let me point out the things that I think don't make sense. I don't think the extra Blood Hunter stuff makes sense. I would also argue that I don't feel like the extra damage makes sense. I feel like Speak with Dead makes sense because you're taking a soul and you're putting in anything. And I feel like you could also make an argument for healing making sense. But I think you should strongly pay attention to what do you want the vibe of this thing to be. And if your goal is like, man, I want this to be, just like Heart of Dawnlight said, I want this to be a magical multi-tool, then you could keep a lot of options, but you got to tone them all way down. Everything should be single-digit dice, probably. I disagree with the full use of a new Blood Maledict because those are essentially channel divinities, if I remember correctly, which are pretty strong. But yeah, overall, I think it's a fine item. It's very reminiscent, as someone said in the chat. It's very reminiscent to the Blood, not to the Blood Hunter, to the Phantom Rogue's Siphoned Soul trinket thing. Does this run into a bag of rats problem? It does, actually. So yeah, you also have to figure out like what creature. Well, the thing is, intelligence of 4 kind of fits with that. There's not a lot of creatures that have an intelligence of 4 or higher that are tiny with 1 HP, so it kind of does solve that problem, actually. Raz says, my biggest issue would be remembering what all of these do. That's a great point. One of the hardest things for a player, one of the hardest things about Homebrew is not just making it cool, but making it easy to remember and easy to navigate. Bag of Rats. So for folks that don't know, if you ever have a feature that activates on dropping a creature to 0 hit points, it can always be taken advantage of if you carry around a bag full of rats, because they're very easy to kill. So you can just have like infinite uses if you just crush a rat. That's why you have to usually put some sort of caveats around it separately than that. But yeah, I think it's those are all my thoughts. Pretty strong. I think it needs a little bit of focus, and I think right now, as someone pointed out in the chat, there's just too much going on to like remember all the things it can do. It feels like it has too much for a ordinary item. Joe, I love you, but I can't handle jokes like that anymore, man. I can't handle it anymore. I'm slowly but surely turning into nothing. All right, let's do another roll. The main reason why I'm doing this thing is because I'm losing my fucking mind with all these maze. We got a piece from Poco. Quick like, I think you missed my question. Are you heading to Gen Con this year at all? Man, I would love to go to Gen Con. I'm missing two really key elements of that, though. One, money. I am a man in a basement. I don't have money. And then two, I don't like going to things if I don't have people that I'm going with, and I don't have anyone that I would be going with. But I would love to go to cons at some point. Realistically, the next con I'll probably go to is PAX Unplugged in Philly, because that is very close to where I live, so I could just go very easily. So I'll be at PAX Unplugged probably. You'll go with me? All right, Steely, we can talk. Steely, fucking hit me up. We gonna chat. We gonna chat. Okay, let me let's look at what Poco's piece is here. This is a remix of my first homebrew ever, which is from about 4 years ago. I would love to go to Gen Con though. I want to go to all the cons. I like being at those sorts of things. I've also I have not had the experience yet where I encountered somebody and they knew who I was. And I don't think it would happen, but I feel like it's way more likely that it would happen at one of those places. And I think that would be fun. I would like to have that experience at some point in my life because I am a selfish and self-centered person. I am the star of the universe. I know it. Listen, without the delusion, what do we got? What's going on in this universe? Okay, so this is a remix of Homebrew from about 4 years ago to be more balanced and more interesting. Hopefully you can get through it without too much trouble. And the feats are somewhat experimental in some places. The feats? What does that mean? Are we looking at there's going to be feats in here? Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. This is not quite finalized. I just want to make sure I get the mechanical words right before I add the lore. It looks like we're making like a species. Okay, cool. Creature type, medium and monstrosity. Humanoid and monstrosity. You should not make making a creature count as two separate creature types is kind of a big detriment. I disagree with you doing that. We'll see. Maybe it won't matter, but it's kind of a big detriment. Okay, you have some age. You're the size of a human, but you're bigger. You have a walking speed of 25 feet and a swimming speed of 30 feet. Interesting. Why are you slow? You have +2 to your dex. Keen smell. You have blind sight within 10 feet of you and advantage on wisdom perception checks relying on smell. Okay. Strong tail. You have advantage on saves to be knocked prone. You should also probably make it contested checks. A lot of the time when things knock you prone, it's not a saving throw. It's an ability check contested thing. Yeah, Dampier's, picks. There's a handful of things that count as fey and humanoid or undead and humanoid. Like I said, they are detrimental. That doesn't mean they're bad, like you shouldn't do them. It's just you have to think about how they actually affect the class because there are a lot of spells that affect humanoids and a lot of spells that don't. And it just makes it so you can be affected by everything, basically. In addition, you can use your tail to make a special unarmored attack. You're proficient in this attack. It has 10-foot reach. On a hit, the target takes... You can just say it deals 1d6 plus your strength modifier. If the target is medium or smaller, it must make a strength, athletics, or dex check against your DC 8 plus proficiency plus strength, or be grappled and restrained. That's really strong. A creature can repeat this check at the end of each of its turns as an action. Just if it's an action, then it doesn't need to be at the end of its turn. It could just be its action. And it releases itself when it succeeds. You can say freeing itself on a success. You cannot attack with an armed attack while you have a creature grappled in this way. Okay. That's really strong. I would probably drop the grapple restrained tail thing. Or the advantage on knocked prone thing. And I probably would limit the amount of times you can attempt to grapple restrain a creature. That's very strong for a racial feature. All right, we have some sub races. My guess is my suggestion is going to need to be that you tune this thing down, because here's what I'll say. Without any of the sub races, it's pretty solid. Just with this stuff. Assuming you give it another bonus here. Okay, we have a Sakaris. You get a little charisma, you get poison resistance, and then you get sweet venom. You produce a virulent, sweet-smelling venom. When you complete a long rest, you produce a number of doses of injury venom equal to your proficiency modifier. One dose, if extracted, can coat one melee weapon or 5 pieces of ammunition. And the venom deals 2d4 poison damage on a failed con save. Okay, the damage of your venom. Don't... If you have saving throws already, make them all based on the same thing. I shouldn't have to keep track of which abilities use which saving throws. Like, I shouldn't have to have different DCs built into my race. Make them all con based, or make them all strength based. Don't make them others. It's just too much to keep track of. The damage of your venom increases. I disagree with that. I don't think it should. A dose, whether applied or not, and regardless of effect, lasts until the end of your next long rest. If you have vials, you can expend a dose of your venom to fill one as an action, allowing another creature to use it. The attacker uses your DC and your proficiency. Okay. I think getting a little bit of venom is fine. I don't think the damage should increase. It's a bit OP with the sub-races. Yes, it is a bit OP with the sub-races at the moment. Too complex and also OP. I don't know if it's too complex if you tie some of these saving throws and stuff together. Viper's Bite. Rather than making a normal unarmed strike, you can use your snake-like fangs. These fangs deal 1d4 piercing damage instead of the normal damage. And you can use your dex modifier instead of strength. In addition, when you hit using this attack, you can immediately inject a dose of your sweet venom. Okay, are you going to give an attack to all of these things? I don't know if you are. All right, I'm not going to read... This is 6 pages. We're not going to read this whole thing. This is too long. All right, a couple things. One, don't give us a million sub-races. Give us, like, 2 or 3. Oh, it looks like you just gave us 3. These are extra feats. I got it. I think that a sub-race should not have 1, 2, 3 features. You need to figure out which one of these features you want to drop. Drop at least one of these features. All right, the next one gets a strength bonus. It gets powerful build, which I'm assuming is just powerful build as normal. Oh, it's with your tail. Interesting. Okay, you get 10-foot reach, powerful build, and it can hold weapons. In addition, the damage die of your tail increases to 1d8. Okay. And they have disadvantage. Okay, so here's what you do. With the tail, you drop all the extra stuff. The tail is just a regular attack. It doesn't get anything extra. The sweet venom one gives you the tail bite thing. The Serrata one gives you the tail grapple, I say. Proficiency in athletics. Your swim speed increases by 10 feet. Stare down proficiency. Yeah, man, you're just this thing's just getting too many features, dude. We're gonna keep going, but my main advice is you need to boil down 1 or 2 features from every subclass and 1 or 2 features from the main race. And I don't think, like, I feel like the tail attack that is a grapple should be limited just to this. Okay, let's look at this last one here. You get +1 to wisdom. Divine grace, you have wings. You get a fly speed equal to your walking speed, but you can't fly while wearing heavy armor. You learn 1 cantrip from the cleric spell list, and you have resistance to lightning damage. This one is probably the least powerful, and you still gave it a fly speed. I would drop the fly speed and come up with something else. This is what I would strongly encourage you to do. Tie them a little bit together so that they have more symmetry. Some of these things get a skill bonus. Some of these get a damage resistance. I think each here's what I would do if I were you. They all get a regular tail. It doesn't do any of the crazy extra stuff. It just hits. They all get a resistance and a unique way to use their tail. And I would drop the rest. That's what I would do if I were you. I think it's an interesting idea. Lamia, whatever you want to call them, are fun monsters. Right now, this is just a little too strong in a handful of directions. And I think the most interesting part to me is the sort of specificity of the different ways you can use the tail, which is why I'm encouraging you to lean in that direction. Okay, Poco. Thank you very much. Let's spin. Spin, spin, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Steely Sam says, a lot of the same issues keep popping up. Have you considered making a vid on how to make homebrew? Brother Bear, I have. I don't think it will make a difference, if I'm being honest. I have no faith. because the thing is, the reason these issues keep coming up is a lot of people are new to homebrewing. And most people aren't looking for instruction videos for me for how to homebrew. They're just sending me stuff. But yes, I agree. It is an issue. I guess I could start doing that sort of thing. We got to figure out how to make people like watch those videos. Even if it didn't make a difference globally, I would appreciate that video. All right, fine. Maybe I'll make it. Fine. Only on one condition. You guys have to send it to everyone. You have to make people watch it. Okay, this is a subclass I originally made for a homebrew class of mine. It was partially inspired by Zeus's boons from Hades. I adopted it into a barbarian subclass because the homebrew class it was originally for functioned similar to the barbarian, and the aesthetic is so damn cool. Hope you have fun with this one. Cool. Barbarians are my favorite class, so I always love reading barbarian stuff. Boop. Put the links... Wait, what is this? Put the link to the video in the instructions for sending homebrew. Oh, that's a good idea. Dang, that's a good idea. Okay, fine. You've talked me into it. You've talked me into it. I accept. You know what it'll turn into, though? Just so you guys know. It will turn into me being a harsher judge. Because there will be a lot of times where I see something and I'll just say, I talk about this in a video, go check it out. And then I'll move on. And that might come off as rude. You know? We'll see. We'll see if it does. Okay, let's take a look. Path of Thunder. While many fear the gods, you exist to challenge them. Others may wander the world, letting the wind guide them, but you call towards the heavens to strike your foes with might and that rivals the gods. Okay, you are doing something that I talked about earlier today, which is you're doing a lot of you're not this, you're this. Do you know what I mean? Other people do this, you do this. Other people do this, you do this. Cut out all the shit other people do. What if this opening sentence was, you exist to challenge the gods. You call towards the heavens to strike your foes with might that rivals the celestial pantheon. That's a better sounding sentence, in my opinion. Those lucky enough to witness one of these storm callers and survive tell the tales of erupting storms instantly and channeling into their fists. Tell the tales of storms erupting instantly and channeling into their fists. Okay, there's like a little bit of... I wouldn't call them storm callers. I'd probably call them by the title here. I also feel like storm and storm shouldn't be right next to each other. All right, let's take a look at what else we get, though, here. You're not like normal girls? I'm not. My personal opinion, this is covered in the basic video, so I'm not going to spend time on it here. Isn't rude at all. It's professional. God damn it, Delport. The thing is, Delport might be the most polite person in my Discord community. He is often the person that I will message separately and be like, is this too mean? I've done it a couple times, or at least in the mod chat. And if Delport says that it's not rude to do that, then it's definitely not rude to do that. All right, double strike. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, your attacks become infused with a spark for blood. Once per turn, when you hit a creature, you can deal an extra 1d8 lightning damage to the target. Additionally, a creature hit by this attack will take an additional 1d8 lightning damage at the start of their next turn. This feature can be used twice per rage. This is kind of weak. So the Zealot Barbarian gets a feature just like this, except they're doing stronger damage. They're doing radiant or necrotic damage. They get it not twice per rage, but every single turn, and it's a damage die plus half your barbarian level, which means that not only does it improve over time, getting a flat modifier for damage is always stronger than getting a dice. So that 1d6 is not nearly as strong as what like 1d8 plus 1d6 later is not nearly as strong as 1d6 plus half your barbarian level. And then you're also getting it less. So this should be, Zemel, don't call stuff dumb. Either be constructive or don't say anything, or I'm going to mute you. Additionally, I strongly suggest that if you want to go in the direction that you want it to be this lightning damage and you want it to be a little bit less damage, then I think the move is to make it do something else also. It can do less damage if it has some other feature. I still think you should be able to do it every turn. I agree that it is kind of underwhelming right now because it essentially is part of what the Zealot Barbarian gets, but a little bit less. But I think we can make it stronger. I would not do stun or paralyzing. I think that's too strong. Parade could be interesting with the feature, with the right feature, just not additional damage die. I think Parade could work, but I genuinely think that the more you can use your barbarian features, the more you should be able to. I'm a big fan of the 3rd level feature it's just on when you rage. Because you're already limited in your rages just by the fact that you get very few rages. Deafening or blinding could be cool. Something like that could work. Think about that. There could be something else. Or what about this? What about this? What about this? What if once per turn, when you hit a target with your rage, that creature takes an extra 1d8 lightning damage, and all other creatures within a certain range of it take 1d4 lightning damage. So it's like you're like staticking lightning out. Something like that could work too. Also, Zemel, I accept your apology. But I would go in that sort of direction. Let's look at static shock. What if you did lightning damage on one target and then thunder on the rest? You could do that. I don't know how much that matters. You know what I will say? You might want to give them the option of lightning or thunder damage. That way, if there's a creature that's resistant or immune to lightning damage, they can flip-flop, you know? And thunder is often associated with storm. In fact, actually, it's Path of Thunder. So yeah, you should definitely be able to do thunder damage. You should definitely be able to do thunder damage. Okay, static shock. Beginning at 6th level, your attacks begin to shock more than just your target. Oh, are you literally making it the thing that I just suggested at 6th level? That's so funny if you did. Once per turn, when you hit a creature, you can deal extra 1d4 lightning damage. This is already what we get at 3rd level. After you deal this damage, it will bounce to another creature within 15 feet. Each time the lightning bounces, its damage increases by 1d4. It will continue to bounce until there are no more creatures within range, or it has bounced 5 times. That's way too strong. Way too strong. Twice per rage, way too strong. At higher levels, the damage of this feature increases. Okay, so get rid of this entirely. Make it way smaller. Don't have it bounce and go up higher in dice. Tie it to the 3rd level feature. Make a new 6th level feature. Barbarians at 6th level do not get combat features. Or rather, they do not get damaging features. Go through right now. Look at every single barbarian. You won't find one that gets a damage improvement feature. What they get are utility features or defensive features. So you should probably make this a utility or a defensive feature. Splitting bolt. Like, for example, what if at 6th level they got resistance to lightning and thunder damage? And maybe something else. That would be pretty reasonable. Whenever they rage, at 6th level when they rage, they get resistance to lightning and thunder damage, and their, you know, whatever, their movement speed increases, or their or something like that. Splitting bolt. Beginning at 10th level, your sheer force of will is enough. I actually have a really fun idea that I'm going to give you. Remind me. Splitting bolt. Beginning at 10th level, your sheer force of will is enough to cause damage to both people and the ground they tread. Once per turn, when you take the attack action, regardless of whether you hit or miss, you can deal 2d8 thunder damage to all creatures within 15 feet of you. Additionally, the ground within 15 feet of you becomes difficult terrain for 1 minute. This feature can be used twice per rage. Why are you doing this twice per rage thing? I don't know what got into your head. Get that out of here, my friend. Get that out of here. Make a feature once per rage, once per short rest, or once per long rest. Can I make a different? Can I suggest an alternative feature for splitting bolt? I don't normally do this because I don't want to tell people what to do, but this feature is already so similar to these other features, like they're just dealing area of effect lightning damage. They're all basically doing the same thing. What if, beginning at 10th level, once per rage, you can cast Thunderstep as a bonus action? So, like, as a part of your rage, like when you bonus action into your rage, or once per rage when you're raging, you can bonus action Thunderstep. Think about it. Think about it. All right, let's look at the 14th level feature. By 14th level, you've stolen the gods' power and hunger for their head. You've stolen the gods' power, put a comma here, and you hunger for their heads. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with an enormous bolt of lightning. Make a ranged attack with a range of 60-20 using strength. On a hit, you deal 6d10 lightning damage and leave your target paralyzed until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. I might make this a once per long rest if it is an auto paralyze on a hit. Okay, I have 2 suggestions here. Here are my 2 suggestions. One, keep it as it is, where it can replace a single attack, and it can do all of this, and you get it like once per. Probably once per short rest. I would say once per long rest, maybe. Alternatively, make it an action. Get it once per day for free. But then also make it that you can expend a use of your rage to get it again. And then when you get to level 20, you could just shoot lightning every turn if you want to. Which I don't think is overpowered for level 20. And before level 20, you can do it, but it costs a rage, which is a lot. So you get 1 for free, and then a handful of extra uses if you want to sacrifice those an extra rage. I don't think it should end a rage early. I think it's like if you have 2 rages left and you're raging, you can have 1 rage left. Yeah, I like it. Okay, let's talk about this for a tiny second from a larger back-end perspective. Flavor in the fucking bag, dude. This is evocative as fuck. This is a thunder barbarian, and it feels like a storm barbarian in a way that feels mostly good from a flavor perspective. but everything is a little too one note in its current state. Everything is lightning damage in a little area, which is why I think you should diversify a little bit of these features. Thunder step, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think some things are a little bit too powerful. Some things are a little underpowered. And I don't have anything else to say about it. Plops. Thank you for sharing. I'm gonna need to pee soon, I think. We got a piece from Sai. As I mentioned before, if you are new and you're like, hey, I want to be on this slightly smaller wheel, you can become a patron of mine or a YouTube member. It does not guarantee what you will get, but it does allow you to submit twice for every stream, once to the main one and then once to the little one. And it does make it slightly more likely that your piece will get looked at. And if we ever get enough of this list where it becomes like an issue where I feel like you're not getting at least one piece reviewed every cycle, we're going to start just doing a separate night that is only patrons and members. Other people will be able to watch, but only their stuff will be looked at. I'm actually, realistically, that's going to happen anyway, because I just want to start doing that, but it's not going to happen just yet. Today, I bring you a spell. Which spell will be decided by a roll of a d4. Okay, we can do that. This is, I fucking like. Give me a d4 roll. Don't make me pick. Okay, let's roll a d4. Nope, that's a dice, not a d4. Oh, that's a 2. All right, what are we getting? What are we getting? What are we getting? A 2. We're going to look at alien waves on page 5. Okay. I do need to pee soon. I need to pee after we're done looking at this, I'm going to pee. Page 5. Alien waves. By the way, guys, Sai's idea to have me roll a dice to pick something, brilliant. If you don't want to pick, just ask me to roll a dice. Just give me the right dice roll and do what Sai did where there's instructions. Just don't in your chair. No. I'm not an animal. I mean, I guess I'm an animal. Not normally. I'm just sort of inhabiting the body of an animal for the time being so that I can better present in a way that you guys can both hear and understand me. But generally speaking, I'm a cosmic force of will and entropy and growth and change, and I'm like the infinite knife, you know? Okay. Alien waves. 4th level necromancy. 1 action, range 60 feet, verbal somatic components, concentration 1 minute. You channel strange waves into a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 2d12 thunder damage and be stunned until the start of your next turn. On each of your turns for the duration, you can use your action to force the target to repeat the saving throw. On a failed save, it again takes 2d12 thunder damage and is stunned until the start of your next turn. The spell ends if you use your action to do anything else. The spell also ends if the target succeeds on the saving throw against it, or if the target is ever outside the spell's range. This is like Witch Bolt, but bigger. Huh. I have mixed feelings. Is this a 4th level spell? Okay, the vibe that I think you're going for here is how do I make something that is akin to Witch Bolt but good? The range is 60 feet, which means you have a lot more flexibility to move around the battlefield. The damage is doubled, but that's not huge at for a 4th level spell. Stunning is big. Stunning is strong. Here's my question. Is the slight bit more damage and the extra range worth it being a 4th level spell? I want to make a suggestion here. I don't think the spell should end if they succeed on their saving throw. I think the spell should only end if the time limit goes up, if you break concentration, if they leave the area, or if you end it. I think that for the duration, if you are able to maintain concentration, you can always use your action to have them make a saving throw. If they succeed on this turn, you can still use your action next turn to try to force that save. Because it's save or suck every time. I don't know if it's strong enough to be a 4th level spell right now. I want you to think about putting it in that space of it's not turned off by the saving throw success. Is that crazy? Chat, am I being crazy or is that reasonable? I genuinely don't know. Why is... Man, it's crazy. Chat on the screen is so behind. But chat that I'm looking at is not behind. I don't know why that is. I'm seeing all of you guys type stuff in time. The damage feels anemic for 4th level. Yeah, but it's also that potential stun every turn is big. I like the modification for 4th level. I don't know, man. I always have a tough time with spell levels. It seems so arbitrary. Make it concentration. It is concentration, you silly goof. I like it. I think that you should not have them... I think you should play around with not having the spell end when they succeed. Because there's already a bunch of successes in there, right? You have to maintain concentration. You have to use your action for it to do anything. And they can always just leave the area. When you cast damage and stun, when you action later, stun on fail or damage on success and effect. Oh, 420. Party Nation. I like it though. I actually think it's a very elegant amplified version of Witch Bolt. I like it. I'm wondering how I would feel about if one of my players had it. I think I would be annoyed with it sometimes, but not in a way that necessarily would be bad. I think it would be okay. Yeah, Sai. I don't really have anything else to say. I like it quite a bit. I think it's an elegant solution. All right, let's... Actually, you know what, guys? I am going to go pee. I'm going to be right back. Let me... Here, 1 second. You guys can still hear me, right? Let me put some music on for you, and then I'll be right back. I have to pee. Do you guys want, like, nice music or, like, scary music? I'm not going to let you pick. Let's go with something weird. You guys want to go to, like, a village? Let's send you somewhere else. Let's be dragon riders for a little bit. All right, I will be right back. Oh, hey. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? Calm down there, music. Calm down there, music. How's it going, everybody? Hey, everybody. I haven't caught a lot of these streams. How often are there full-on legendary items listed and such? You know, you'd be surprised. Not that many. I get a lot of people that send me items that they put at like the rare, very rare category that I would argue sit a little closer to legendary. But no, the big thing that people send me more than legendary items is legendary monsters. I get sent so many CR 20 plus monsters. And there's nothing wrong with the CR20 monster, but I genuinely think that if you are trying to become a good writer, and especially if you're trying to become like a good monster designer, you should not be practicing with CR20 monsters. You should be practicing with CR2 monsters, CR1 monsters, CR5 monsters. You got to start because the thing about a monster is that it's a lot more than just a stat block. Like a monster is a lens into an encounter. The way you design a monster is sort of the way you design a plot or an encounter, you know? And I think that it is worth, you build those basics, you know, you don't need you build those basics with general stuff. You don't build those basics by, you got to learn how to walk before you can learn how to leap. Because people will throw too much into a thing. Okay. Oh, man. That pee was good. All right. We have Kuwaitas. Let's see what we got. This is my third week participating. Welcome. English is not my first language, so I apologize if something is not understood. That is okay. We have a lot of people in here whose English is not their first language, or they are dyslexic, or whatever. I will probably still give you corrections, but I will probably also skip things that I think are less relevant. This is a subclass for monk inspired by a couple of the laws of physics. The introduction is in development. I don't know how to make it more engaging. Did I see this piece already? This sounds like a piece I saw recently. There it is in the chat. What happened to my co-host? I don't always have co-hosts. It really depends. I only have co-hosts if I have people that want to come on stream with me. I like having co-hosts. It's fun. It's fun to bounce ideas off people. But I don't have any regular co-hosts, which is why I want to get to know people that like being content creators or have good microphones or whatever, because I like having co-hosts. It's fun. But I don't want to. I don't like reviewing people's content with them on the stream because I feel like it becomes a. I don't know. It can be worthwhile, but it's not really what I'm looking to do right now. But I do like having co-hosts just for general things. Hey, champ, thanks for all the amazing feedback. Thank you for calling me a champ. Where's the spider friend? Can I tell you something? So I posted a video about the spider friend on my something, and a lot of people were like, yo, that looks like a brown recluse, which is like a very venomous spider. Oh, allow it? What do you mean allow it? Allow what? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Do it with a smaller wheel? Have creators on? And I don't want to. I don't think because I don't know how I don't know how helpful it is for you to be trying to explain why you wrote something the way you did as I'm explaining to you why it's unclear in the way that it's written. I genuinely don't think that will be helpful. When I was doing creative writing college courses, like when I was doing creative writing college stuff, the way that we would run it is one person would have a piece that they would submit, and everyone would feedback the piece, and the person was not allowed to talk. At the very end, they could talk a little bit, but the value doesn't come from you explaining your homebrew, because in theory, your homebrew should stand for itself. What I would be interested in having people come on stream to do is to help me review other people's stuff and just kind of like interview chat, or if we were designing something together, or if we were like hosting an event, or if I'm making fun of them. So like I had Blaine Simple on recently, and I reviewed some of his stuff, but it was like I was kind of making fun of him. You know, I was looking at like we were looking at each other's old homebrew. So it's kind of like playfully poking fun, which I think is reasonable. Okay, let's take a look at this. Way of the Kinetic Fist 2.0. Monks in the Kinetic Fist understand the principles that keep the universe in motion and train to sense and control its flow to become unstoppable warriors and masters of battlefield control. All right, pretty solid, straight to the point flavor text. This piece was, I think, last week, but it looks like they made some changes to it, so we're going to see. Heat Thief. You have the ability to steal heat from your opponent to use as an energy source. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can choose to change the damage type to cold, and if you do, gain a kinetic charge. If this is not changed from last time, we're going to see. We're going to see. We're going to see. I might stop reading it early if it feels too similar to the last time. If you send me a piece, if I make a bunch of suggestions for a piece and you send me it again, and you don't really listen to those suggestions, I'm not going to have that much more to say. Like, you can make radical changes, but I generally, if you submitted a piece, I gave feedback, and there's not a lot to change, I'm not going to have a lot more to say. Like, that was true of a Databanks piece. I didn't have really anything new to say. I mean, I pointed out some stuff that I thought, but at that point, I think, I don't know how helpful it's going to be at a certain point. You either decide you want to listen to the feedback or you don't, you know? Whenever you hit a creature with one of your attacks granted by your flurry of blows, you can cause the target to have disadvantage on its next... Okay. Whenever you have the option to spend a key point to activate a monk feature, you can spend a kinetic charge instead. When you spend a kinetic charge to use one of your monk traits, gain the following effects. When you hit a creature with one of these attacks granted by a flurry of blows, you can cause the target to have disadvantage on its next attack roll. While your patient defense is active, the speed of creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you is halved. Okay, couple things. I disagree with kinetic charges, man. We talked about this last time. I don't think having a separate resource makes sense. I genuinely don't think it does. It seems like a way to try to get around using key points, but just use your friggin' key points. Just make it so that when you flurry of blows, you get this. When you patient defense, you get something. When you step of the wind, you get... That's all fine. But don't give you a whole other resource point. Just don't do it. It's not good. It doesn't work. It's too much. It's not good in a way where it's like utterly broken, but it is all of the things that I said last time about the extra resource management, above the kind of weird imbalance of things. I disagree with it. I was just thinking the same thing. Don't love having second thing to keep track of. Yeah. Also, having creatures speed halved within 15 feet of you is a little nuts. There should be some sort of saving throw or something. When you use your Step of the Wind, you can target another creature within 30 feet of you. That creature must make a dex saving throw. On a miss, you mean on a failure. It is moved a distance equal to your unarmored movement in one direction of your choice. Using your unarmored movement to scale a feature is really cool. I like that a lot. Deflect missiles can be used against melee attacks. That does not make sense to me. I disagree with it. Once the charges are all gained, they will last. All right, I'm not even reading about the charges, man. I told you to drop the charges. You chose not to drop the charges. We're moving on. Entropic defense. If you take... Okay. Here's a little issue that I see. This is enough for third level. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this getting two whole other separate features. If you take piercing, bludgeoning, slashing, or fire damage from a source other than yourself, you can use your action to half that damage. Then you can retaliate by spending 1 key point as part of the same reaction and send that absorbed energy to the target. They have to make within 10 feet of you. They have to make a dex saving throw or be pushed back. Yeah, nah, just drop this, man. It's strong enough without it. It doesn't need it. Or if you want to use this, you know, drop most of these. You can't have everything in the kitchen sink. I also feel like the range of the target should be closer than 5 feet. I feel like it should be like, 10 feet should be within like melee range. Entropic sense. You can feel the flow of energy around you. You gain blind sight to a range of 10 feet. Yeah, man. Again, just too much. Just too much. Gravity control. Starting at 6th level, you gain the ability to absorb and expel gravity, affecting your body for a short period of time. On your turn, you can spend 3 key points, no action required, to gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed, and you can hover, and this effect lasts for 10 minutes or until you are knocked unconscious or die. If KC, kinetic charge, is spent to use stunning strike, then the target have a dazed condition if they save with less than 5 plus DC. Okay, dazed is not a condition in D&D. So that doesn't mean anything. Again, I think you're giving this thing... I don't even know if this is too much or not, because dazed is not a condition. 3 key points for 10 minutes of flight. Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable. I'm not sure why this is a bullet point and this is a paragraph. These feel like totally separate features and probably should be totally separate features. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 D&D condition. We ain't writing for 1 D&D. I don't know what the fuck dazed means. I don't see it written in the notes. So we're not worrying about it. Dang, Cinder's getting harsh. Entropic Siphon. Starting at 11th level, you have become more efficient with your energy transformations. You gain the following benefits. Using retaliatory... using the retaliatory trait of your deflect missiles and entropic defense no longer require key. Yeah, I don't like that. You can use your heat thief trait 2 times per turn. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't want to be... I think we're just... I think we are at a crossroads with this piece. I'm going to say that I think you need to decide that I am full of shit and you don't want to listen to me, and then move on with it in the direction that you want to move with it. Or you need to decide to take my advice and drop the kinetic charge stuff and significantly tone down some of these features. Come up with either a whole new system in place here or another way of incorporating these. And then I'll take a look at it again. But as it stands right now, I don't know how much help I can give you because I'm still focusing on those key disagreements that I think we have. Now, you don't need to take my advice ever when I give feedback. At all. But at a certain point, you need to decide whether or not you want to. And if you decide you want to, make those changes. And if you make those changes, resubmit. If you decide you don't want to, then don't make those changes and don't resubmit. You could still submit in the Discord. You can still do other stuff there. But we're just going to... We're going to get stuck. We're going to get stuck. So thank you very much for sharing. Your English, by the way, is fine. I don't know what concerns you have about English not being your first language, but you are writing very, very well in English. If I can say one thing before we move on, or 2 things. 1, I think it's time for you to take this piece and decide what you want to do with it. But 2, you should feel proud of how well you are writing D&D mechanics in English. Because I disagree, even though I disagree with some of what's going on here, everything is very clear. You are using the right lingo. You're writing well. So be proud of yourself. Okay? Okay. Ah, we got Some Dude Wilson. Some Dude Wilson is another old-timey member of the show. Been around for a while. Revision 2 of my Frost Mantid. It has an image now. All right. I just did a whole rant about resubmitting pieces. You can always resubmit a piece. I just might not have that much to say about it if I don't notice anything that radically different. Oh, very cool art, dude. It looks very crystalline. Let me share it in the chat. I like the art a lot, dude. Menacing constructs of sharp ice, fronts, mantids. Okay, so the flavor text is the same. Let's take a look at what seems different. All the stats seem real solid. Again, I love monsters with vulnerabilities. If you're ever working on monsters and you're trying to decide how can I make this thing more unique, giving them weaknesses is a wonderful, wonderful way to do that. It also is just more fun for the players. Immutable form, solid. Magic resistance, solid. Magic weapons, death burst, dealing the cold damage is nice. We got, let's see, they can either make 2 claw attacks and 1 ice burst, or 1 ice burst and the refreeze action. Okay, this is different. You've changed this up a little bit. Okay, so we've still got some solid damage attacks. What's the CR of this bad boy? 6? Yeah, okay, that's good. Damage looks good for CR 6. I'm curious why you went with... This should be a +4, not a +2. I feel like it should be strength-based, right? Because it's +7 to hit. 4 + 3, 7. Yeah, so fix that. That should be 4, not 2. Damage looks solid. Ice burst ranged. If you want this to be dex-based, that makes sense for it to be 2, but then this also is not a +7. This should become a +5, because it would be this plus this if you're making it dex-based. You got to make sure that your attack modifier and your damage modifier are tied to the same stat. Generally speaking, that's just how designing monsters works. I like seeing pieces you've seen before. Like I said, I got nothing wrong with it. I just don't want people to feel bad if I speed through one that I've seen before, because I don't need to go through everything every single time. So that's all. What does the Ice Burst do? Less damage, and the target has -2 on all attack rolls until the start of the Mantid's next turn. Okay. I like that. I don't remember if I made a suggestion about this -2. I do feel like it would make sense for it to be a dice here, not a flat number, like a D4. I don't know if I said that before, but that is how I feel right now, and I apologize. That's the opposite of what I said before. Refreezing. The Ice Mantid melts and refreezes the ice it is made of, regaining 15 hit points, but losing 10 maximum. Okay, so this is, again, a feature that I really like. So it's either using its Ice Burst and refreeze, or 2 claw attacks and an Ice Burst. But then it also has this Harvest Ice, which is a totally separate action. The Ice Mantid gathers ice and snow from its surroundings, regaining 5 maximum hit points up to its initial maximum hit point count of 90. If the Mantid takes fire damage, this action cannot be done during the Mantid's next turn. I think that you need to... It's annoying, but I think you do need to clarify how much ice is needed to be swallowed. Like, it consumes all of the snow and ice in a 5-foot square. Something like that. I like the... Okay, so this is a monster that I think is a good example of design emulating purpose. What does this monster feel like to play? It's a decent damage dealer, but the main thing that's going on is it's constantly healing itself as it becomes more brittle until it basically reaches a point of no return. And if you can realize that fire damage turns that thing off, where it can't get those hit points back, it becomes sort of stuck at whatever spot it already is in. And I like that quite a bit. I think that is a fun mechanic to play around with. I also think the art came out really nicely. Harvest might not be used in combat, but it might. Like, imagine that this isn't the only monster, right? Imagine this is like one of 2 monsters or 3 monsters, or maybe there's 2 or 3 mantises. It seems like it would be a pain to run. It might be. It definitely would be something in terms of keeping track of the hit points versus maximum hit points, but I don't know if that is the hardest. I don't know if that's the worst. And in theory, your players should keep track of the debuffs they get, although I acknowledge that they often won't. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I say. That's what I say. Thank you very much, some dude Wilson. I don't know if some dude Wilson's. Data, I re-reviewed your piece that we fucked up and I didn't realize was different. You can thank Delport and Fract for pointing out to me that it was a redraft. Unfiltered chaos. Definitely not the end of the world, but it'd definitely be a fighting 1 or 2 thing and not something to do as a big group. Yeah. Well, it's a CR6 monster, right? How many big groups of CR6 monsters are you using regularly? This is more system neutral take on the Gunslinger by Matthew Mercer. System neutral? What am I about to look at here? We don't generally system neutral. Is this a whole class? Well, it's not system neutral then, friend. It's probably 5th edition. All right, so you guys know the drill. When I look at a whole class, I don't look at the whole class. I look at the level 1 and 2 features. So let's take a look at the level 1 and 2 features. It is a gunslinger. We're going to skip the flavor text, and we're going to assume it's a gunslinger. D8 hit points, con per mar. I think you mean max here. Okay, let's see what else we're working with. Light armor. Are you European or Canadian or some non-American English-speaking country? Look at that. You guys see that big old U right there? That's the U of a foreign land. Crossbows, light martial weapons, simple weapons, firearms, tinkering tools, dexterity and charisma, interesting saves. A handful of skills, 3. All right, let's see what we get at first level. At first level, you get marksmanship training. I would say probably marksman training or marksmanship. Marksmanship training is a little bit strange sounding. I appreciate all of you working together when I don't notice things, because I don't notice things a lot. Honestly, half the time that you guys notice things most of the time when I miss them at this point, including in these like fucking things that we're looking at over here. Okay. Your focus on ranged weaponry has made you, not have is plural, has made you deadly with specific weaponry. Don't use that phrase twice in a row. Your focus on ranged weaponry has made you deadly with a gun, deadly with a pistol, deadly from a distance, even to the detriment of other weapon types. That's a don't know what that means. We'll see. This should be capital. You gain a +1 bonus to damage rolls made with crossbows or firearms, but have a -1 penalty to attack rolls with weapons that are not simple, light, ranged, as well as your AC? Why? Drop all this. Drop everything here. And also, it should be higher than a +1. It should be +2. Also, it's not... Yeah, make it a +2. You get a +2 bonus to damage rolls with ranged weapons, and drop the other half. Let's look at second level. Fighting style. You get arcane shooter. You learn a wizard cantrip. Archery. You get +2 to ranged weapons. Blind fighting. Okay. Defensive. Interception. Are any of these that different? Painmaker. Our first level feature is already giving us a damage bonus. I don't think one of these should also be a damage bonus then, or if it is going to be a damage bonus, then our first level feature shouldn't be a damage bonus. 2-weapon fighting, versatile combatant. You can ignore the attack roll penalty from... Yeah, we don't need this. Just drop this. I question why so many of these features feel kind of disconnected from... disconnected from being a ranged fighter. When a visible target hits something within one of your normal weapon range, I guess this is kind of different. Okay, it's all right. It doesn't feel. It just sort of feels like a fighter, but better at range than a fighter right now. Let's look at what grit does. Your skill and determination allows you to manipulate your equipment and environment to pull off tricks and maneuvers. Fueled by the grit points. Is there grit points? Okay, so at second level you have 2 grit points. It's the, let's see, you have a total number of grit points equal to your marksman level. You have a total number of grit points equal to your half your marksman level plus your proficiency bonus. Wait, then why is there this list here? Unless you just did the math for that, which you might have. You regain all of them on a short or long rest. When you land a critical hit or slay a creature, or slay a creature who reduced you to less than half maximum hit points at range. It is really complicated. When you slay a creature that reduced you to less than half hit points using a ranged, simple, or light weapon, that's a lot to keep track of, and I would also argue that... Yeah, I don't know, man. I would drop that. I would drop that part. Where are the grit? Where's grit? Where's grit? Where's grit? What are we doing with our grit points? Did I miss grit? Did I skip it? You probably shouldn't put grit all the way at the end. You probably should put it before the subclasses. Because I'm looking for a thing that says grit and I don't see one. Did I miss it? Like, these look like grit things, right? This is trick shots. Okay, these are what we use for our grit for. Okay. All right, a lot of these require level 6. Let's look at one that doesn't require level 6. Dizzying shot. If you make a ranged weapon attack against a creature, you can expend, put an E here, not expand. Expend 2 grit points. If it hits, the target has to, write it out properly, friend. If the attack hits, the target is forced to make a wisdom saving throw against your grit save. Fix that letter there. Grit save DC, or have disadvantage on all attack rolls until the start of your next turn. Okay, so it's basically a ranged Battlemaster style fighter. I mean, it could definitely work. I'm going to suggest right now that you do a little bit of rearranging of how this thing is organized. Put the grit a lot closer here, and I almost want to suggest you call grit trick shots instead of grit, because I just spent like 2 minutes looking for something saying grit, but I didn't find it because it was called trick shot. And a really key component to building a longer piece, especially if it's a class, is that easy to use, simple navigation. You don't want somebody spending 5 minutes looking through something to find something. Yeah, and I would encourage you to change marksman into something a little bit... I don't know, man. I would just drop this second half and maybe make this a +2 instead of a +1. Yeah, and the other thing that I would say is when you're typing up a whole thing, especially if you're trying to write like a whole class, then I think that you should put it into a Word document before you put it into Homebrew. Pathfinder is greater than D&D. I disagree, Kimon. I think Pathfinder is better than D&D at a couple things, and D&D is significantly better than Pathfinder at least as many things. I would describe them as very different games, and having now played a little bit of Pathfinder and a little bit of D&D, I think that Pathfinder and D&D are both fun and fine, and a lot of the mechanics that Pathfinder has are overly complicated and annoying to play with. Some of them are great, some of them are not. In the same way that D&D sometimes has overly simplified mechanics that are annoying to play with. Yeah. Somebody said this feels a lot like the gunslinger fighter subclass. I think that's what they were going for. They kind of said it was based on the gunslinger. Yeah. Clean up a little bit. Try to make it a little bit more unique, and I think you'll find some peace and happiness in the world of guns. Do you have opinion on a low fantasy game module? You know, I haven't actually played that many non-D&D or Pathfinder systems. I played Mouse Ritter, and that was a lot of fun, but I have not played like the Middle Earth system or any of the slightly more low magic ones, so I don't really have an opinion. Please don't be upset with me. All right, next is Larry Lightfoot. For this time around, I'd like you to look at the fully custom rules I've made for height range, high ground, and low ground, as well as my changes to fall damage and flanking. Interesting. I made these rules mostly to benefit martials, as well as to make positioning oneself more tactical in a fight. Oh, you know, it's very rare that I'm sent straight up mechanics to look at, but that is pretty cool. I really like looking at mechanics. How many pages is this? It's a lot. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to start at the beginning. And then we're going to do the rule of thumb, which is that I read it until I don't want to read it anymore. Let's start with height range. For every 20... Oh, Larry's here. What's up, Larry? What's up, Mr. Lightfoot? Watching this from work, you are making my night better by just being something pleasant to listen to. Oh, Mateo! Mateo! That's so nice! That's so nice. That's so nice. Forehead cam! Thank you. Very kind words. For every 20 feet... Did I post it in the tab? I did. Larry Lightfoot is an A double plus name. It's a good name. High, low ground. You had my attention. Now you have my curiosity. I read it until I don't want to read it anymore is both a super lol and a good rubric. Yeah, right? I'm just being honest. You know, the best advice I've gotten from other people that do content creation is that, like, you should that's what you should do. You shouldn't, like, push yourself to be a crazy person. I push myself to be a crazy person by doing 6-hour streams because it's fun and I'm enjoying it. I should start doing more stream nights and not having them all be 6 hours, but whatever. Guys, it's not always about doing the right thing. Sometimes it's about doing the wrong thing and banging your head against the wall, not knowing why it's not working, and then turning into a giant sort of like existential zeppelin, staring off into the void, wondering why some fucking content thieves do better than you. Dude, guys, can I say something? Okay, we're gonna look at this in a second, Larry. I made drama for myself like a fucking idiot. I did something so stupid. I'm not going to name any names here because I genuinely don't want this to be a thing. But there is a not small creator who basically what they do, and they're kind of new. They have YouTube Shorts and they have a TikTok. And what they do, or at least they used to do, is they would copy other content creators' tweets or posts and then just repurpose them, re-narrate them, put their own background on it, and just turn it into their content. And it did well. And a content creator, and they're in the D&D space. I'll just say that much. I'm not going to say who they are. Realistically, you have seen shorts by them before. If you see a YouTube short or a TikTok where it is semi-AI generated and there's images and there's a voice and there's scrolling text, it's one of those guys. There's a handful of those guys. It's similar to like what Crit Crab used to do way back when they started. Crit Crab doesn't do that at all anymore. Crit Crab is incredibly engaging now and really thoughtful. And this is not me trash talking Crit Crab. Crit Crab, you're great. I like you a lot. In fact, we should hang out too. But they were doing this, and then one of my friends, they're not my friend, but they're an associate, somebody that I know in the content creator space, basically made a video about this person this content creator, saying like, hey man, don't steal my shit. And then 2 or 3 other content creators that are like people that I know all posted very similar TikToks being like, yo, this guy's stealing our shit. This is not a nice move. So then I posted a video also being like, hey man, you know what's a great way to make content? Stealing. I just made a very mean TikTok video towards him and I tagged him in it. And I know he saw it because he commented on it. And then, you know what he did? You know what he did? He deleted all those old videos, and he's trying to be different now. So now whenever he's quoting someone, he credits them. A lot of his content now is people sending him questions and answering them, or just reading comments that people specifically send him. Fuck yeah, I tagged him. Dude, if I'm going to call... I don't call people out behind their back. That's snakish. If I'm going to call someone out, I want them to feel bad. Listen, I'm a nice guy, sort of. But I also get wrathful, and it's not nice or good. If I want somebody to... It's exactly the same as when somebody leaves a shitty comment on one of my YouTube shorts and I turn it into a video, and I don't really say anything mean about the person, but I keep the shitty comment as the background, so all of the people that are watching it can kind of see that I'm sort of pointing at this person as a shithead. It's like, that's not nice. I know that's not nice. I know that's not nice to do. But I like it because I'm a little bit, vengeful. Anyway, he changed. He did all this stuff. He listened to the content creator. So I deleted my post about it. Because I was like, okay, man, you fucking changed. But you know what I didn't do? I never had a real conversation with him. I didn't talk to him quietly behind the scenes. I didn't follow up with him afterwards. So the only relationship I have with this content creator now is that he knows that I made a video basically calling him a shithead. And that's it. He doesn't know that I deleted it. He doesn't know any of that stuff. So I feel weird because I see his stuff. And I like a lot of his stuff. But our only relationship is him knowing that I called him out once. So that's what okay, anyway, there's the drama that I was almost in. Let's take a look at fall damage. Height range. For every 20 feet above an enemy you are, to a maximum of 100 feet, the range of your ranged weapon attacks increases. The short range increases by 10 feet, and the long range increases by 30 feet. Example, human archer with a longbow can normally fire 150, 600, but placed on a battlement that is 80 feet tall, they can fire at a range of 90 feet, 720. I think there's an easier way to write this. I think you need to switch the phrasing of it around a little bit. Let's think about this. When a creature makes a ranged weapon attack against another creature, when a creature wins, let me say that. When a creature makes a ranged weapon attack and their target is 20 feet below them or more, the range of that attack increases by 10 feet for every 20 feet to a maximum of 100 feet or a maximum range of plus whatever that is, plus 50. That's how I would reword that. Mechanically, I think that's fine, though. It's just a little bit chompy in the split Cs. This seems like it kind of dependent on having a third battle map. I might be wrong. So here's what I'm going to say. This person, this is Larry, I think. Larry, did you send this piece? Yeah. So Larry made it very clear what the goal of this was, which is like, let's get more tactical. So I don't think I'm not going to give any feedback about how you organize a battle map. These are secondary, like if you don't want to run a more complicated combat, you're not going to use this. So I don't think we need to care about that. Does that make sense? Like this doesn't need to be balanced. We're looking for balance, but it can require more work to make work because you're not going to do that unless you want to make it work. Do you know what I mean? You got to address short and long ranges. They did address short and long ranges. Unless I missed something here. Okay, high ground. If you are above an enemy, but standing on solid ground, be it a magical wall of force, a cliff edge, your critical range is increased by 1 step. Does this stacks on top of height range? Both of these require you to be above. By one step is a weird phrase, but I understand what your goal is here, and the example is what's needed. Oh, I know they did. I was referring to your correction. Okay, cool. Yes. A height number on your token works just fine. Oh, that's a very good idea, Steely. That's a very good idea. Welcome back, James Fryer. J Blaze, it's over, Anakin. Yeah, this is the high ground. I don't know how I feel about the critical hit increasing. I'll tell you why. I think that this makes a lot of sense for most traditional creatures like that have a head on top of their body. But there's a lot of monsters in D&D that either don't have a head or aren't built in the traditional way. And I don't necessarily think this logic would apply to all creatures where you are going to get more likely to do more damage if you're shooting down at them. I get the more range because it's like you're working with gravity, but I do wonder if this makes... I almost want this to be treated like Vorpal Sword, where it's like if the thing doesn't have a head, it doesn't function the same way. If you're a ranged champion fighter, then this kind of erases your third level feature. It does not, because it very specifically says that it increases your critical range by one step, meaning that if your critical range is already 19 to 20, then it becomes 18 to 20 in this circumstance. Let's look at low ground. While you are below an enemy who is further from you vertically than they are horizontally, I know what you mean here. This is not the way to write this. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws to be moved or knocked prone. I would say against being moved or knocked prone. And you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks to hide when you take cover. Oh man, I don't know the right way to write this, but I don't like this wording. I also think that there's a certain element of range here where that becomes negligible. Wouldn't high ground make it harder to fight smaller or tiny creatures? I think it really depends. I don't understand the wording. What they mean by... Yeah, you not understanding the wording is why it needs to be changed. What they basically mean is that if the distance between you and the monster is higher, if you take the difference between you and the monster this way, and you and the monster this way, and this way is higher, you get these features. I don't know if that's the move here. I think you kind of got to treat it like high ground. I think you just make it if you are 20 feet below a creature or more. I don't... Because you didn't do this weird equation for a high ground. Why are you doing it for low ground? I don't know. Okay, let's look at fall damage. And then I think we're going to move on. Fall damage, tiny... Small, medium. Oh, this is interesting. Large, huge, gargantuan. I like the damage sizes. I like this a lot. Oh, this is very fun. Also, low ground doesn't help with stealth. That's not a bad call either. Depends on the stealth. I think it depends on the stealth. I like the fall damage for creature sizes. Change nothing. It's perfect. Okay, I think we're going to move on from here. I don't really want to get into flanking, but I think the high ground, low ground, there is some solid potential here. I think the mechanics that you're working with in terms of the advantage on strength stuff and not being knocked prone, as well as the using gravity to your advantage, both make a lot of sense and work really well. And I think if your goal is to create more tactical options for shooty guys, I think that works nicely. I like it. I like it. And that is all we're going to look at for that. Thank you very much. Was that Larry's that we just looked at? Yes, it was. All right. Yeah, the fall damage change... The fall damage change is fucking awesome on that one. That's perfect. Next is Raven. L-shaped, low ground, better stealth, zero-shaped wouldn't. I don't know how shapes work. While this isn't my first homebrew, it is the first homebrew I have shared outside of my game. Well, thank you very much for being willing and eager, brave to put yourself on the chopping block. I appreciate it. One of the players at my table, as well as myself, love the From Software game Bloodborne. My goal when making this item was to create something that invokes the form-swapping fantasy of trick weapons. Cool. Sadly, my favorite weapon couldn't be created unless I include homebrew scythe stats. But I'll save that for another time. I would love to know what you think. Okay, let's take a look. I love transformative weapons, so I'm excited to take a look at this. Hunter's Trick Weapon. It's a +1. You don't need to say the +1 up here. You want to put it in the things. There's a lot going on here. So the first thing that I'm going to strongly suggest you do in the future is organize your item like an item. So what you mean is you put the title up here. Don't put the +1 up here. Put the +1 in the feature somewhere. Rare requires attunement. I guess martial weapon works, but I put things in italics and stuff. Just get it formatted a little bit up there. It'll be easier to read. The secret behind trick weapons has been closely guarded for generations. Few have even seen these mercurial weapons outside of the rare reference books. Having the ability to be swapped from one to another, these weapons, having the ability is a very passive phrase. I would probably just drop this whole part and just say these weapons can be terrifying. These weapons can be terrifying in the hands of inexperienced wielders. This was on the Discord? Cool. Each form flowing into the other seamlessly. This is not how a sentence starts, nor how a sentence... Wow, and the sentence just keeps going. This is not a full sentence, and yet it's so long. Each form flowing into the other seamlessly. For instance, okay, here's what you do. Each form flows into the other seamlessly, period. For instance, the whip portion of the whip greatsword combination could appear as a bladed segment. All right, so this is all just flavor text. We're going to skip it. Skip it! It's confusing me! At the DM's discretion, this item may be scaled up. Oh my goodness. Guys, do you know what this is? Do you know what the fuck this is right here? First person to say what this is in the chat wins a prize. First person. Databank is correct. This is a good May. I talk a lot about ways that you should not use May. Behold, a correct usage of the word May. The lords of light shine down upon us. Winter will end soon, and soon a great long summer of prosperity. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Love to see it. All right. I think that this, again, a lot of what you've written here, like all this stuff, kind of can be separate. Like, I would probably put the +1, +2, +3, rare, legendary, whatever. The way that you do that is you would say martial weapon, and then you would say, for the rarity, you would say rarity varies. And then you put +1, +2, or +3. That way you're not bogging up the whole thing. Item comes with 2 forms that can be swapped between. See the full list for available forms. The 2 forms the weapon can take may never be swapped for a different one. What? The 2 forms the weapon can take may never... A wrong form of the use. Look, wrong form of the word may. Can never be swapped for a different one from the list. Okay, so you basically pick 2, and they're stuck as those 2. Outside of combat, or when a character rolls for initiative, it requires no action to switch this item between its forms, gaining... What? Outside of combat, or when a character rolls for initiative... Okay. Fix your sentence. Start with the character. Start with you. Who is the one that's doing all of this stuff? It's you. While you are out of combat, or when you roll initiative, you can swap weapon forms at no action, requiring no action, period. That being said, I'm going to argue that I think it should probably require a little bit of action. During combat, a character can spend a bonus action. So, yeah, just make it a bonus action all the time. I don't understand. Like, I would say this. I would actually say this. When you roll initiative or as a bonus action is how I would do it. Because bonus actions you could just do forever outside of combat. Gaining one of the following benefits based on the new form it was swapped into. Each effect lasts until it is used and is lost if the weapon is swapped form against. Okay, so you switch into the Great Axe. The next attack with it deals an extra d6 damage. You switch into the Longsword and Shield. The next attack made against you has disadvantage. You switch into the oversized Longbow. The next attack with this weapon has a +2 to hit. I'm going to strongly suggest against doing pluses to attack and damage rolls if we're already getting plus attack and damage rolls from the base item. Switch into the Scimitars. As part of the switch action, between switches, you can make an additional attack with the offhand weapon. As part of the switch into forms, you can attempt to grapple the opponent. Okay, so basically, yeah, when you switch into these items, you can use one of these features. This definitely needs to require some action economy. I would, yeah, just have it do the requirement all the time. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I don't love the Scimitar. I think that the oversized longbow and the Scimitar could probably be something different. Like, what if the first attack you make on your turn with the oversized longbow, the attack like goes through one target into another or something like that? I don't think the Scimitar's short sword should just do what Scimitars and short swords already do. I feel like you should get something kind of more fun and interesting. The whip being able to grapple, I think, is legit and nice. That you also need to talk about like how long the grapple lasts, how do they break the grapple, etc. The next attack made with this weapon can target one additional creature adjacent to the first. I would not have it just be a full extra weapon attack. That's oops. Ignore. That's so much stronger than the Great Axe. So much stronger. I would probably try to come up with something new here, or have it deal equal damage. You can deal extra damage, like 1d6 damage to a creature next to the first target. But getting two separate attacks is really strong. Like gain this, but lose this. Okay, I think the switch should be a tactical change, not a temp buff. I don't disagree, but that does radically change the item. I mean, what if all of these features were just always? Like, what if the Great Axe always dealt an extra d6 damage? What if the long sword and shield always, once per turn when you hit a cat creature, it made it have disadvantage? You could make all of these things happen every round, and it could still largely work. You know, the whip just allows you to straight up grapple. Man, sometimes I just want to stop and just make a lot of random noises. When I was streaming just on Twitch before, I used to do like dance parties sometimes, but I can't do that on YouTube because my stream will get cut off because it's copyright stuff. Who's just said hello? Somebody in a font that's hard for me to read. Hello. I can't. You're permafrost. Hi, permafrost. The coloring of your I'm colorblind, so it's hard to read some things. Okay, let's look at them all. The next attack made with this weapon can knock a creature prone. Cool. Yeah, man. I agree, Steely. I feel like it would make more sense for these to be can I make a suggestion? Here's what you do. You make each weapon type have its feature that's just passively on, and it can be used once per round or turn or whatever. And then, if you want to lean into this, you have this be an expanding magic item. I make expanding magic items a lot. Hey, if you want 20 plus expanding magic items, check out my Patreon. There's a shit ton of magic items that I made, all of which go through 3 stages of growth, sort of like the vestiges of divergence. Okay, but here's what I think you do with this one. You start with each item having its each distinct passive feature, and then it expands and grows, and when it grows, then you get to add these secondary transitional features. So it feels like it's gets stronger with you. That's what I would do. Very fun item, honestly. I think the most work that you have to do is formatting and sentence structure, which is maybe annoying because that's like the least fun part. But making a thing clear and easy to navigate is like as important as it being evocative or fun, which is stupid, and it's not fun to tell you that, but it's true. People will not read your work unless it is fun to read and easy to read. But yeah, man, I think overall, I think it's a very interesting idea. Very interesting idea. Thank you very much for sharing, Raven. That's so Raven. Those also show up in fizz bands? Yeah. Dizreal. What's up, Dizzy? What's up, Dizzy? Oh, wait, Larry, are you still here? Larry Lightfoot, if you're still here, say something. I haven't seen you in the chat for a while. I wanted to say something to you specifically. If you're not still here, I apologize. There was something I wanted to tell you that I forgot. I don't know. Buttbot's in a mood tonight, guys. Wait, did you leave a comment, Dizreal? You did. Let me read it. First submitted homebrew. This is the shaman class, which is an attempt to bring an elementally focused class into the game, as well as having spiritual connections. I wanted to fill an elemental spiritualist niche that I don't feel is properly covered anywhere else in the game. Cool. I like that. One of the things that I really like about that is it's good to have a goal that you are working towards and to know what that goal is. To be able to state it, it can help you really focus your writing. Okay, inspiration-wise, they're based off the WoW shamans, gonna be honest. Never played World of Warcraft. I know that I played Warcraft 3, though, so I know the shamans are like big cow people. Mechanically, they're like artificers that get the equivalent of warlock invocations instead of magic item stuff. Cool. I primarily want feedback on the flavor text. Oh, interesting. Balancing writing of the first and second level features. Perfect. That is what I will look at. And whether you think the class has too many features for a half caster. Shaman was your favorite class? I can speak to it in no directions because I literally have never done it or seen it. Okay, there it is in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. All right, let's just do a quick skim here. Totem fighting. Let's look at what the first level features are. Totem fighting, spellcasting, elemental mastery, essence. Okay. We're going to start by looking at the flavor text here. Moo indeed. Moo indeed. A furbolg crouched low, shaking their wooden staff laden with all manner of homemade jewelry, bone decorations, and trophies. This is too long a sentence. I would also break it up. The furbolg crouched low, period. Their wooden staff, yeah, this is just too long. A furbolg crouched low, period. Their staff laden in all manner of jewelry, bone, and trophies, rattling in the dark, something like that. Rattling it as their dark magic grows in power and eyes turn black, evoking the strength of the spirits past ages. Yeah, this feels like the second half of a sentence, and it's too long. Wait, I just tabbed back in. This is yours. Welcome, Dizzy. Indeed, Shep Druid is the closest we have to a Warcraft shaman. I guess they have totems, too. That's a good point. Yeah, these sentences are too long and feel sort of incomplete. Break this stuff up a little bit. You're too many descriptors without enough action. I feel like this could all sort of be turned into one short sentence. A furbolg crouched low, rattling their wooden staff, rattling their wooden staff. It's many pieces of jewelry, bone, and decoration, something in the darkness, period. Do something like that. It's too long. Totems surround him. All 4 elements descending down towards a dwarf, swirling together around them. What is happening? Weren't we talking about a furbolg? Okay, if you're going to be doing a thing where you're switching quickly between a bunch of separate scenes to sort of build the flavor text, you need to start by naming the thing. If you're now talking about a dwarf, you need to call this a dwarf right now. Totems surround the dwarf. What are we talking about now? We're talking about an orc. A storm brews above an orc. Because as soon as you say them, we assume you're talking about the last thing you were talking about. In this case, it's the dwarf. In this case, it's the furbolg. I was copying what the cleric does. I guarantee you the cleric doesn't start talking about a new creature by calling it them. I guarantee you it clarifies what it is first. They do? Well, then that's poorly written, and you don't need to copy it because it's confusing. They do switch very randomly. Yeah, then let me apologize by assuming that they would be doing good writing. Let me be a teacher right now, and I'm truly only focusing hard on this flavor text because Dizrael specifically said they want advice from the flavor text. So let's just talk some basic writing for a second. Whenever you introduce a new idea, whether that's for your homebrew or for an essay that you're writing, when you introduce a new character, name that character before you call them he, she, they, it. Because if you use he, she, they, it, what is assumed in traditional writing, and quite a lot of non-traditional writing, is that the thing you're talking about is the last thing that you clarified. And it will confuse people. So I apologize for making the assumption that Wizards of the Coast did the right thing, but I'm telling you that you can be better than them. A storm brewing above them, an orc leaping up into the air, lightning striking both their hammers before descending the weapons down on their foes, crashing the wrath of Maelstrom, who any dare disturb the spirits. Yeah, man. Why are your sentences so long? Why are your sentences so long, and why are they using ing? Why is everything an ing verb? Here's my suggestion. This is going to make your writing much clearer. Much clearer. If you are talking about a specific thing, like a story, don't write in the passive tense. Don't write in ing words. Write in the past tense or the present tense. Actually, I would say don't write in the present tense. Or if you find yourself writing the present tense too much, switch that shit up a little bit. I would try writing in the past tense, though. Or if you are going to write in the present tense, you need to seriously, seriously shorten your sentences. Because it doesn't matter what you're saying. I'll tell you where my head is going. Leaping. Okay. Lightning. Striking. Descending. Oh, there's more. Crashing. There's just like a lot, and I'm losing it. Shamans are spiritualist outcasts, typically living away from society due to the fear that their strange magic evokes. Pulling energy again, here's an example. You say pulling energy directly from elemental planes. I would argue you should say they pull energy from the elemental planes. I think that sounds better. And relying on the guidance they get from listening to spirits of the lands. Yeah, this is not even a complete sentence. Pulling energy directly from the elemental planes to perform incredible feats of magic and relying on guidance they get from listening to the spirits of the land. What? Pulling on this and taking from this, they do this. You need the they do this at the end, or that's not a complete sentence. Shamans are unpredictable, their reasonings vague, and their magic easily used for good or evil. Okay, so I think you've got a lot of evocative imagery in this flavor text, but you are shooting yourself in the foot with your sentence structure because you are leaning too much into the evocative imagery and you're losing sentence structure. You're losing full sentences. You always need to be writing in full sentences. Clarity in full sentences matter more than anything else. I'm going to read one more flavor text paragraph, and then we're going to jump ahead to the features. Shamans attune themselves to the 4 elements: air, water, earth, and fire. Like, that is this perfect sentence. Easy peasy. Their magic pulls upon the energy and strength of the elemental planes. Their ability to control... When you are not trying to do flavory text, when you just say the thing that you want to say, you write incredibly clearly. You know what I'm wondering, Diz? This is something that a lot of people do. I'm wondering if you are overcompensating with your flavor text and you want to make sure it sounds good. You want to make sure it sounds like a story being told. You don't want it to feel like a textbook. You want it to feel like a tale spun upon the wind and cast down through the ages, right? So you can do that, and you should aspire for that. But try to keep that same concise focus that you have when you are just sort of breaking down what it is. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. You could just change some of the verbs around. So, like, for example, let's just look at this sentence for a second. Shamans attune themselves to the 4 elements: air, water, earth, and fire. What are some words we could use separately from here? Let's look at attune. Now, attune does work, right? But what if we change it so it's a little bit more evocative? What if it's shamans speak the language of the 4 elements? Shamans can hear the whispering of the 4 elements. Shamans embrace might even be a good word. Like, take your clear sentences and figure out where you can fit the evocative in. And what you are going to find yourself with are some very clear and evocative sentences. And that's the strategy that I would use for this. Their magic pulls upon the energy and strength of the elemental planes. Their ability to control the elements is unmatched. And the feats they can perform by utilizing the elements incites terror in all but the bravest of creatures. I don't think you need a lot of this sentence. Their ability to control the elements unmatched, and their feats incite terror in all but the bravest creatures, etc. Rather than requiring study, talent, or a deal, they should have some talent. Cut that out. Because they still got, is it not talent to be able to speak the language of the trees? Rather than requiring study, talent, or a deal with a divine being or patron, this is a lot of, you could probably cut a couple examples out here. Rather than requiring study, divinity, or a patron, something like that. Shamanism works, don't say works like a symbolic relationship. Say shamanism is a symbolic relationship. Shamans channel the elements to their own ends, but in return must protect the natural balance of the elements. Okay, solid. Your writing is like getting better the deeper I go. And I think it's because you're not trying to write a story, you're just trying to explain. Shamans also can channel the elements through totems, providing powerful benefits for themselves and their allies. I think you can drop the channel the elements, and you can say, shamans also can access totem magic, providing powerful benefits for themselves and their allies and devastating their enemies with attacks and harmful effects. The only reason why I say that is because you say like the phrase elements and channel the elements, talk about the elements like a lot. And it starts to become repetitive in our brains when we're reading it too much. All right, we're going to skip Soothsayer and we're going to look at some of the features. So you're a half-caster. So we get, is this a normal half-caster spell list? This looks bigger than a half-caster spell list. Am I missing something here? Do all half-casters get spells at level 2? I don't think so. Do they? Let's look at the Artificer. You said you based it off the Artificer. Oh, they do. Interesting. Interesting, because I don't think all half-casters get those. Right? Rangers don't get spells at level 1. Yeah. Interesting. Artificers are a little different in that way. Did not know that. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's artificer spell scaling. That's interesting. I just didn't know that that was so different. The thing is, guys, I don't actually know everything. I got to look stuff up. And I would say that a lot of the time, as mentioned earlier on stream, if I claim something with a lot of confidence, I'm just wrong. Okay. Okay, so it's a 8 hit die, simple weapons, light armor, wisdom and intelligence. Interesting. I think you could throw a physical. I think you could pull out one of these for a physical. I don't think you have to, but I think you could. Choose 3 from these skills. So I will point out that you are giving us a lot of strong qualities immediately. Of the half-caster spell lists, you gave us the most powerful of them, the artificer one. You're also giving us the same amount of skill options as an artificer. And what I'm going to say is artificers are not that strong. Their features are okay. But their core class features are actually not that strong. Where artificer strength comes from is these little details, like the extra proficiency bonuses and stuff like that. So you're going to have to keep your class kind of, at least the base class, not too hectic. Okay, at first level, we get totemic fighting. At first level, you have learned how to imbue magic into mundane objects known as totems. Totems are typically wood-carved statues, but can also be made of stone or otherwise be large trinkets or other items of spiritual importance. I would drop the or otherwise. I would just clean this up a little bit. Totems can be made of stone, wood, or other large, trinkets or items of spiritual importance. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 spell slot to summon a totem at a point you can see within the totem's summoning range. Totem lasts for 1 minute and is a small creature. Oh, it's a creature. It has an AC of 10 plus the spell level used to summon it. Plus your proficiency bonus. That's too high. I don't think it should have your proficiency bonus. Make it the AC plus the spell level used to summon it. Or plus your proficiency bonus. I don't think you should do both. And has a hit points equal to your shaman level times 5. Your shaman level plus 5 times the spell level used to summon it, plus your wisdom modifier. Okay. Totems are static constructs. Why is it a creature stat block is my immediate question. Totems are static constructs that cannot move or take actions, automatically fail saving throws, are immune to poison, psychic damage, as well as all conditions, and other creatures can move through a totem space. You can unsummon a totem. And why is this a creature? You don't need to answer me right now, but what I want to point out to you is I don't think this should be a creature. I'm going to strongly suggest that you treat this more like an Echo Knight or like a Shepherd Totem, where it is in a fixed place. You can still give it an AC and hit points, but as of the moment, I genuinely don't understand why it should be a creature. There's nothing indicating to me that it makes sense that it should be a creature. Okay, summoned totems count as casting a spell for the purposes of counterspell, and they can be dispelled using dispel magic. However, you can summon a totem as a bonus action and still cast a spell as an action on your turn. Okay, cool. I don't think you need to say however. I think you just say that. You can only have a number of totems summoned. You can only have a number of totems summoned at one time equal to the totems column on the shaman table. You cannot summon multiple totems of the same type. If a totem is alive, you can use a bonus action to move it to another point you can see within the totem's summoning range. Okay, so it's just 1 for the time being. Okay. You can learn the following totems at level 1. Okay, so let's see what these things are. Protection from Earth Totem. This totem is resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Any creature of your choice within 30 feet of the protection totem gains +1 to their armor class. Okay. Let's look at the lightning totem. Summoning range 30 feet. This totem is immune to lightning damage. While within 30 feet of the lightning rod totem, when you deal damage with a spell, including cantrips, you can choose to deal an additional 1d4 lightning damage. This bonus increases as you gain levels in the shaman class. I almost want to say I don't think it should. I don't think it should necessarily increase with your cantrips. That feels like a little bit too much because your cantrips already naturally increase. This bonus increases when you gain levels in it. Okay. Yeah, I disagree with the damage increase. Fury of Fire. 30-foot range again. While within 30 feet of the totem, when you hit it with a melee attack, you can just deal additional 1d4 fire damage. Is there no difference here other than damage type? I don't know, man. I feel like they shouldn't do the exact same thing. Or they should all do the exact same thing. Ocean's Respite, 60 feet. It's immune to cold damage. When an ally you can see within 30 feet of Ocean's Respite takes damage, you can use a reaction to heal that ally for a number of hit points equal to your wisdom modifier, plus half your shaman level, rounded up, minimum 1. This healing occurs after the damage is inflicted and cannot exceed the damage taken. This feels a little strong for a thing that exists for a minute and only requires a first level spell slot. It's essentially potentially 10 heals. That's a lot. Fire is much more resisted, so you can give larger damage die faster. I disagree with the damage scaling if these are triggered by spells and cantrips. Oh, I see. Fire is triggered with a melee attack. This is triggered with a spell attack. Okay, I got you. That is different. I got you. Oh, it's not doubling the dice. It's just becoming a higher dice. I'm sorry. I misread that. I think it's okay if just the dice is getting bigger. I'm sorry. Ignore everything. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. How many? So you can just... How many of these do you get? You get a number of them equal to your... It's just your spell slots? So it's just an alternative use of spell slots? 30 feet is way too long a range. It should be 10 feet. 30 feet covers so much of the area that you will rarely not be in it. That's a pretty good point. It is. All of these are pretty long ranges for areas in terms of being like an aura or a totem. Like a paladin's aura doesn't get to be 30 feet until 18th level. Circle of Shepherd auras are pretty big, but those are also much more limited in use than these features. And you can't have that many totems out at a time. You can only have one shepherd totem out at a time. All right, you get some spell casting. All right, let's look at one more feature. By second level, your ability to draw energy from the planes has improved enough that you can improvise spells to use different elements. When you cast a shaman spell or cantrip that deals fire, cold, or lightning damage, lightning, thunder, or acid damage, you can change the damage type. Okay, so it's basically you can switch damage types of spells. I think that's fine for elemental stuff. I like that. I think... Oh, Jesus. Craig, you scared the shit out of me. So, I think that there is a little bit too much going on immediately for this subclass. For example, let us just look at the Artificer for a second. Let's just take a peek at the Artificer. Also, thank you for the follow, Craig. So, Artificer gets Magical Tinkering at first level and some cantrips. What does Magical Tinkering do? A bunch of pretty casual stuff. Nothing that crazy at all. As opposed to this level 1 feature, you are getting extra damage or a shit ton of healing or a shit ton of extra AC. So from that alone, just that comparison, I think you probably can get a slightly better sense of where some balancing might need to occur. Should I swap Elemental Mastery with the totems? I don't know. Maybe. To be fair, the level 2 Artificer has a huge amount of stuff going on. Do they? They get infused item. How many items do you infuse immediately? Oh, somebody got raided by somebody. Thank you for the raid, Noble Crumpet. Yeah, this actually makes sense. I would move the totems to second level to fit them with the infusions. That's what I would do if I were you. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, infused item is 2 free magic items. Yeah, that feels more on par with totemic fighting, for sure. For sure. I would switch those around a little bit. Do you do all of your work online, or do you still use pen and paper when trying to come up with ideas now? I do everything on my computer, unless I'm drawing, or it depends on where I'm up to. I have notebooks that I write ideas in sometimes if I'm like taking a walk or traveling, but usually I write on the computer. Yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, switch those two. Switch those two. All right, I think we're gonna stop here. I looked at like a handful. I looked at like 4 or 5 pages. But it's a very interesting subclass so far, and what I will say is it does feel unique, which is good. That's what you want when you're building a class from scratch. It does feel interesting and unique, and I think it looks like it would be fun. All right, boop. I encourage you to keep working on it. Oh, King Rogan. Hey. How's it going? Did we have more submissions last week? We had similar amounts. I ended up with we had like 80, we had like 10 less submissions this week, I think, than last week. But about the same, similar numbers. If we send the class multiple times, will you read the other features? Maybe. I think that if you send it multiple times, you need to, in this little intro message, you need to tell me specifically what feature you want me to look at and that I had already looked at it. You need to remind me that, or we're going to find ourselves forgetting. So if you send me the same class again and you don't let me know, I will probably not remember, or I will start remembering halfway through it, and then I will have spent half the time not being helpful. Okay, let's take a look. Hey, Cinder. This is my first piece of homebrew, and I'm excited about it. I'm glad you're excited. It's the first in a series of magic items for my homebrew world I'm making for my friends and family. Nice. I do plan to publish this world and the items eventually, but for now, it's all just for my games. The items are inspired by the vestiges, and I call them the arsenal. Ooh, I like expanding items. Excuse me. All right, let's take a look over here. What are people asking me questions? How many are new versus rollovers? I don't know. I don't take any. If we don't get to a piece this week, I don't keep track of that. We start fresh every week. So I'm assuming some are rollovers, but I genuinely don't know. Just 3 rollovers, I believe. Oh, he's Troy. Friggin' Troy's keeping track. The Archfiend. Okay. Arsenal of Death. Weapon of Absolution. Requires attunement by a monk. Artifact. Took you 5 weeks to get read? Yeah, that happens. But we got to you, Data. Data, to be fair, I've read your piece. That piece that you sent me, I've read it a couple times. So maybe it took... I don't think it's been 5 weeks between reads. I feel like I've read that more recently. Because I don't think I've done this type of streaming thing 5 weeks in a row yet. But maybe I'm misremembering. I don't fucking know. This weapon counts as a monk weapon for you. One of the many ancient artifacts of the arsenals, this curious item was bestowed upon the world as means of keeping balance. Death comes for all sooner or later, or sooner for some than others, but never with any bias. Death is infinite, death is final, except the Reaper who carries this weapon. Okay, it's... I'm going to be honest, this flavor text has a little bit of... I think you could be more clear. I think you'd be more precise. There's some vagary happening that I think you should avoid. I would probably start the sentence... I would just probably have it just be this. I would probably cut all this stuff out. Attunement to this weapon increases your dexterity and wisdom by 2, and while attuned, that score can increase to a maximum of 24. Why 24? Why not 22? The full power of this weapon unlocks as you grow stronger at your DM's discretion. Any ability that this weapon, from this weapon that requires a saving throw uses your key save. Okay, so one thing that I want to point out, I'm a big fan of. We're on 7. Okay, thank you. I don't keep track. You keep track. I'm a big fan of expanding weapons. This should not be the base level feature, because in my experience, the whole point of expanding weapons is that you can give someone an item fairly early on, and they can get some of the coolness of it, and it can grow with them. This is a little too strong, I think, for the early on. Like, I would not give this to a level 5 character. I would probably not give this to a level 10 character. And if I'm waiting till level 10 before I give someone this item, I feel like that's too wait. I don't want to wait that long. Like, even just looking at, I can see that the dormant is a +1. A +1 weapon does not jive with something that increases your max dex and wisdom to 24. This is legendary. This is uncommon rare. You know what I mean? Like, the two are disjointed. So I would not have this in here. Put it somewhere else. Dormant. The arsenal of death in its dormant state is a sickle. You have a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. Damage done with this weapon is equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die, and deals necrotic damage to a creature rather than the weapon's typical type. Please, 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 for the love of God, if you're going to have multiple features, bullet points. Oh, look, this could be a bullet point. Oh, look, this could be a bullet point. Oh, look, this could probably be a bullet point. This would be so much more pleasant for me to read. So much more pleasant for me to read if it was bullet points. Don't forget what we talked about earlier. If something is pleasant to read, people will read it. If I look and I see, like, that's a lot of fucking paragraphs, I'm tired. I haven't even read it and I'm tired. If I see a little intro and 3 bullet points, a little intro and 3 bullet points, a little intro and 3 bullet points, I'm like, ooh, I want to know what's on those bullet points. I want to read this item. I'm going to read it with a little bit of enthusiasm. But because you have these 3 fucking blocky paragraphs where each one has at least 5 things I need to keep track of, guaranteed, they just feel like work. Okay, the Arsenal of Death can be thrown at a range of 20-60, and if thrown, the weapon can be called back to your hand in a flash of darkness, no action required. When you hit a creature with a melee attack with this weapon, you can spend 2 key points to force that creature to roll a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you for 1 minute. The frightened target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. Once they succeed, they are immune to the effect for the next 24 hours. Okay, yeah, man, fucking bullet points here. It's killing me. It's hard to keep track of what this does. Okay, so at first level, it's a +1 weapon. It deals double damage. It deals necrotic damage. And you can use 2 key points to frighten a target. It's pretty strong for a basic level. I probably would not have it do all of those things. I would drop. I would suggest, honestly, either dropping the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls or dropping the double martial arts die damage. One of the two. As your power grows, so does the Arsenal of Death, keeping the power from the previous state. So, if you said you designed these based off the vestiges of divergence, did you look at the vestiges of divergence? Can I just show you something? Because it seems like you didn't. And if you're going to base something off of something else, you should at least take a peek at it. So let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Where are the fucking vestiges of divergence? Okay, boom. Look at how these things are structured. Dormant feature. There you go. Awakened. Oh, multiple things. Bullet points. But bullet points. And now look at how it's written. When it reaches this level, it gains these properties. When it reaches this level, it gains these properties. When it reaches this level, it gains these properties. When it reaches this level, it gains these properties. Copy that language, dude. Copy that language. As your power grows, so does the arsenal, keeping the power from the previous state. Like, that is so choppy. You can make it so much better by just copying. Okay, the sickle transforms into a chakram. I don't know what a chakram is. And now deals damage equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. Now might be a place where you could have the damage grow. What else happens? Anything else different? It doubles in range. When you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can spend 4 key points. If you do, you can force the creature to make a con save. On a failure, the creature bleeds, taking 3d6 necrotic damage. Excuse me. They also take an extra 2d6 damage for every 5 feet of movement they take before using an action to stop the bleeding. That's really strong. They do not regain hit points for the next minute. That's real. This is really strong. Okay, so these features, I understand you wanting them to be based off of key points, but they're too strong for key points. This could work for a once a day feature, and it could still require key points if you want, but it's too strong for 4 key points. Straight up. Yeah, too strong. Too strong for 4 key points. Illustrious. In this illustrious state, the Arsenal of Death transforms into its ultimate form, known as the Death Scythe. Rather than throw Death Scythe, you instead throw Death Scythe. That's weird. Rather than throwing the Death Scythe, I think, you instead create a spectral scythe in which you can make a ranged attack. The weapon gains the two-handed and reach properties. You're not really making a ranged attack if it's two-handed. Oh, I guess I see what's happening here. It's both. The range at which can be thrown increases to 5,200. Okay, so clean up your language here. If you want this thing to be a thing where you swing it and it like launches a spectral scythe, then write it like that. Drop the thrown property entirely and just give it an alternative attack that is a ranged attack. Treat it like the sun monk's searing strike. Okay, the damage for this weapon is now 4 rolls of your martial arts die. Again, I disagree with this scaling system for the damage. You know, a +3 bonus. Okay, I'll get all the other shit I said. Do that here. When you hit a creature with a melee attack made from this weapon, you can spend 7 key points. If you do, you can force a creature to make a con save. On a failure, the hit point maximum is reduced by half. And they take damage equal to 60. No, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is too strong. That means that if they're at full hit points, it just reduces their hit points by half, period. It should just be reduced by the amount of damage they take. Creature must complete a long rest to restore their hit point maximum. If the creature dies before they take a long rest, nothing short of true resurrection or a wish spell can restore them to life. On a success, they have disadvantage on Constitution saving throws for the next minute. I don't understand why they have disadvantage on con saving throws for the next minute. Doesn't feel like it fits. I think this is mostly fine as an item. I think it's way too strong in its current state. I think that in its current state, I would argue that it is stronger than quite a few artifacts. And I would strongly encourage you to look to the design of the Vestiges of Divergence if you are, in fact, trying to build an item like the Vestiges of Divergence. And the vast majority of them have severe limitations on the frequency that their powerful things can be done. And their damages don't increase so shockingly. Or if they do, they come with a big detriment. Like they're more of one of the cursed items. Yeah, and completely drop this hit points reduced by half thing. That's just too much. I think all of these extra bonus features should be once a day. I think that should be once a day. I think this should be once a day. I think this should be once a day. That's my feedback. I like the flavor of it. It's a little too strong. Tone it down. And that's all I have to say about that. Oh, things are getting weird. All right, we got a piece from Baba. Why do you find it easier to cut than write new stuff? What do you mean? Was that a reference to something someone else said, or was that to me? Don't know. I make cantrips now. Hang on tight. Okay, I will. Hey guys, this might be the first stream we've had where no one fucked up the link to their piece. Every single link to every piece has been good. You are welcome, King Rogan. I really like the vibe of it, and I encourage you to keep going. And I'm proud of all of you for sending links that work. Clench. The other thing that I'll say, King Rogan, is that I think it is very good to build an item with a player in mind and a player character in mind. And I would also go as far as to say is that if your goal is to make an item for a player character, you can kind of make it overpowered and it's not so big a deal. You only need to really focus in on that power balancing thing when you want it to be something that's in the larger space. Because the only person that really has to deal with the thing being overpowered is you as the dungeon master if it's for your home game. How much longer is stream going to be? I might head to bed soon if it's going to be much longer. What time is it now? 12:30? I will probably go for like another hour or two. I don't really know. I have energy and I am still alive and a human being. It was designed for your brother initially? Cool. So, King, if it's going to be for your home game, then you just have to think about this guy is going to be doing a shit ton of damage. So I would tone it down if you're worried about that. If you're not worried about it, don't worry about it for your home game. If you're trying to do it for a bigger thing later, you're going to have to think about that a little bit. All right, let's look at this piece. Did I post it in the chat? I don't remember. Here it is. There it is again if I didn't. Clench. It's a cantrip. 1 action. An iron ring. Range 30 feet. Duration 1 minute. Concentration. Bands of force squeeze down, binding a hand to whatever it is holding with supernatural force. Interesting. A creature in range that you can see and that is holding at least one item must make a strength saving throw. Creatures can willingly fail this saving throw. On a failure, choose one item held by the target. The target creature cannot drop or otherwise release the item for the duration of the spell. Other creatures trying to remove the item from the target's grip must succeed on a strength save against your DC. An affected creature can repeat their saving throw at the end of each of their turns to end this effect. If an affected creature is incapacitated, the spell also ends. This is interesting, dude. This is very interesting. Hyper situational, but in a way that I like, because this is the sort of this is the sort of spell that if you have, you build plans around it. This is interesting. I'm going to be honest. Let's think about this a little bit. I have very little feedback here. The only thing that I would say is there's things you could do to clean up your language a little bit here, where it's like, instead of saying a creature in range that you can see, I would say you pick a creature within range, you know? You extend your hand towards a creature within range. I would start the thing with you instead of the creature. Switch around the action orientation of the sentence. But honestly, strength saving throw, failed save, the thing. The only other thing that I would say is I think that they should be able to attempt to release the item probably on their turns. Like right now you have it so other creatures can try to remove the item. I think it would be fair to allow the creature to try to break free of the item, either as an action or at the end of their turn. Something like that. I would give them that option. Because at the current situation, if they fail that first saving throw and they're all alone, then this cantrip links really well with a couple other things that might get a little busted, like heat metal, or delayed fireball, or stuff like that. They can repeat the saving throw in the last line? Where? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. An affected creature can repeat their save at the end of their turn. Okay. I missed it. Please, send me 6 messages telling me. Please. Some dude, your piece did get reviewed. Straight up it did. We looked at it earlier. What's up, Wobbin? I didn't notice you in the chat earlier. Hi. It was like 3 pieces ago. I misread this one 6 times. You misread this one. What else did I misread? What else did I misread? This is the only part I missed, Eduardo, I think. You miss, what else is it? Somebody said something. Logically, it should be a check rather than a repeated save. That's not a bad idea, Dragon Knight. I might change it to that, actually. Because this one is a strength check. This being a strength check would make sense. I agree. I agree with that change. The art was sick. Oh, I just asked for 6. I see, Eduardo. I see. Eduardo, did I go to high school with you? Did we go to school together? There's a guy named Eduardo that I went to school with who sometimes likes my tweets and posts. And I haven't spoken to him since high school. And I don't know any other Eduardos. He was a nice guy. I liked him a lot. He was one of those people that you're not really friends with, but you have class with sometimes. And whenever you have class with, you really enjoy their company. You're from Brazil? Oh, no, he wasn't from Brazil. He was from my neighborhood. Your coworker took your phone? Okay. Okay, sure thing. I couldn't AI generate good enough art, so I improvised my organic modeling skills. It came out really good, some dude. Okay, wait. We're done talking about you, some dude. We're talking about this piece. I love this cantrip. I don't think you need to change much. Make this a check. I agree with whoever in the chat said that. And I have nothing else to add. I think it's fun, and I like it. And I think that you should make more cantrips, Baba. Because if that's what you're making for cantrips, I want to see more. I want to see more. I would put this in my game, no question. If any of my players were like, you know, I saw that stream of yours. None of them watch me stream, though. But I saw that stream of yours, and I want this cantrip. I'd be like, hell yeah, man. I love cantrips. Honestly, my favorite pieces to read are simple pieces. I like interesting low CR monsters. I like interesting simple spells. I love new cantrips. I like feats, and I like subclasses. Those are like my favorite things to look at. Subclasses are a little bit much, but the key of the subclass is those first features, you know? Loud! Sorry, I made the music really loud for a second. Tuesday Adams. I wonder if this is a different Tuesday than the other piece we looked at. I think it probably is, but I don't actually know. I know the flavor at the front is long. I wanted to give a breadth of characters that this could be used for, including campaigns that start at high levels. Okay, I'm kind of curious what this is going to be. Let's take a look. This is not the same Tuesday because this is a totally different format. There you go. What about Wednesday? Who knows? To be fair, if you were my dungeon master, I'd probably not watch your stream so as to not force you to spoil stuff. A lot of my players say that to me. They don't watch my videos. If they see any of my shorts, they go past them. I also talk about my games a lot in my shorts, so I do think that there's an element of like some self-consciousness. Like people don't feel comfortable being... It's not that they're uncomfortable being talked about. I always ask them before I share a story, and I change details if I need to, but I do think that there's an element of like, I don't like watching myself that people feel. Okay, what the fuck are we looking at here? It's a background? Interesting. I'm going to be real honest here. I have very little things that... There's almost nothing you could do if you're following the basic rules of a background where it comes with 2 skills, another like a language or a tool proficiency, some amount of equipment, you're basically fine. Like there's not a lot we need to talk about here. Backgrounds are probably the easiest thing to homebrew. Oh, I'm getting so fucking itchy in the nose. I have like allergies that sometimes trickle in. So let's quickly let's read the flavor text because I'm going to be honest, I see just skimming this is all fine. This might be the first background homebrew review. Wait, let me... Yeah, you guys can't even see the whole thing. Let me put it there. There you go. Legislator. Your city has taken up the mantle of a less volatile and more egalitarian system. You are a part of this system. With contributions large or small, you help shape the lives of all the people who claim citizenship under this society. Investing you with the, you know what? I'm gonna be real fucking blunt right here. I was about to give you a compliment. I was here and I was gonna give you a compliment. And then you couldn't end the fucking sentence. This is nice. And then you turn this nice sentence, this lovely sentence, works so well, and you taint it with these extra fucking bullshit at the end. Get rid of this at the end here. It'll be much better sounding. Both investing you with power of law itself is awkward sounding. Secondly, this sentence is ready to end by the time we get here. We need nothing beyond it. We're getting tired. We keep going. You might have occupied the lowest tier of the government, or you might have occupied the lowest tier of the government, a clerk. Don't say you might have occupied the lowest tier of the government and then name a clerk, because you're saying like you might have occupied something. Also, there's a clerk. Like I would say something like you're like I would even just say you might have been a something. You might have been a something. It feels weird to talk about a space you might have occupied and then to talk about that space not as a space but as a noun, or not as a noun but like a proper like character noun. I go hard on the grammar often. I mean, also I don't. There's nothing. What else is there to go hard on? It's a background. Do we get 2 skill proficiencies? Yes. Do we get a tool proficiency? Yes. Do we get a language? Yes. Do we get some items? Yes. Easy. I don't want to just skip it, you know? Also, it's fun to go hard on the grammar sometimes. That's how we do it. Okay, let's keep going. A clerk to an assistant whose name no one bothers to remember. You might have occupied the lowest tier of a government. Yeah, again, fix that sentence. Don't do an intro to it. Just say what it was. You often had too much work to accomplish or none at all. There's something broken in the grammar of the sentence. You've put a v at the end here. Apostrophe V-E. It wasn't the flashiest position or one that you necessarily aspired to, but you had more power than most people ever gave you credit for. So you're kind of repeating yourself here a lot. You basically are like, you were part of a government, maybe large, maybe small. You were part of a government in a kind of small position. You were part of the government in a kind of small position. It was a kind of small position. You're repeating yourself. It wasn't the flashiest. It was a kind of small position. You can cut like 80% of this and just jump right to here. But you had more power than most people ever gave you credit for. The powerful are as easy talking about discrete. What? The powerful are as easy. Let me read this out loud and you will hear that it's a little off. The powerful are as easy talking about discrete matters in rooms with forgettable people almost as much as they are in an empty room. And hastily scrawled notes on parchment can get you access anywhere if you know which guard can't read. Yeah, man, you got to break this up. This should be like 3 separate sentences. Make sure that it's all going in the same direction. The powerful are as easy talking this is not correct grammar right here. You might have been able to look down on citizenry from the very top of its legal system. A council member of a... Okay, so... Write shorter sentences. Write shorter sentences. And if you're going to write long sentences where you say, maybe you were this, here's an example of what that was. Don't make it the exact same structure as your sentences above. It becomes tedious to read. I am struggling reading this flavor text, and it's not that long. And it's because you are getting too caught up in the language that you're using. Just gotta get those fucking clear sentences out there. The other thing that I would say is it kind of makes you feel really pigeonholed into a space in a way that I don't think you're intending, because you say you might have been this, and then you give a lot of really specific examples of what that is. You might have been this, and a lot of specific examples of what that is. I don't know if that's the move, because by the time we're halfway through this paragraph, I kind of forget that you're like, maybe you were this. Yeah, simplify, focus. The position and power you wielded were obvious, and you received all the comforts and perks that offered. Again, that's not a full sentence. That offered what? What perks? Do you mean perks that position offered? Because if you mean perks that position offered, you're missing some words here. Whether you wielded that power without, like, guys, if you are, okay, we're turning this into a larger lesson here. When you are writing, read what you're writing out loud. You will hear where it sounds weird. Let me give you an example. Whether you wielded that power with altruism or self-interest in mind is up to you. How do you feel about that sentence? It's a little off, right? And I feel like it's a little off because is up to you is weirdly vague. Not weirdly vague, weirdly informal and kind of tucked in the back. The position and power you wielded were obvious, and you received all the comforts and perks that offered. Sounds like something's missing at the end of that sentence. Exactly, it doesn't sit right. And if you know it doesn't sit right, you know it needs to change. It's very hard to see when the writing doesn't sit right when you're just reading it, because your brain is very, very good at making patterns and filling in the blanks. So if you're writing something and just reading it in your brain, it's going to solve all these problems. It's going to read it in the perfectly right tone. It's going to fill all the gaps of stuff that's missing. When you read it out loud, you might find that you're stumbling through it a little bit, that parts of it feel weird or off kilter or just don't sound nice. Those are all indicators that there is something that you need to adjust. Yeah, just read it out loud. Then you don't need to read it like you're speaking. You just speak it. Somebody said, this sounds like nobles. It is similar to nobles. It's a little different, but I agree that is similar. It's why is the only tool proficiency you're giving calligraphy supplies? Legislators do more things? I think because they wanted to give it one tool proficiency. Troy, are you talking about my podcast? That's kind. Yeah, go check out Unbalanced Encounters. It's good. I kind of wish there were 3 examples with fewer details, sentences each. I agree. I think it would be good to shorter examples. You know? Maybe you were a lowly scribe that overheard the great machinations of noblemen that didn't pay you any mind. That could be a whole thing, right? Boom. That's this whole thing. So yeah, tighten it up. Think about it a little bit. All of this stuff seems fine. The thing is, the truth is, balancing backgrounds is easy. Because this feature doesn't really matter. Most Dungeon Masters don't use them. I don't use them. If you want to use it, great. This is the actual meat in the mechanics, and this is the meat of the evocative. So yeah, work on your evocative. Everything else is solid. All right. We got Kerbex. Let's see what they say. I'm making a subclass for each class based around the idea of toys. Oh, that's interesting. Now, what I'm wondering is it toys in the real world, like action figures, or is it toys like the idea of toys in a game? I don't know. This is for a campaign I'm planning in a way in the future, but have to start somewhere. All right, cool. This one is for barbarian. Oh, I love a good barbarian. And it's based off of a superhero action figures. Oh, so it's kind of a combo. Okay, let's see. Let me post it in the chat. All right. This is fucking amazing. This is fucking amazing. I need more of this. Dude. I don't care. This is perfect. I don't even need to read it. This piece is perfect. This is the best fucking art. It's so silly. Oh my god, you got me pumped. Okay, you got me pumped. Okay, so we don't have any flavor text yet, but we're not going to worry about that too much because you did say this is a whiles off, and we're just going to dive right into the beefy boys. We got a 3rd level feature, a 6th level feature. Okay, let's take a look. 3rd level, heroism. Beautiful, just beautiful. Exactly. Look at that handsome. Look at that handsome guy. Amazing, glorious. Did I fuck it up? No, I didn't. I did a little. Let me fix it. There we go. Okay. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you gain heroism actions that are fueled by special dice called hero dice, which are D4s. When you enter your rage, you gain 1 hero die. Also, whenever you take damage while in your rage, you gain another die. The maximum number of die you can have is equal to your proficiency bonus. You lose all hero die if your rage ends. Okay, so you get 1, but then, in theory, these things keep going and they're fueled by you taking damage. That is quite different than other resource dice. That is very different than Battle Masters. That's different than Cyanites. That's different than everything because you don't ever really have a lot and you only get them by taking damage. That is interesting. Interesting. And they only last while you're raging, which I like. And I'm so curious to see what they do. But I think that idea is an interesting idea on its own. That you get 1 when you rage and then you only get more if you take damage. I'm into that. But it plays into what the barbarian wants to do. Barbarian wants to take damage and hit. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's see what we can do with these bad boys. It's also the saving throw is based off of your charisma. So one of the things that does is because this is a stat that you normally can just drop as a barbarian and you can't with this one, it kind of gives you a little bit of wiggle room to make them stronger. If it was tied to your dex, strength, or constitution, that would be one thing, but it's not. It's tied to your charisma. So it means that you are going to force yourself to be a little bit stat spread out in order to actually use it. And that, from a balancing perspective, gives you a little bit, of wiggle room to make it a little stronger. So let's see what we're getting with these. Retribution. Your belief in justice can lead to retribution. It's a silly sentence, friend. Once per turn, when you hit with an attack, you can spend a number of hero dice up to your charisma modifier and deal radiant damage equal to the numbers rolled. Interesting. Hero's boast. A hero should always protect his allies. Can somebody remind me that I want to say something about tone when I'm done talking about this feature? I want to read the whole feature first, but I want to talk about tone after. A hero should always protect his allies. As a bonus action, you can spend a hero die and pick a target within 30 feet of you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw against your heroism DC. On a failed... Put a period here. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you until the start of your next turn. You can spend an additional hero die and subtract the results from your opponent's save. I don't know how I feel about the additional hero die subtraction thing. How long does it last? To the start of your next turn? All right. I have some thoughts. I have a bunch of thoughts, actually. Let's keep going, though. Encouragement. You can boost the morale of nearby allies. As a bonus action, you can spend a number of hero die up to your charisma modifier. Pick that many allies within 30 feet of you. They gain temporary hit points equal to 1 roll of your die plus your charisma modifier. Okay, let's talk about this for a second. What doesn't require hero die as written? Did I miss something? A potential +1 to 8 to hit on the rolls? You're not. Where are you getting a plus to hit? You're not getting a plus to hit. Okay, so this thing does 3 things. You deal bonus damage equal to a number of d4s. You say tone again in a minute. Say tone again in a minute. I have to talk about this feature first, then say tone. As a bonus action, you can potentially sort of mimic what the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian gets for a round. And you can give creatures bonus temporary hit points. Okay, couple thoughts here. I like Retribution. I think it's straightforward. I think it's simple. I think it's not exactly... It's way weaker than the Zealot Barbarians, but it's situationally potentially stronger because you can save them up into a smite type move. But it's okay that it's weaker because you're getting these other features. You don't think Retribution? You don't think the name Retribution fits? Huh. I think it's okay. I can see why it does. It's a little dark sounding. I don't like Hero's Boast. I don't like Hero's Boast because it's just too similar to what the Ancestral Guardian gets at 3rd level, which is really the only thing the Ancestral Guardian gets at 3rd level. And I don't want to step on those toes. I think you should come up with a different feature here. Something new. And Encouragement, I think that you should not be able to target any number of... I think this should be like a 1 creature thing. I don't think this should target a group of creatures. I think it should target 1 creature. Maybe that's not true. Maybe this can target multiple creatures, but this should be something different. Okay, now, tone. This is what I want to say. This is a very silly picture. I'm assuming you made this silly picture on purpose. I'm assuming that somewhere inside you knew that if I looked at this, I would smile and laugh a little bit. And you probably know that other people will smile and laugh a little bit too. Can I make a suggestion? Put that playful tone in the writing. Make it silly. You can make it well written, mechanically clean, very articulate, very clear, but I encourage you to allow yourself to write it more in the tone of like the box of an action figure. That's what I would say for tone here. I don't often encourage people to fuck with the tone of their piece, but this is so... I mean, come on. Look at this fucking guy. This is a great opportunity to be silly. I think you should take it. Encouragement is really cool, but as written, you basically target 1 person at a time. I think you should target multiples with 1 dice. As a bonus action, you can spend a number of hit hero die up to your charisma modifier. Pick that many allies within 30 feet of you. So you target as many creatures as you want, as many hit die as you want to spend. What about this? Actually, I agree. Okay, databank. To listen to what you're saying, what about this? What if it was multiple target, a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier, but the hit points that they got were just the dice roll. That could also work like that. So you can roll as many dice as you want. The number of creatures you can target are your charisma modifier, and they gain that many hit points. That could also work. What if with Hero's Boast you could actually redirect attacks to you? Oh, that's kind of a neat idea. That's not a bad idea. It's limited by proficiency bonus and charisma modifier. How? That's also confusing. Change that. You have a lot of things. Yeah, I would drop. Don't double limit stuff. It's making it confusing because I forgot that there was the proficiency bonus limit up here. Just make it 1. No, I understand. I understand where the max comes from, but come on, man. I'm a fucking barbarian. I don't want to keep track of that much shit. Give me a resource to keep track of and let that be the end of it. If you're limited by proficiency bonus anyway, then you shouldn't additionally be limited by charisma modifier. And I was kind of joking when I said that, but I actually wasn't. I genuinely don't want to have to do that double resource management or that double thought process. I just want to smash stuff and be a superhero. Is that my opinion? Yes. Is my opinion right? Sometimes. Overall, though, I think these features are pretty solid. I don't know if I feel like a superhero with them. I feel like a hero. I feel like a champion of the people. Don't know if I feel like a superhero, but we're going to keep moving. We're going to see where it goes next. When backed into a corner, a hero needs to surpass their limits. When your HP drops below 1/4 of your maximum HP, I don't like having this. This is not good. This right here is not good. It's not terrible. You can do this if you want to. You can divide. You can have someone divide by a third or a quarter. But I think it's bad design for D&D. I genuinely, wholeheartedly believe the most you should realistically ask someone to divide by is 2 when you are building D&D mechanics. So I disagree with this being a quarter. I don't want to have to take out a calculator. Even if there's one on my phone, I don't want to have to do that. Come up with some other indicator here for what this is going to be. Maybe it's when you have a number of hit points left equal to your barbarian level or, whatever, something. Figure it out. Let's see what they are, though. Okay, when your hit points drop below some number that you are going to change, because that's not great like that, you can choose up to 3 effects. Oh, you can choose 1 of 3 effects, excuse me. Strength. You can roll a hero die and add the result to your strength modifier. Dexterity. You can roll a hero die. Your AC increases by amount rolled. Additionally, your movement speed increases by half the number rolled. Dude, stop making us do so much math. Half the number rolled times 5. Come on now. Okay, we're going to fix all this. We're going to make it clean. I see what you're trying to do here, and we're going to make it nice. Constitution. You can roll a hero die. You gain temporary hit points equal to the roll times half your level rounded up. Additionally, you can add half the number rolled to your con saving throws. Okay. Okay, we got to clean this up a little bit here. Don't add the number rolled to your strength modifier. That's tedious. All right, let me see when these end. The effect ends if your rage ends. You can't use this again until you finish a long rest. Okay, that's fine. I would say I think you should I would have strength be you get to add an extra D4 to attack and damage rolls that use strength. Just make it that. I think dexterity should be that I don't think it should be the armor and movement. I feel like movement is probably enough. And I would probably be you can move a number of extra feet equal to a roll of the dice. I don't think it should be half. A roll of the dice times 5 is good. And I think that this is probably fine, actually, where you can gain temporary hit points equal to a roll of the die times half your level rounded up. I think that's fine. I probably would just also, again, give you a D4 on your charisma, or on your con saves. I wouldn't make you do a half. I also think that this should turn off when if your health gets higher. I want to point something out that I don't like. The con one makes sense. The dex one makes sense. The strength one kind of goes against the grain of barbarian subclass design. Barbarians really, really do not get an extra damage feature at 6th level. They get defensive features and they get utility features. I don't like this affecting damage. I think you should think about that. What I think you could do is you could have there be some sort of reaction AC feature, some sort of special movement feature, and some sort of temp HP feature. And I think that would work nicely. But I don't think that these should be the same, and I don't think that this should be here. Also, are these features impactful enough to only activate when you have quarter HP left? I don't know. I mean, having AC, having big, all of them are quite strong. Because if you're raging, then those temp HP are essentially doubled. And your AC and your movement going up is huge. So yeah, they're pretty strong. Hi, just saw you reviewed my item. I'm excited to the suggested updates. Thanks very much. You're Raven. Welcome. Yeah, you could also make these things a reaction to trigger. I don't I think that this is fine. Like, mechanically, I'm not opposed to this. I get it, and I think it works. But I will say that this feature feels pretty discordant from this feature. Like, by level 6, I should feel like I'm a superhero, or I should feel like I'm a toy superhero. And I don't feel like that at level 6. I feel like I have some special bonuses, but they feel dissonant from each other. They don't feel like they're leading towards that goal. Let's look at taking the bullet at level 10. When a creature within 10 feet of you is hit by attack, you can use a reaction to take the damage instead of the creature. Oh, interesting. I would make this 5 feet, not 10 feet. But I like that. I think that's a really fun 10th level feature. I like it quite a bit. And then we get 2 features at 14th level. I might disagree with you here. Let's see what they are. Expert Heroism. Your hero die become a d6. The amount of HP required to use your round feature is half your maximum hit points. Okay, this all makes a lot of sense. Oftentimes, barbarians will get some extension of their 3rd level feature at 14th level, but I'm seeing another thing, which is making me think that maybe you shouldn't get this. As an action, you can choose a target within 5 feet of you and spend 5 hero dice. The target must make a con save against your heroism DC, taking your missing HP as radiant damage on a fail and half as much on a success. You can roll an additional hero die and subtract it from the target's save. After you use this ability, you must choose to end your rage by the end of your turn. You can't use the ability again until you finish a long rest. This feels too much. I don't like having damage dealt based on missing life. I understand how it sort of ties into the 6th level feature here, but I'm not a fan of it. Also, this is just really fucking strong. So I don't think you can have both of these features. I think you need to pick one for 14th level. And taking a step back, chat, let me ask you a question, and I want you guys to answer honestly. Does this feel like a superhero or like a action figure idea of a hero? I don't know. The 10th level feature does, for sure, I agree. It feels almost like a martyr, or like here's what I'm thinking though. If I took out this picture of a superhero, right? If I made them gone, that superhero picture is gone, and I put in a picture of like a angry, blood-eyed barbarian who's like stabbing themselves and taking pain, like they're self-flagellating to worship some god of pain. I think this fits perfectly for a god of pain zealot barbarian too. Like a sacrificial berserker, exactly. And that's odd to me. I don't want that to fit as well, because this should feel like a cartoon superhero. You don't think this works for pain? All of the main features are about taking damage. I'd say neither, honestly. It reminds me of my Sin Eater cleric homebrew. I think I'm fine with superhero taking damage for others and sacrificing yourself. I feel like too many of the features are based off of it, though. I agree that it's fine. I don't think it should be the whole thing. I feel like this is enough. I don't think it needs more than this. I would strongly encourage you to take a step back and think to yourself, what are my goals of a superhero toy barbarian? Write them down. Have 3. Make each one a sentence long, a short sentence. And then look at this subclass and ask yourself if it is accomplishing all of those goals. If it's not, change it. If it is, consider changing the flavor to match those goals a little bit more precisely. Even if you're keeping it in the action figure, like maybe it's not a superhero action figure, maybe it's like a broken action figure. You know? A cartoon superhero should have superpowers like flight, laser eyes, just steal from Superman. Well, I don't know how much they want it to be a cartoon superhero versus like a toy of a superhero. I like the idea, and I like a lot of the base mechanics. I just think that there's some dissonance that you could work on here in terms of making it function well. Not function well, excuse me. Function within the vibe that you're presenting it with. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I think you're in a good spot, and I want you to keep going with it. And that was Kerbex, I think. All right, let's take another spin of the big boy wheel. That's fucking insane. If it's the same piece, we're not looking at it again. But that is fucking insane. The likelihood of that is so low. So fucking low. That's wild. It's another? Cool. Hey guys, if you want to be able to submit 2 pieces, you can. Just join the Patreon. My players have said multiple times they want a pet. None of them are wizards, so no familiars. This is what I came up with. Okay. I like a pet. Yeah, the odds of that are astounding. But that don't mean they won't happen. You can just get a dog. Yeah, but they want a magic item. Okay, let's see what it is. It's a dagger. It's rare. This magic weapon grants a +1 bonus and damage, a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it, and it returns to the wield's hand immediately after use. Okay, I see that we have bullet points. Nice. Attacking at long range with this weapon doesn't impose disadvantage with your attack rolls. Okay, nice. Your thrown attacks with this weapon ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. Okay, so I'm gonna say something here, and this is so fucking annoying, and I apologize for how annoying this is. Please forgive me. No, that was a different Tuesday. I think that was a different Tuesday. Because one of them had like a GM binder thing. The other one had a D&D Beyond thing. I don't think people generally use such different formats. Although maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, but this... The returning of the weapon returning on a throw, the long range not imposing disadvantage, and ignoring half and 3 cover quarter, I actually think all 3 of those could be 1 bullet point. I think this could be 1 bullet point. You just used 2 formats? Wasn't the other one D&D Beyond also? No? I don't fucking know. Guys, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Stream crashed for you? Did it crash for anybody else? Uh-oh. Did I lose stream? I think I'm still live. Am I still live? Baba booey, baba booey, baba booey. Ice cream sandwich, ice cream sandwich, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, and the sandwiches. Okay, you guys still see me? Okay. Yeah, so I think that the stuff to do with the range, the cover, I think that could all be 1 bullet. Hey, X-Monk. That's a fun name. If you speak a command word, say the command word. This weapon can transform into an owl. If you speak the command word again, oh, you did it. You said it right the last time. It turns back into a dagger. In its owl state, you can use a bonus action to command it to make melee attacks against a target. This counts as an attack with the dagger and adds your proficiency bonus to the attack and damage rolls. Interesting. So it doesn't do its normal damage. It does the damage of the dagger. If the owl drops to 0 hit points, it transforms to a normal dagger, regaining its magical properties at dawn. Okay. Interesting. I don't think it should be able... If it's a rare item, I don't think it should be able to... Hey, sometimes they can be the same bullet point. I know. I told you it was annoying that I was saying that. I told you. But it's also true. I could, the thing is, hypocrisy is a part of writing. A key part. I don't think it should be able to transform more than once a day if it's going to be rare. I don't think it should be able to go back and forth. I feel like that's a little too much for a rare item. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid. I also think you could draw... I kind of disagree with this stuff, if I'm being honest. In fact, now that I think about it, I strongly disagree with this stuff. A +1 dagger that can turn into a familiar that gets a bonus to its attack roll based on your proficiency bonus is strong enough. This just seems like fine familiar with more steps. I disagree with that. It has a range of 60 feet. Disadvantage at long range means the long range of the weapon, meaning 60 feet for the dagger. Yeah. Yeah, it has a 60-foot long range at the moment. It's a dagger. Can you see through the arrow's eyes? It's not a familiar, so no. You can't see through its eyes. You can't cast spells through it. You can't communicate telepathically with it. But you might need to write that in here. You might need to write down how it functions in combat. Does it follow your command, etc.? You know what you should look at? There are items. You're going to get annoyed with me because I'm going to show you an item that does this. They're called figurines. Do you know about these items? Figurine of wondrous power, I believe. There you go. Figurine of wondrous power. They allow you to summon things. Summon pets. And I believe there is an owl one. The owl one is considered rare, and all it does is give you an owl. It doesn't do any of the other stuff. So it might be worth thinking about changing some of these things there. Also, if you're trying to figure out wording for the chunky parts of the thing, boom. You mentioned it. Well, I'm sorry, I missed it. I missed it. All right, we got a piece from Glad. Oh, Glad. This is a continuation of my series of subclasses based on the major arcana. This time it's a sorcerer sub. Ooh, sorcerers are fun. A sorcerer based on the Wheel of Fortune? Wait a minute. Like the show? Or is this the... Okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. In my opinion, the flavor text is kind of weak, but I'm fairly confident for the rest of it. Looking forward to the feedback. Looking forward to giving the feedback. Glad. Tarot cards? That's part of tarot? Wheel of Fortune is a major arcana card? Okay. I don't fucking know. I'm not into anything. I don't know anything. You guys assume I know stuff just because I talk with confidence. That's the secret. I learned that from my best friend. My best friend in the whole world. Ludwig Ogren, my best friend. Wait a minute, you really know Ludwig? No. Shut up, nerd. Not a single person in this world can control their fate. But at least you are holding the reins. Your connection to the Wheel of Fortune allows you... I just can't not think of the show. Your connection to the Wheel of Fortune allows you a cosmic influence over the world around you. You, like change, are inevitable. Just to make sure... End the sentence here. Make this a new sentence. Just make sure not to cling too tightly to control. This feels weird. I would chop this last part out. Doesn't make sense. Don't know where it fits. This is I don't like this as an opening sentence. I think this is the opening sentence. You, like change, are inevitable. And then you go into this. And then you end with this sentence. And then it's a solid flavor text. Boom! Isn't it crazy? Sometimes you just rearrange stuff and it sounds so nice. So if I parasocially see you as a friend, Cinder, I can count Ludwig as a mutual friend. Only if you genuinely believed me when I said that bullshit. In which case, you can certainly believe it. But it is a fool's errand to do so. And if you are somebody that's been around my stream for a hot second, which I believe you have, Drew Berschbach, because I have seen your name before, and you still think everything I say is serious, then you are going to be upset with me a lot, because I will tell you that I bullshit a lot of things. I bullshit a lot of things. I don't have 6 degrees of Ludwig Ogren. I have 6 degrees of a couple big streamers, but they're very shitty degrees. I'm 2 degrees away from a couple big streamers, but I don't. It's not anything. It doesn't mean anything. There's no point to it. It's like I know people who know people. Okay, what is it? That doesn't mean anything. They don't, it don't mean shit till we're hanging out and playing games and eating each other's cooking and learning to love. All right, let's see what this thing actually gets. First level, you get some additional spells. Cool. Each of the spells counts as a sorcerer spell for you. What are the spell schools we can change things into? Divination or transmutation. Okay. From the sorcerer, warlock, or wizard spell list. Okay. My advice is good. My advice is okay. How many degrees are you from Sam Raish? I don't know who that is. So probably a lot or a few, depending on who they are. It's a good thing I don't take your sillies seriously. Wish I could ham-fistly to my tone over the internet. No, don't worry about it, dude. I love you. I love all of you. There are people that every now and then people reach out to me and they're like, "Hey, man, you shouldn't make jokes like that." When I'll make like a short where I suggest that you like cancel before the session every game. And it's like, shut up. Don't fucking tell me not to make jokes. If it bothers you, then don't watch. If I can't make jokes, then what the fuck am I doing here? I'm very protective over doing whatever I want. And as soon as someone says not to, I get upset with them. The only time that I'm okay with somebody telling me that I shouldn't do something is if I ask for feedback about an idea that I have because I think it might be mean. And if people say, yeah, that might be mean, which is something that I do pretty regularly. Usually my mods. I usually ask my mods, and they're pretty honest. And you know what my mods all said? They said it was totally fine to do the no Mayvember, where if I see May in a piece, I can just stop reading it. They said it was totally fine, which gave me the go-ahead. This is your channel. After all, this isn't a democracy. It's not a democracy, but I do want it to feel like a community. And I do like to feel like there are voices in the community that hold weight other than my own. And I also know that I like mean humor. And I try to battle that, but I need help because if I'm left to my own devices, as we spoke about earlier on stream, I will make videos shitting on people. I will hurt people's feelings intentionally, and I will enjoy doing it. And I won't feel bad about it until later. And I can just avoid that whole situation by checking in with people and being like, is that too mean? So I just do that. All right, good night, Dragon Knight. You've been wonderful. Great feedback throughout the night. Love having you here. All right, what are the spells we get? Comprehend languages, Long Strider. Enhance ability, See invisibility. Clairvoyance, Water Walk. Arcane Eye, Locate Creature, Legend Lore, Passwall. These are strange. What is the vibe? Sight beyond sight and mobility, I guess? This flavor text does not feel like it matches this spell list. It's okay that none of them do damage. I'm okay with that. I just don't feel like controlling your fate fits like Water Walk or Long Strider or Passwall. Or Locate Creature. It's odd. Maybe change some of those. Okay. Guidance towards the inevitable. I'm going to burp soon. Oh, thank you for the subscription there, Shadow Robot. Starting at first level, your connection to the Wheel of Fortune allows you to witness moments a few seconds before they happen, then influence the outcome. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you is about to roll a d20, you can use your action to impose advantage or disadvantage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. This feels like it's been done a lot. I think. And I don't mean that rudely, but I think it has been done a lot. Like, isn't this what the Chronomancy Wizard gets? Wizard, sorcerer. Is there a cleric? I feel like that might get something like this. Yeah, this is basically the same thing as the Chronal Shift second level feature. I don't like that. I also want to check it against the clockwork. This is sort of the opposite of that, I guess. You can have a creature not have advantage or disadvantage. In fact, I'm wondering if you saw this feature and then decided to make it the opposite. But I don't think that is a way to go. I think you should build your own new feature. I don't think it should just be the opposite of another feature. Because the opposite of that feature already kind of exists with the Chrono Wizard. With the Chrono Wizard. Thank you for following me and giving me things and subscribing to me. Yeah, so I understand what you're going for here. And here's what I'm going to say. This is actually a really good example of something that I see a lot in Homebrew. We often have, when we're building Homebrew, and I don't talk about this a lot on stream because usually we dive right in, but we'll talk about it now because I actually think it's quite important. The most important thing you need to ask yourself when you're building Homebrew is, why are you building it? What is the point of its existence? As I pick my nose. The point of its existence can be to fill a flavor void, a mechanical void, ideally some combination. But this feature is so similar to other features that it doesn't feel like there's a reason for it. I don't feel like this sorcerer is distinct enough at level 1. I think you changed it. Do something different here. That's my opinion. Not because it's a bad feature, but because it's too similar to features that already exist. It doesn't feel new. And part of that's hard, but the thing is, the whole like Wheel of Fate time warp reality control thing, that's been done a lot. There's a lot of subclasses that get that. There's at least 3. You got Divination Wizard. You got Clockwork Soul Sorcerer. You got Chronomancy Wizard. Does that mean that you should not try to make something else that fits that void? No, that doesn't mean that at all. But what I think that does mean is that you need to very, very intentionally, if you're going to be building a subclass that there's already a bunch of subclasses that are kind of similar to it in vibe, you need to make your subclass so mechanically different feeling. It also just the feel of the subclass. Yeah. All right. Well, let's look at level 6, Master of Fate. Starting at 6th level, you have learned how to ordain fate at your will. As an instrument of the wheel, you can tap into its power to control the battlefield. As an action, you can expend up to 5 sorcery points to cause one of the following effects. Upright. One creature you can see within 30 feet gains temporary hit points. The amount gained is equal to a number of d6s. This is very similar to the Clockwork. Choose a number of creatures equal to the number of sorcery points expended. Those creatures must roll a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the Bane spell. What does this Clockwork Sorcerer get? Yeah, it's very similar. Very similar. I don't like that. I disagree with it being so similar. Change it. You don't need to listen to me, but if you are going to listen to me, change it. Now, Bane. This can work nicely, actually. I agree that this is a cool idea. This does some interesting things. It makes it so Bane, it turns Bane from a charisma save to a wisdom save in this moment, which I actually think is kind of a debuff. But Bane is a concentration spell. This is making you get it without concentration. So what I would say is that Bane can't last that long. It can't last the full length of a Bane. It's got to be real short. It's got to be really short. So make it a round or something like that. Clockwork Soul is all about forcing order upon things. This feels like it's flowing with the wild magic of fate, but it's doing the same thing mechanically. It's so, like, it's literally the same thing. Spend 1 to 5 sorcery points, gain temporary hit points. Spend 1 to 5 sorcery points, gain temporary hit points. It's a little different, but the difference is so subtle that it doesn't make, like, it's a sorcerer. It's too similar. It's too similar. Too similar. Start off with odds, evens, roll, start up there, alternative. I think I missed part. Okay. I think the feature should alternate up and down, bad and good effects, like the wheel going around. Odds do something, odds do good, evens do bad, something like that. That could be interesting. That's what you're saying. I feel like an intentional contrast that needs to be made more obvious and different. Yeah, Gio, we're on the same page. Gio, you have to understand something. Just because I'm yelling based off of a comment that you say doesn't mean I'm yelling at you. It means I'm yelling. But I agree. I think we're on the same page. It doesn't feel dissonant enough from the clockwork. Like, let's see what happens at 14th level. The Wheel of Fate deepens again. You can decide when fate applies to you. As a bonus action, choose either upright or reversed. The corresponding effect below takes hold in you for the next minute. You begin to emit an aura of inevitability. You and friendly creatures within 5 feet of you can't suffer from disadvantage. Additionally, you can cast a spell that induces a saving throw. When you cast a spell that induces a saving throw. I think you say that incurs a saving throw, not induces. I think you say incurs. You can expend 1 sorcery point per creature affected by that spell. Those creatures have disadvantage on the spell saving throw. Reversed, you willingly lose control of fate. You have disadvantage on all attack rolls. However, if you hit with an attack roll, the hit is treated as a critical hit. That's really strong. How long does that last? A minute? That's really strong. You can expend up to 5 sorcery points to give a bonus to your attack rolls. Why? Why are we getting a bonus? No. Cut that out. This is too strong without the bonus. Once you use this bonus action, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or spend 5 sorcery points to use it again. You know we got to look at the fucking clockwork. As a bonus action, you enter a state for a minute. Attack rolls against you can't have advantage. When you make an attack roll, you can't roll lower than a 10. Yeah, man, it's just too fucking similar. It's just too fucking similar. It's too similar, and getting critical hits on your spell attacks is shockingly powerful. So I would drop this entirely. I would come up with something new. Let's look at 18th level. At 18th level, you have become a force outside humanity's control. You hold the fate of those around you in your hands. As an action, you can expend 6 sorcery points. When you do so, each creature of your choice within 60 feet of you takes 4d10 psychic damage and must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, on its next turn, it cannot take actions normally. Instead, you decide whether it takes an action, a bonus action, or a move action. It can take only 1. This is good. It should be once a day. That's very strong and a big range. Or it should cost sorcery points to activate. So you could get it multiple times a day, but at a cost. This is noticeably different than the 18th level feature. Make all of the features this different, and then we can talk. I think you got a lot of work to make me feel like this thing makes sense existing in a way that I would like, yeah, that makes sense existing. Oh, it does cost 6 points. I'm stupid. I missed it. But yeah, either way, Buttbot always gets you. Don't pay attention to him. He's a scumbag. But yeah, either way, there is nothing wrong with using a subclass that already exists to try to give yourself inspiration for ideas, but you can't lean in this hard, especially when the vibe is so friggin' similar. And this is part of a compendium that you're writing. I would strongly encourage you, especially if it's part of like a compendium, to move as far away from stuff that exists as possible. Make something either that is hyper specifically unique to your game world, or make something that is just very mechanically distinct. This feels neither mechanically distinct or like it is particularly tied to a game world. Those are my thoughts. Click. What did we just look at? Glad's piece. All right. Let's spin again. I'm thinking... I'm spinning, and I'm thinking, and I'm spinning. And I'm thinking... Stone Marcus. Stone Marcus. He's the stone. What did you say here? This is my first homebrew I made, so be gentle, lol. I will be medium gentle. I am not gentle, except for to lovers when they ask politely. I've been playing D&D for a couple years now, and this idea was just swimming around in my head. Yes, it is inspired from the campaign I am in, and no, English ain't my first language. Well, I'll tell you what, buckaroo. So far, your English is pretty dang good. And I apologize that it's the time of night where I get my itchy fucking nostril. Shit. Also, the 5 charge option for it feels a bit weak for what it's supposed to do. Maybe repeat the save every time you would fall. All right, I don't know what you're referencing. We're going to not worry about that. Food for thought. Let me know what you would make. Let me know what and how you would make this work. I may be inclined. Oh, you cheeky son of a bitch. Oh, you cheeky son of a gun. You fucking fiend. Y'all can clip whatever you want. Can you guys do me a favor? If you're going to clip stuff, you got to post it somewhere. You can't just clip it. If there's no point in clipping things if you don't use them to try to make things of me go viral for fortune and glory. Or shame. No, don't post it in the fucking Discord. Discord is not where we need it to be. Put it out there on the internet. Post it on live stream fails or wherever things are posted. Somebody go make a Cinderblock Sally subreddit and post it there. There's not one yet. I have a little subreddit that I have, but I don't post things related to stream there. Go. Spread my essence across the ether. You'll get bonus points if you do. Okay. Twilight. Weapon. Legendary. That is a lot of things it does. That is too many things for a legendary item. This is an artifact. Requires attunement by a mostly moral neutral person. All right, that's a silly phrase. Originally a moon-touched short sword, Twilight was born from one's resolve to change their own fate. Don't say one's resolve. Whose resolve? Who's the one? The people's? No. Either make it a specific person or change the sentence. Transcended through willpower, death, and the good and bad energy connected through the afterlife. That is also not a complete sentence. Transcending through willpower, death. Here's what you do. You say this object's. You're missing an active. You're missing the noun. You're missing the actor in the sentence. So you can literally just say this object transcends through willpower, death. Blah 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 blah. Just start with that. It retains a 15-foot area of bright and dim light. So instead of saying retains, you want to say emits. The light does not pass through objects, and as such can be concealed in a scabbard or any opaque covering. Okay, that's fine. It's a +2 weapon, and on a hit, it deals additional 1d6 necrotic. Okay, so if it's a short sword, it already deals 1d6 piercing. Actually deals 1d6 slashing. So just drop that. And what you want to say is, on a hit, it deals an additional 1d6 necrotic and 1d6 radiant damage. That's how you word that. While in the area of bright light, magical... Wait, what is it saying? Twilight's light interferes with the magic of the School of Illusion and Divination sensors, as such. Okay. While in the area of bright light, magical effects... So you don't say magical effects of the Illusion School, you would say illusion spells. While within the area of bright light, the bright light illusion spells are easier to notice. Creatures attempting to discern an illusion have advantage on any roll to do so while within the dim light. Drop the static bonus. Just give him advantage on the roll. Divination sensors are suppressed while in the area of bright light, and while in dim light, the area of bright light given by the short sword is treated as heavy obscurement. It is treated by heavy obscurement by who? If a divination sensor is outside the area of light given by the item, then the bright... Okay, so this is just a little too complicated. Okay, so here's what you do. You need to... This item does too many things. I shouldn't have to scroll my scroll wheel 3 times to make it happen. So, short sword is piercing. Oh, there you go. I thought it was slashing. Might be. So, you got to boil this down a little bit. What is this? So, the short sword makes an area of bright light, 15 feet, dim light, 15 feet. Cool. Ignore the dim light. That's just light. Any illusion, any creature that is attempting to discern an illusion, with any creatures have advantage on investigation checks to, tell an illusion, whatever, within the bright light. Boom. That's how you word that one. This one, divination sensors, just say spells and magical effects that would, locate you or like such as scrying or locate creature, automatically fail on any creatures or objects within the bright light emitting from the blade. Just use, that's the sentence. Don't do obscurement. It's not going to work. Just don't do it. Ignore that. Just drop all that out. Twilight has 5 charges, which can be used to fuel a variety of powerful effects. It regains 1d4 charges at dawn, or regains 1 charge upon landing or receiving a critical hit against a hostile. Say a hostile creature. Or just say, you can also just drop it. Just say on a landing or receiving a critical hit. Charges are added before or after the damage against you or the hostile creature. Ignore that. I don't know why this matters. So I would just drop this last sentence. Okay, so you can spend 1 charge. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge to increase the bright light from 15 feet to 30 feet for 1 minute. Okay, I think that's cool. I like that. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge to control the damage Twilight does on a hit. For up to 1 minute as a part of your attack, don't say may, say can. You can choose necrotic, piercing, or radiant damage, and change the 3d6 the weapon does normally to any combination of those. Okay, cool. I like that. You can make it do 3d6 necrotic, 3d6 radiant, 3d6 piercing. All of that, I like. Solid. Vigilance. As an action, you can... Please take out may, say can. You can spend 1 charge to empower the detection of the bright light given off by Twilight for 1 minute. During this time, divination sensors within bright light can now be located with a successful I just would just drop this feature entirely. I don't think it fits. Because you're already getting enhancement with the divination stuff by having the light radius grow. Let you be able to spend a charge to change the damage type. Let you be able to spend a charge to increase the radius of the light. I think both of those are fine. I'm not going to read all these features. I'm going to read one of the 2 charge features, and then we're going to skip to the 5 charge feature, which you wanted to know about. See through the lies. As an action, you can spend 2 charges to attempt to dispel a magical effect to dispel an illusion or divination spell, is what you basically want to say here. You roll a wisdom or intelligence check, your choice, against the spellcaster's DC. Okay, so we're gonna not read anymore, actually, at all, because there is something that I need to address, and I think that it's probably the most important feedback that you need for this piece. This does too many things. Let's count how many things this does. Let's just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because you have to count the hits. Oops. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This item does 16 things. That is more than pretty much any artifact in D&D, aside from, like, if you're counting the major and minor extra properties. But, like, that is... The Rod of Power does a lot of different things, but they are all the same sort of thing. The Rod of Power is just a different type of weapon every time you change it. These are radically different features that do radically different things, and if you are not actively keeping track of them, you will certainly forget most of them. It is not good design to have an item do too many things because it will become just too much to keep track of. And if they forget half the features, then what are the point of those features? You know what I mean? So my main feedback for you would be to figure out what does this item actually need to be to work, and cut out. I would say, like, it shouldn't. What did you make it, a legendary? Give it 4 things it does. Cut out 12. And then you're in a good spot. And you might be like, that's too many. Then fine, give it 5. Excuse me. But right now it just does way too many. Way too many. Thank you for sharing, Stone Marcus. It is a fun idea so far. I encourage you to simplify it. It will feel like a better item if you simplify it. We got... I don't even know how to pronounce this name. Flarius. I'm making a few spells for a homebrew campaign where my players are demigods. This is going to be a big part of the story. Cool. How many more pieces do we have? On the... 1 million, right? Yeah, okay. Not going to worry about it. Oh boy. I think I need to just start doing multiple streams a week. Okay. There is the piece, if anyone wants to take a look at it. When making... And I need some water. When making... Give me 1 sec. When making NPC, how do you remember to keep them in the story and make them have a part? Just DM my first session, and I want to make sure they all have meaning. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you. I gotta get some water first. Yeah, and for anybody that's new, I do have a sink in this room because I'm a fucking G. Because I'm a bouse. Good night, Milk Boy. The only way to make NPCs memorable and keep them in the story is to not make them random and to keep notes. You make them a part of the story. They should matter to the story. They should have something the players need. They should be tied to the player's backstory. They should be interesting. They should be helpful. That sort of thing. Inevitably, your players are going to be... Inevitably, the NPC that your players are the most excited by is going to be a random one you make up for 3 seconds. I wouldn't spend a lot of time building NPCs, honestly, outside of, like, basic ideas, because it's really annoying if you make an NPC that the players don't care about and you, like, try to force them to care about him. You know? Okay. 9th level spell. Prophesized. 9th level spells are big boy spells. All right, let's see what we got here. 9th level, duration special. Interesting. Casting time 10 minutes. Range unlimited. School divination. Shouldn't the name be prophecy, as that's what the player actually does by casting it? That's semantics. What does the back of the shirt say? What do you think? If the front says party hero, what do you think the back says? If the first person to guess what it says right wins. I'll read the spell. When I'm done reading the spell, I'll see if anybody could guess what the back of the shirt says. I'll give you a clue. It sort of bounces with the first. Nothing. Yeah, it says party villain. Geostellar got it. You tap deeper into the powers that your god... Is this a cleric spell? Yes, okay. You tap deeper into the powers that your god has trusted to you and use it to manipulate. Don't say the powers and then say it. This is plural. This is singular. You are talking about the same thing. Do not change this from a plural to a single in the same sentence. It is incorrect and sounds shoddy. And use them to manipulate the future. You choose a target creature you can see. Alternatively, you can utter a creature's name. The spell fails if the target isn't on the same plane of existence of you. Don't say may, say can. Come on. You can either choose a specific day, tomorrow being the earliest, or a range of days, both of which must be between 1 and 365 days after the spell was cast. You don't need to say tomorrow is the earliest if you say the range here. You can force an event to occur for the affected creature on the days specified. This event could be an encounter with a random type of creature, a gift that is given to them, a secret bit of knowledge that is shared, how they are going to die, or anything else to the DM's approval. The specifics of the event must be specified. Don't say that. Don't use specifics and specified. In less than 10 minutes. You must be specific, and it must be within reason. However, there can also be consequences to being too specific. For example, if you choose a creature to die from an earthquake on the 10th day after the spell was cast at this specific time in a town that they live in, and if the creature is not in the town where they live at the specific time, then the earthquake doesn't occur. Or if they are flying and have no way of being affected by the earthquake, they won't die. Parts of the specified event can fail if some specified condition is not met. Okay, you need to clean up the language of this a lot if you want this to actually work. Even though you target a creature, other creatures can still be affected by the event just for association, for example. Okay, that's fine. So the way to write this is you need to say you must be specific with and be within reason. And then you say this: if parts of the specified event cannot happen, for example, they are across the world or blah, 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 the spell fails. Just put that earlier. Don't put it down here after you explain all this stuff. So this is very similar to the wish spell. I think you need to look to the wish spell for guidance on how you can use this, because the way that it's worded right now, I think it's too open-ended. I think it's just too open-ended. Like, there needs to be some element of parameters. I think that the one parameter that you have here, which is that if parts specified cannot be met, then it just fails. I like that quite a bit. I think there needs to be a lot more stuff like that. And I also think that, yeah, man, I don't know. There's got to be a limit on it. It's a little too strong, even for a 9th level spell. It feels stronger than Wish, because what this basically does is much more than what Wish is capable of, because it gives you that Wish power where you can just make anything happen, except there's no potential fear of you losing the ability to cast the spell forever. And because of the time limit associated with it, that almost gives it more power. I don't know if this feels weird, but it isn't a prophecy, is it? Am I being too semantic here? I don't know if you're being too semantic. You're sort of more weaving fate than you are divining it, though. That's not inaccurate. It's not really being a prophet. It's more like manipulating fate. You know, it's like you're pulling at the strings of fate more than you are reading them. I'm not opposed to this. I would not use this spell in my game. If you wanted to use a spell like this in your game, it might be fine. But I would need a lot more parameters, a lot more rules, a lot more information about the limitations of this. I would leave a lot less to be up for interpretation. But that is also the way that I run my games. So if you are like, I like to be up for interpretation, I don't care, then don't listen to anything I say. Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I think it's a little too open-ended at the moment. And that is what I feel about that. Flamex. Bringing the flame. Let's see what we got here. This was one of my early homebrew spells. I used the spell... I used the homebrew discussion tab in the D&D Beyond Discord for feedback. Cool. Also, this is my second time submitting this, but I haven't got any homebrew reviewed for stream yet. Well, now you did. Here it is in chat. You are welcome. You are the king. Thank you for sharing. I think conceptually it's a neat idea. It's just a little too open-ended for me at the moment. Not this one. The prophecy one. Okay. Van Bick's Versatile Hands. That's a funny name. Second level, 40-foot range, 10-minute concentration, and action casting. All right, let's see what this bad boy does. You summon 2 spectral hands that take any form you choose. For example, a cleric might make them appear as the hands of their god, or a warlock as their patron. They will carry out an activity within range directly after you command them to telepathically to. No action required. There should be action required. You can command both to carry 2 different activities, each or one activity or both. What does that mean, or both? What do you mean carry activities? They can carry up to 20 pounds each. If you command the hands to take the action that waits for a persecute or takes time, you cannot command them to do anything but stop the activity until it is finished. I'm going to read this whole thing, and then I'm going to try to understand what it means, and then we're going to try to help you rewrite it. Right now, it is confusing. Such as, wait here and attack a goblin who walks by. Don't say may, say can. You can also command them to take the help action on a creature within 5 feet of them. Give a creature within 5 feet a +1 bonus to AC. This is doing too many things. I'm going to stop reading this soon. They can't interact with magic items otherwise. Just drop the bonus thing. This doesn't make any sense. You can fix that. You can command them both at the same time to attack 2 different creatures or the same creature if they are in range of a spell by using an action and rolling a spell ranged attack for each hand, dealing 1d6 bludgeoning damage plus your spell casting modifier on a hit. Once the duration has run out, you have lost concentration. The hands can't complete the activity or they leave your range. They will disappear. Okay. This has a lot going on, and it's too much. So first of all, you have to reorganize this. You summon 2 spectral hands that take any form you choose. Perfect. Then you say, as a part of casting the spell, or as a bonus action, or actually, if it's they're going to be making attacks, it should be an action. So here's what you say. As a part of casting the spell, or as an action on subsequent turns, you can use the hands to do one of the following things. And then you bullet point them. You can command the hands to carry up to 20 pounds each. You can command the hands to attack a creature. Using your spell attack modifier, they deal 1d6 damage plus whatever. You can make it like Big B. Like, do you know? Are you familiar with the spell Big B's Hand? It should be like that. Look at this. Actually, they changed the name of it, didn't they? Arcane Hand, I think is what it's called now. So Here's how it works. Ignore all this fucking bullshit. You see how each of these are separated into their own thing? When you cast the spell, this one is as a bonus action, but yours is a second level spell. It should be an action. As you cast the spell, and then on subsequent turns, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. This is a 5th level spell. It lasts a minute. It is one of the strongest 5th level spells in D&D, in my opinion. This is a 2nd level spell, and it lasts 10 minutes. So the things that it can do have to be really fucking weak. Really weak. I would encourage you to maybe only have it last a minute. And reorganize it so it's written in the way that Big B's hand is, or in the way that a number of other spells are, where they give you separate options that you can do. I don't think the bonus to armor class should be there at all. I would completely drop this last feature. And because you're getting 2 hands, I don't think the damage should increase for both. I think only one of the attack damage should increase when you increase the spell level. Because that's usually the way that it works with spells. If a spell targets multiple things or does multiple things, only one of those numbers increases. Unless it's like an area of effect spell. Okay. I don't really have much more to say than that. I feel like I just said a lot. And I'm going to say goodbye to Flamex. Thank you, thank you. Torvon. All right, guys, here's the deal. It's almost 2 a.m. I don't know how many more I'm going to do. I might just go through the Patreon ones and be done. That is almost certainly going to be the move. We might do 1 or 2 more spins of the big wheel, but I am not promising it. Torvon. It's not going to help me find it. Let's see. This is a resubmission from last stream. Immediately after stream, I started working on fixing it. I ensured that any saving throws the enemy had to make would need to beat the same spell save DC. I changed the aura entirely, and I cleaned up a lot of the other problems. I hope you like it. All right, let's take a look. I don't know if you can hear me. No, I'll keep switching back and forth, Geostellar. Come on now. Okay. We looked at this one before. This is the Lightbreaker Paladin. The idea behind it is that it's the opposite of an Oathbreaker. It is an evil paladin turned good. With that in mind, let's take a look. Burning Hands, Healing Word, Scorching Ray, Prey of Healing, Fireball, Mass Healing Word, Fire Shield, Death Ward, Flame Strike, Mass Cure Wounds. Pretty solid list here. Healing Word should not... Oh, it's Mass Healing Word, I see. Yeah, pretty fine spell list. I don't feel super anything about it, other than it reminds me a lot of a light cleric, which I guess fits. It's fire and healing. Let's take a look at the channel divinities. As an action, you can target one creature you can see within 30 feet. They must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, they are blinded for 1 minute. At the end of each of their turns, they can remake the saving throw to nullify this effect. Simple, easy, straightforward. I like it. You might, because it's a channel divinity, you might even get away with them automatically failing. Like, they become blind without a saving throw, and then they can make the save to not be blind again at the end of their turn. So you always get a round of blind. I don't know if that's too strong or not, but you might want to think about that. Bright Light Strike. As a bonus action, you can force a creature to make a Constitution saving throw exceeding your spell save DC. Just say con saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they ignite in radiant damage. At the start of each of their turns, they take 1d8 plus half your level in radiant damage. Say half your paladin level. At the end of their turns, they can remake the saving throw to put out the radiant flame. It's an interesting one. How long does it last if they keep failing? It shouldn't last super long if they keep failing. It should last like a minute. Is that enough damage? 1d8 plus half your level? I think it is. Because it keeps going, but I don't know. Don't give the paladin a healing word? I think that it's probably okay. It's still a spell slot. I don't feel super strongly about that. It's really good for action economy. Yeah, I don't know if that bothers me. I don't know. I don't know if that bothers me. It didn't stick out to me immediately. It is quite strong, but that might be okay. At 7th level, you as well as any allies within 10 feet of you gain resistance against being charmed. I would reword this, and I would say you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. And then I would maybe give you frightened also. Maybe. Maybe. At 15th level, you gain resistance to radiant, fire, and necrotic damage. Cool. I think that's fitting. That's already a paladin aura? Ah, there you go. Okay, cool. I'll say that the channel divinity text does tell you to use your paladin spell save DC already. These are redundant mentions. Yeah, that is a good point. Renegade of Light. At 20th level, you can surround yourself with an aura of light that lasts for 1 minute, and you gain the following abilities. Enemies that enter the aura for the first time or start their turn within it have to make a con saving throw. On a failure, they will be blinded for an hour. That's too much, dude. That is too fucking strong. Any conditioned blinded condition. What does that mean? Will take 4 radiant damage at the start of their turn. Do you mean any creature with the blinded condition? Wait a minute. What does that mean? Okay, so I think what you mean to say here is any creature that starts their turn with the blinded condition within a certain radius of you take 4d10 radiant damage. I think that's what you mean, but you need to clarify those rules there. I also think that this is way too strong. The blinded for an hour? There's got to be more flavor text. There's not more flavor text. There's got to be more. There's got to be ways that they can get out of it if it's going to last that long. They got to be able to make that save again at the end of each of their turns. The other thing is that we already get the blinded from Channel Divinity, so it feels a little meh to get it again. I want something new. At the start of each of your turns, all your allies will be healed 2d10. No, this is just too strong, dude. All of your allies get 2d10 plus your charisma bonus healing at the end of each of your turns. There's no range on it. Nah, man, that's too strong. That's too strong. That's too strong. So here's what I would suggest. A couple feedback pieces. One, if you want creatures to be blinded for an hour, you need to clarify that it's mentioned that the aura that it's talking about is the aura of resolve. Put that word here. They need to be able to continue to make their saving throw at the end of each of their turns. Or it's actually not clearly the aura of resolve. We don't know what the aura is. So I don't know what the range of the aura is. You got to give the aura a range. I don't think it should be lasting an hour. I also want to suggest maybe it not. If I could make any suggestion to you, it would be to totally rewrite the 20th level feature. The healing is significantly too strong. You could say at the start of each of your turns, one ally that you can see within 20 feet of you gains a bunch of temporary hit points. You could do something like that, but all of your allies healing that much is a lot. Having any creature with a blinded condition take 4d10 radiant damage at the start of their turn is a little bit confusing. Like, any blinded creature? Is it creatures that are affected by your blinding features? Is it within a certain range of you? Like, you got to clarify all of that. Yeah, I don't know if I think the flavor is here, but I don't feel like the game loop is solid yet. Like, I feel like we need more stuff. If you want to do more blinding stuff, that needs to feel like it's more in here. I would put the blinding stuff somewhere in these earlier features and not in the radiant renegade of light thing. Maybe keep the burning blinding creatures thing, but I wouldn't have it just be the channel divinity and the 20th level feature. You got to find someplace else for it, or tie it into their spells. Those are my thoughts. I feel like it is definitely going in a good direction, but I don't know how I feel about the whole blindness thing. The damage against blinded creatures doesn't have a range and doesn't specify enemies. Every blind commoner in the world instantly dies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to put limiters on it. You got to put clarifiers on it. There's also creatures that just permanently have the blinded condition that are just blind, right? It's so much better than your last one. Listen, all we can ever try to do in this world is be better than our last ones. We don't ever need to really be done. We just need to keep being better. A lot of it feels real solid. I feel like Aura of Resolve kind of feels like it doesn't fit. I feel like Bright Resistance does feel like it fits, but I don't think Aura of Resolve or the spells do enough to make me feel like this makes sense for it to be built around blindness, which it kind of feels like it's sort of trying to do at the end here. I would shift things in that around a little bit. But yeah, overall, it definitely is better than the last version. Still some things to work on. Don't forget to clarify ranges of auras, things like that. Super important. Super, super important. Ed boy. Oh, I made the volume really quiet. I'll make it louder. I'm sorry. This is the first piece of homebrew that I've made. Not my best work, but still proud nonetheless. All right. I hate when people tell me they're proud of their work. It makes me feel like I'm going to hurt their feelings. Hello, this is my first time hopping on stream, but I've loved your content for a while now. Well, Genevieve Stratford. Hello. 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 Do you feel welcomed, Genevieve Stratford? I hope so. I did not use any. I barely did any funny camera stuff today. All right, let's look at Silver Scourge. It's a legendary flail. This is this person's first magic item that they've ever made. You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. Oh, done lurking. Welcome back. Welcome back. You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Half the damage dealt by Divine Smite is applied to 2 hostile creatures within 10 feet of the initial target. What the fuck does that mean? Write in full proper sentences. But Cinder, that is a full proper sentence. Is it? Is it? Maybe in regular life language, but not in D&D language. Half the damage dealt by Divine Smite. By whose Divine Smite? By what Divine Smite? Is applied to 2 hostile creatures within 10 feet of the initial target. Where? What initial target? Who's the initial target? You know what? If you stream next week, I'm going to give you a proper scare. You can fucking try it, Shadow Robot. You can fucking try it. Good night, scripted. Okay, so how do we fix this? When you hit a creature with a Divine Smite, you can apply half the damage rolled to up to 2 creatures within 10 feet of the initial target. That is how you word that. It's also quite strong. I would probably only make it one extra creature. Alternatively, you can give temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt by Divine Smite to 2 friendly creatures, including yourself within 30 feet. Same thing. Fix the fucking language. Make it so it's procced. We clearly understand what's procking it. Okay. So what does this do? It's a legendary item. It's a +2 item. When you smite with it, you can either bash that smite damage out or bash out some temporary hit points. I think there's a better way to do this. So here's what I would suggest you doing. Here's what I would suggest. When you successfully hit a creature and expend a spell slot to use a Divine Smite, every enemy creature, say every enemy creature, make it all of them, or maybe you could make it 2, but I think you can make it a couple. I would say every enemy creature within either 5 feet of you or 5 feet of the target has to make a saving throw. And on a failed save, they take damage equal to half the damage of your Divine Smite. On a success, they take nothing. I would do that. And I would probably lower the range to also be within 5 feet. I would not give you 30-foot big temporary hit points. I'd probably keep it tight. Other than that, I think it's pretty solid. I think the damage might still be a little high. You might want to only have target one thing. I don't know. You got to play around with the damage a little bit here. But I think that the core idea of a flail, that when it hits a target using divine energy, it can splash that divine energy around. I think that is pretty cool, pretty solid. I like it. And I think the temp hit points are a neat alternative. I'm wondering if this should be an infinite thing or if this should be a number of times per day thing. That's kind of where my head is at. If the party has 2 paladins, does that work on both divine smites? Exactly. That's probably an older comment, but there you go. Oh, did somebody, you made a clip? What clip is this? Hello. 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 Do you feel welcome? That's a good clip. I like that clip. Good job. Now post it on the internet so I get famous. Okay. It's limited by spell slots. That's true. It is. But it's still quite strong. But it's legendary. Maybe it's fine. Honestly, it's probably fine. I like it. I like the core concept. It's quite simple. And oftentimes simple items are the best. I think that you need to just clean up the language a little bit. Make sure that there are targetable creatures and stuff. All right. 2 left on the little wheel. Let's see who it's going to be. I do think we're going to get through the rest of the little wheel. We'll just do back and forth. Joe. Oh, man. I wonder if he's still here. Joe has been very active in the chat. Somebody that's in the Discord, tell him that he got his piece picked. Oh, Joe, you're here. Thank God. This is a homebrew class I've been working on called a Blood Mage. Going off what I've learned, making the Vile Blade, I tried to make fewer features and keep it simple. It does have its unique... I need to trim my nose hairs, is what's happening. It does have its unique spell list, which isn't finished. Thank you for the feedback. Is appreciated. All right, cool. Let's take a look. Genevieve, you can't add it for this stream. You can add it for next stream. This stream is closed. We've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. I'm running out of juice. But if you look in the Discord, or if you go look either in my Discord or in the description of the YouTube video, you can see the submission for next week's. But be warned, if you use the word may incorrectly on next week's, I am going to stop reading it in the middle of it. Joe, you can stay for it if you want to. It's 2 a.m. for me too. You and I are on the same. We're on the same schedule. But also, if you don't want to, you know that it's here. Don't put the cantrips here. So the only thing that should be here is proficiency bonus and level. And I would even argue maybe not proficiency bonus. That should be the level you get the thing, the features names, and then all the resources afterwards. All of them. You go now? All right, get out of here. You may use can. Not this month you can't. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, it's a D12 hit points. Okay, that's a big boy. I almost immediately think that it shouldn't be. I don't even know what else it gets. I just see the amount of features. I don't think you should have a D12. My guess is that this is going to need to be a D10. D12s, like, barbarians don't have a lot. The D12 is like the only thing they have going for them. East Coast, boys. No armor. You get a bunch of bullshit weapons. No tools. Intelligence and con saving throws. 2 skills. Alright, let's see. Well, I don't know because it has blood pools. So we're going to see if the blood pools are described and maybe we'll learn what they do. Blood casting. This is much different. Did I miss something? No. Okay. Drawing on the vile spite of blood. Does blood have a vile spite? You can cast spells to your will. Change this language. Fix this flavor text. Make it better. This is awkward reading. And you can cast spells to your will? What does that mean? You can bend spells to your will. You can cast spells at will. But you don't cast spells to your will. That's a little odd. Okay, we get some cantrips. You learn the Hemomancy cantrip, Blood Focus, and one other of your choice from the Hemomancy cantrip list. You learn additional Hemomancy cantrips of your choice at higher levels, as shown on the cantrip column of the Blood Mage table. What do we get at first level? Vampiric cantrips and blood casting. Okay. Where are vampiric cantrips? Oh, there they are. Okay. Blood pool. The Blood Mage table shows how much blood pool you have to cast Hemomancy spells. To cast a Hemomancy spell, you must expend maximum hit points up to the spell's requirement. You can only expend as many max hit points up to your blood pool. Your maximum hit points are permanently reduced until you take a long rest. Hit points lost this way can't be restored with spells. You get stronger Hemomancy spells at higher levels. Okay. This is confusing. What the fuck are you talking about? Let's try to understand what this means. To cast a Hemomancy spell, you must expend maximum hit points up to the spell's requirement. How do we know what the spell's requirement is? What does that mean? It's not here. I don't know what the spell's requirement is, so I don't know how to determine what that means. Check the link. What link? Hemomancy cantrip? I don't see anything. Hemomancy spell list? Oh, I see. Max hit point cost. It's gonna be really hard for me. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm not gonna be able to judge this thing in a way that is that helpful, I think, in terms of the balancing of those features, because there is a lot going on there that I just don't have time to look at. It would take me a couple hours to go through and think about how all of those features would be affected if you're just using hit point resources, and it's a totally separate thing. So I'm not going to worry about balancing right now, and I don't think you need to either, or maybe you do. What you need to worry about is clarity. This is fucking confusing. You need to figure out how to explain this in a way that I don't need to stumble through a link to sort of understand what you're talking about. So let's look at this feature again. To cast a hemomancy spell, you must expend maximum hit points up to the spell's requirement, and you can only expend as many hit points up to your blood pool. Don't apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. How do we make that clear? I think you need to just straight up talk about it, like let us know immediately that it's different. While you have access to spells, you do not cast them with traditional spell slots. In order for you to cast spells, you must sacrifice hit points as expressed in each individual spell. When you sacrifice hit points to cast a spell using blood magic, those hit points are removed from your maximum hit points potential or whatever. You cannot regain those hit points until you finish a long rest or something like that. In addition, you can only expend a number of hit points up to your blood pool level per day or per long rest or whatever, as seen in the chart above. Something like that. Like, you need to break down that this is going to be different before you start explaining how it's different. You need to set us in. That will make it a lot easier for people to pay attention to. Did I not put this in the thing here? Yeah, fix the language of that. You got to make it a million times clearer. Not a million. That's a big number. 2 times clearer. Preparing spells. It shows how many spells you can prepare. You can expend maximum. You can expend maximum hit points to cast hemomancy spells up to your blood pool and blood mage level. You literally are repeating yourself here. Don't do that. You're saying exactly the same thing that you say here. Say that like that. Then you say the same thing again. Don't do that. Constitution is your spellcasting score. Interesting. Let's look at vampiric cantrips, and then let's. I think we'll scan a little bit of the rest. Also, at first level, your hemomancy cantrips can draw the life force of your foes to heal you. You can recover hit points when you damage a creature with one of your hemomancy cantrips. You regain hit points equal to the damage dealt up to blood mage level. What is up to your blood mage level? Is that what you mean? You can't regain hit points this way when damaging an undead or a construct. Does this bypass this? Or no? That is unclear to me. I am not going to go through the cantrips right now, but I will tell you that I strongly disagree with you healing an amount equal to the damage dealt. That is too strong. I strongly encourage you to have some sort of number that is unrelated to the damage dealt, and that number can expand over time. It could be tied to your blood pool max number. It could be tied to a lot of stuff, but it should not be tied to the damaging of the cantrips, especially if the cantrips scale as normally, because that just becomes too strong at higher levels. A normal cantrip will do 3d8 damage by the time you're level like 10, right? 3d8 healing every round on top of that is just too much. Cinder blocks Sally. What do you consider? Why do you consider fun? Why do I consider fun? Well, do you mean what do I consider fun, or why do I consider fun? What I consider fun is lots of stuff. Why? Because it's fun. Mutations. You understand that blood magic expands. You have found ways to alter the essence of your being. You learn how to make mutations of yourself. At second level, you gain 1 mutation of your choice. When you gain certain things. Okay, so it's basically invocations, I'm assuming. All right, let's take a look at a couple of mutations. You can add your intelligence modifier to the damage rolls of hemomancy cantrips. I'm not going to look at any that require prereqs because we're only looking at level 2 features right now. You gain the ability to tether yourself to a willing creature of your choosing. To do so, you must willingly sacrifice 4 of your blood pool. What does it mean to sacrifice 4 of your blood pool? Does that mean you're sacrificing 4 hit points? Or does that mean the maximum you can do stuff with your blood pool is cut by 4? So one thing that I've noticed in your writing quite a bit, Joe, is you're writing ideas, but you're shorthanding in places. When you say sacrifice 4 of your blood pool, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's hit points. I don't know if that's access to your blood pool. Like, there's a lot of things that need clarity, and one of the things about making a new class is if it's going to be somewhat complicated, which this one is you cannot use any shorthand. Everything needs to be as explicitly written out as possible. If I don't innately know what 4 of my blood pool means, then I have no idea how to use this. Blood pool points? As far as I knew, blood pools weren't points. They were like limiters of how much hit points you could sacrifice. Like, they're not sorcery points. You don't spend them and they're gone. Like, your blood pool just represents how much you can give, as far as I'm understanding it. If I'm misunderstanding it, I apologize. But you got to be clear, because it's getting confusing. Okay, so main feedback, clarify your language, write out everything crystal clear as possible. And if you're going to have features that have weird interactions and have like 4 different things that they do, especially like something like the blood casting, you really, really need to clarify what is happening. If your blood pool is basically a limiter on how many hit points you can spend on stuff, you have to think about the language that you're using in that regard. You can't use the same language as you would with like spending points, because you're not spending points. The other thing that I want to say is that I'm looking at the scaling of the blood pool, and I don't know how I feel about it in these increments of 8. That feels weird, but maybe it's fine with the balance of how the thing works in terms of what the features are. So that's just something that I'm like, that's a little odd. It feels odd. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine. The other thing that I want to suggest to you is, before you get too into the weeds with this thing, although it seems like you're already fairly in the weeds, I want you to write down in one sentence what this is that is distinctly unique from a wizard, a sorcerer, etc. One sentence. And then I want you to spend a little time, and I want you to think about, how do I accomplish the goal of that sentence in as few words as possible? As few words where you're being clear as possible. The other thing that I'm going to say is that, and I mean this, you probably know this, but I'm just going to say something. Making a class from scratch is hard. Making a class with radically unique new features that are akin to spellcasting is hard. Opting to not have that spellcasting be done with spell slots, but have it to be done with an entirely different resource system that is based on your hit points is hard. This is totally a mountain that is worth trying to climb if you are so inspired. But I want you to be realistic about how hard a mountain this will be to climb. I will be excited to continue to review parts of this class if you want to send it over again, or if you want me to look at a specific feature, happy to. But what I want to say is that I am going to be harsh with my critiques of it probably for a while, because I genuinely believe that it is going to be real tricky to make clear and balanced. That doesn't mean I think it's a bad idea. That doesn't mean I think you need to stop. But what I want you to think about for yourself moving forward with it is that something you want? it can be hard for people to work on something for a long time, even months, and to be continually slammed with feedback and things you need to change. It's always something you need to change. Always something you need to change. And that's true for like simple classes too. So just be down for that. I think what you're working with right now in terms of the having there be like a system that is basically allows you to sacrifice hit points, but there's a limit to how much you can sacrifice, and that is how you activate your magic. I like that. I think that's different. I think that's new. I think that works. I think it's a neat idea. Lean in. That's solid. But it's still going to be a lot of fucking work. And I just want you to know that I am excited to see it, and I don't want you to be disheartened when I look at this again and I have almost the same feedback as I had last time, if just for another section that is slightly unclear. So just be ready for that. It's a rough journey. But I think that the core mechanic you're working with right here of the sacrificing hit points or hit point maximum to use features, I think that there is definitely something that you can play with there for sure. For sure. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to do 2 more, and then I'm going to go to bed. Oh shit, it's J Blaze. I think they might even still be in the chat. I think J Blaze might have stuck around. I think I just saw them say something in the chat not too long ago. Look at that. You stuck around and it paid off. I designed this as a signature weapon for a martial caster that gets stronger as they level up. I love a good weapon that gets stronger as you level up. Riser Blade. Ugh. Did a human make this? Even an elf would know better than to strap a bow grip onto a sword. The workmanship is shoddy, and the enchantment smells off. 30 gold is the most I'll give you for it. Not bad, flavored. Not bad, little colorful quote. I love a good little quote. I would even encourage you to lean further into the tone if you want to, but I do like it. A peculiar sword with an archer's grip in place of a crossguard. Magic runes line its hilt. This is one of the only times in D&D where it's okay to not write a full sentence, by the way, when you are giving a brief physical description of an item. It's one of the only times where I won't give you a hard time about it. Magic runes line its hilt, harnessing its wielder's magic and allowing them to fire arcane arrows. Don't use the word magic and then the word magic again. Find a new word. You could even just say runes, ancient runes, glowing runes, sensual runes. Okay. Mystic runes. There you go. Okay. Let's see all the things this thing does. This is a rare item. Elemental Strike. After landing a melee attack, you can spend a spell slot to add elemental damage to the strike. A first level spell slot adds 2d6 damage, with higher doing 1d6 each. I would clarify that it's 1d6 higher each. If this item requires you to use spell slots, this item really needs to require attunement from a spellcaster, or it's not really going to work. Because if I'm a monk and I attune to this weapon, I don't have spell slots. If I'm any fighter other than an Eldritch Knight and I attune to this weapon, I don't have spell slots. Arcane Archery. When casting a ranged spell attack, you can use your dexterity modifier for the attack roll. Rephrase this. So when casting a spell with a ranged attack, or casting an attack roll with a range farther than touch. If the spell can only target one creature, add your dexterity modifier to the damage. Spellcasting in this fashion requires 2 hands. Okay, this is kind of cool. I like this feature. You can shoot a spell like an arrow. I like that. Focused Shot. When casting a spell with multiple attack rolls, you can harness the spell into a singular shot. Make 1 attack roll. On a hit, you can re-roll any ones for the damage, but must keep the new result. Add your dexterity modifier to the damage roll. I don't really understand what this does. Do you mean like if you're casting Scorching Ray, instead of firing 3 Scorching Rays, you can just attack once and do all the damage to one target? If that's what you mean, I think you need to clarify that a little bit more. That is not clear. Requires attunement with someone with the spellcasting or pact magic features, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if you want this to be a focus shot, I would say whenever you cast a spell that allows for multiple attack rolls, you can instead make one single attack roll against one target. On a hit, the target takes the full damage of the spell. You can re-roll any ones for the damage. I actually don't think you should be able to add your your dex modifier for that on top of it. Okay, these are pretty cool features. I like them all quite a bit. I think that this is actually a lot of fun. I don't think that this is... 2 things. 1, this is definitely a very rare item, not a rare item. The second thing is... I'm wondering if there should be some limit to this. I understand that it's limited by spell slots, but I'm not sure. Isn't that just worse than 3 rays? Not really. You're still getting all 3 rays at one target. It's just that instead of making 3 attack rolls, you're making 1 attack roll. And if it hits, it hits, but you get to re-roll all the ones. So it's like a little bit of risk, a little bit of reward. The risk being, normally with Scorching Ray, you get to try 3 times. So you could still potentially hit, even if you miss a little bit. But if you do it this one shot, then you miss and it's done. But if you hit, you get to re-roll all the ones, which is very strong for spells. You usually use that spell to disrupt concentration? You don't know that, man. You might usually use that. Other people might use it for a million other things. There's also a bunch of spells that have multiple targets. It's not a saving throw. It's an attack roll. Walnut Dan, I love you. You seem like a great guy. I feel like you're thinking very tightly from your perspective. Take a step back. Things don't always need to do exactly the thing that you are familiar with them doing. They can do lots of things. For example, while I agree that Scorching Ray certainly is good for fucking with concentration, most of the people that I play D&D with don't think about it in that context. They just think about it as like, oh, cool, I get to shoot 3 little fireballs. I think you need to clean up a little bit of your language here. But overall, this is pretty solid. I guess my main thought is like, I don't know who would use this. Because it's sort of built for like an arcane archer and an arcane trickster and no one else. I can't think of any other martial class that gets spell slots. Ranger, I guess? This would be good on a ranger. Okay, this could be good on a bunch of stuff. Paladin. Okay, yeah. This could be good on a bunch of stuff. I see. I got you. Yeah. It's really niche, but it's not nearly as niche as I just thought it was. Okay, I like the core concept. Melee attack gives you a weird mini smite. Arcane archery. Can I make a suggestion here? I don't think these should both be the same. These both feel too similar. I think you drop arcane archery or you tie it into focused shot. That's what I would do. Instead of having it so you could just always shoot your spells. Force the spell that you're shooting. Force it to be a focused shot. I think that might be the move. This feels a little out of place. Because I sort of feel like, okay, I get that I can shoot my spells, but why can't I stab my spells too? Like, it seems like they should be able to do that. They both seem the same. It seems very similar. You know what I mean? I'm not sure why we're getting one, not the other, and I don't think we should get both. I think the move is to take this away. Keep this and keep this is what I would probably say. The third is a boost of the second. That's what I mean. It doesn't feel balanced. Why does the second get a boost and the first doesn't? I don't know. There's a symmetry that's lacking there. I disagree with the lack of symmetry. But overall, I think it's pretty solid. It's very rare. It's not rare. And it's a neat item. This is an item that certain types of power gamers will fiend for, because what this essentially allows you to do for quite a lot of spellcasters that are partial casters is that they don't have to give a fuck about their spellcasting modifier anymore, because they can just use their dex, which is not bad. Quite strong. Quite with a little bit of an underline. Not a big underline, just a little one. But it's a neat idea. I like it. I think that, yeah, I would give it more symmetry. By the way, you don't need to listen to that advice if you don't want to. That's just the advice that I give. All right, let's do one more spin here. See what we get. I wonder what it's going to be. I don't even know if Frack is still here. Can somebody at Frack somewhere? Fucking scared me that time. I'll try to, yeah, somebody tell Frack that their piece got looked at. Maybe I'll post and just say, like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Okay, this is a ranger subclass whose goal is to be a ranged counterpart to the battle master. The theme is a talented tactician and strategist that has developed many techniques to alter their ranged weapon attacks. The spells this subclass gets are utility focused to reinforce the ideas of the ranger that has plans for unforeseen situations. Almost every maneuver is unique to this subclass. There's 2 overlaps. I understand if you have to cut this review short, it's a lot. I might have to cut it short, it's a lot. But I'm also probably we're gonna try. We're gonna see what we get through. We're gonna see what we do. You know what I mean? We gotta try here. Did you know Battle Zoo Otherworlders? I do not. I've never heard of it before. But I also am a man that lives in a hole in the ground, and I've heard of very little. How much is it a lot? Oh, yeah, that's a lot. We're going to see. Because I'm going to be honest, the first thing that I thought of when you said it's like a ranged battle master, the battle master is a ranged battle master. Like, they are not better at close range than they are at long range. They are very good at both. So I don't actually know if a ranged battle master should be what you call this thing, but we're thinking about. Okay. Oh. Tactician ranger. Tactician ranger. Not every ranger analyzes themselves as meticulously as a tactician. Stop saying what other things do. Just skip it. Every time you say, not every ranger does this, some rangers, just cut out that. You don't need to say what this ranger isn't. Immediately start with what this ranger is. To you, proper use of a bow requires respect, pertinacity, that's a good word, and willingness to learn. It is an extension of your body, and your techniques are a reflection of you. Even your magic emulates your calculating nature. Prepared for any situation that may arise. This is incorrect grammar at the end here. All right. Are we getting more spells than a normal? No, they all get 5, I guess. Feather falls, detect thoughts, sending, fabricate, far step. Gonna be honest. Based on what you describe here, I don't know why we're getting detect thoughts. I don't know why we're getting sending. I don't know why we're getting fabricate. I don't know why we're getting false step. And I could see an argument for featherfall. But these don't feel like they fit this. Just saying. I would reconsider the spells you picked here. Techniques. At 3rd level, you learn techniques that are fueled by special dice called huntsman dice. You learn 3 techniques of your choice. Each time you learn a new technique, you can replace an old one. They are D6s. They're expended when you use them. You get them back on a short or long rest. Okay, I would probably make it a long rest, not a short or long rest. Oh, Jesus. Sinister Death, you scared me. You scared me. Okay. So we get 3 techniques at 3rd level. Let's see what let's just look at a couple techniques. When you make a dex stealth check or roll initiative, you can expend 1 hit die and add it to the roll. Balking shot. When you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, you can expend 1 die to temporarily hinder the target. you add the huntsman die to the attack's damage roll, and the target has to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, it has disadvantage the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Okay, so these aren't crazy strong. Ballistic shot. You make a ranged weapon attack on your turn. You can expend a die to double your the range for the attack. If you hit, you add the extra die. Okay. Cascading shot. You can use an action on your turn to expend 1 huntsman die and send forth a barrage. Choose a 10-foot cube within your weapon's normal range. Each creature in the area have to make a dex saving throw. On a fail, they take piercing damage equal to the number you rolled on your huntsman die. I'm going to be honest here. Databank is saying you don't need huntsman die when you have spell slots. You already have unique strikes. I get what you're saying, Databank, but I just want to point out that these are well designed. Like, I like all of these so far. I like ballistic shot. Balking shot is fine. I think ambush is kind of fun. These are nice. I dig these features. But to your point, the fact that you are already a spell slot using character, I think, is a strong argument for these things only coming back on a long rest, not coming back on a short rest. Because you have a lot of resources to play with already. I would also argue that there is even space to play with for these. I think, I'm not 100% positive, but I think there might be space to play with these not being based on a resource at all. Like, what if you just get access to some of these that you just can use? I don't know. That might be a crazy person thought. But sort of like how the Swarm Keeper Ranger has, like, infinite use of its Ranger features. That's sort of where my head goes. Like, every turn that the Swarm Keeper hits something, it can try to move a creature, it can deal extra damage, or it can do another thing. So what I want you to think about is maybe playing around with this being less resource-based and more like you get alternative attack styles that you learn that are almost like extra fighting styles. And I would take out the extra damage and stuff there. This feels like it would be it would compete with the Battle Master at the table. I would worry that someone would feel outdone by the Hunter, like the Hunter Ranger. Yeah, exactly like the Hunter Ranger Databank, like an alternative Hunter Ranger. Exactly like the Hunter Ranger. Yeah, in its current state, this 100% overshadows the Battle Master. You cannot have the same amount of dice as the Battle Master because you are a half caster. You have to cut that amount down significantly, even if they're not that strong. All right, let's look at a couple of the other features that we get here. Since they are preparation themed, what if you swap from a short list during the rest? Oh, that could also be a way to do it, where you can switch them over rests. That could also be a way to play around with it. Hey, XCat man, you been making art lately? XCat is an artist in our crew. Okay, Huntsman's Improvement, 7th level. At 7th level, your Huntsman tactics improve. You learn 1 additional technique. Okay, at 7th level, you refine your technique to work especially well against your favored quarry. If you use your technique against your favored enemy or favored foe, you can re-roll the Huntsman die and must use the new roll. Drop this feature. You do not necessarily have a favored foe anymore with Tasha's. In fact, I would argue if you're still picking the favored foe, favored terrain thing, you're playing a poorly unoptimized ranger. I would completely drop this feature. Hi, Alex Matthews. Huntsman's Improvement. At 11th level, your Huntsman tactics improve further. You learn an additional 1 and your dice increase. Okay. I think the die increasing is fine if you want to stick with that feature. It's my guess is this is just going to be a similar way that they grow to the Battle Master. At 11th level, you learned how to use your tactician spells more effectively. You can cast each of your learned tactician spells once without expending a spell slot. Can't do so again until you finish a long rest. I'm going to be honest. I still don't think that these spells fit the vibe of this ranger subclass at all. In fact, I'm going to make a suggestion here. Do you want to give your do you want to give this ranger a bunch of extra features? I don't think this ranger should get extra spells at all. That might be another way to sort of balance it into reasonable. Favorite enemy is great. I disagree, but that's okay. We can disagree. Data. Listen, data. We can disagree. I like when I disagree with people, especially when they're people that's opinions I respect, because it means that we're not kowtowing to each other. We're just being ourselves and being honest. So we can disagree. It's fine. Yeah, maybe just drop the spells entirely. Come up with a different 11th level feature. This one is not good. There's much more interesting things I think you have space to play around with here. At 15th level, your huntsman tactics have peaked. You learn one additional technique, and your die are now D10s, okay? And then you get something else. At 15th level, you can use your technique almost effortlessly when you roll initiative and now a huntsman die. You gain 1 huntsman die. If you are in favored terrain, you instead gain 2. Okay, so here's what you do. Drop the 11th level feature entirely. Make this thing the 11th level feature. If you start initiative and you don't have any die, you get 1. And then keep the 15th one as it is. So, okay, my main feedback here is that in its current iteration, this completely overshadows the Battle Master. You need to keep that in mind in how you are balancing this thing. This thing is getting a lot of tools in its tool belt. It's getting everything a ranger gets, including extra spells. And then, at least right now, it has the same amount of Battle Master die that the Battle Master has. And it looks like they grow at the same level. You need to think about that a little bit. I think Battle Master die maybe become D12s and these stay at D10s. I don't remember offhand. I'm not going to look it up right now. But that might be something to balance with a little bit here. But it is 100% fine. In fact, I would argue it's a great space to sit creatively, to be like, how do I interpret a subclass that exists on this class into a different class? I think that's a lot of fun to do. Rangers and fighters, though, are very similar. And a ranged fighter is even more similar to a ranger. So I think in this specific circumstance, it would behoove you to make this even more different than the Battle Master fighter. Whether that's the mechanics of how they get the dice, how the dice are worked, how they're used. I would lean away from the Battle Master mechanics of the resources of the dice and using the dice, but lean into the mechanics of these minor, unique fighting style moments that you can have. I feel like the Battle Master isn't very strong nowadays compared to the new options. Would it not be fair to compare the power level to something more like the Rune Knight, even if the flavor doesn't match? I don't know if I agree, Walnut Dan. I think Battle Masters are not flashy. But I still think Battle Master is probably the easiest way to build the strongest fighter, in my opinion. I think that if you are a very serious min-maxer and you are reading all the stuff, you can create the most insane tactical moments for yourself more with the Battle Master than with the Rune Knight, especially with the new Battle Master maneuvers that came in with Tasha's. I think the Battle Master is still very strong, especially at range. I like the flavor of flavored terrain, not getting lost. Of favored terrain, not getting lost, moving faster while sneaking. I wish it wasn't so restricted. Yeah, I think that favored terrain and favored foe they come from an era of like they're like early D&D. So like people the creators didn't know how much exploration was going to matter or not, and it just turns out that it kind of doesn't a lot of the time. Spells at 3rd level for a ranger is standard now. This is expected. See Tasha's. No, I agree that it's normal now, Data. But I think that in the circumstance of a extra resource getting ranger, I don't know if we need them. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I know that they are normal, but we don't need to do that if we don't want to. And that could be a way to sort of balance out the extra resource that you're getting of the maneuvers. I'd cap the die at a D8 and give them half as many die, because that's another thing that could work. Strongly disagree in your opinion. That's totally legit, Walnut Dan. We do not need to agree. In fact, it is often through disagreement that we find the diversity of play that is the wonderful thing of the universe that we sit in. It would make a good spell-less ranger. That's what I'm saying. I think it would make a good spell-less ranger. I don't think that needs to do that, but I think it could work. Yeah. Overall, like, look, it's well written. Everything is clear. The techniques are honestly, at least I'm not gonna read all of them, but the ones that I read are solid. They are, I would argue, very well balanced when compared to Battle Master maneuvers. At least the ones that I've read so far. I genuinely think the main thing that you need to think about here is, how do I make this different enough from a Battle Master that it doesn't outshine the Battle Master? Or that it feels different enough that I'm not even worried about making that comparison too much. If I ever did a food-based one-shot, Rangers would totally have the flavored terrain. Yeah. All right, guys. We have finished the Patreon wheel. We are going to do one more spin of the Wheel of the People. And then I think we're going to be done for the night. Because I'm fucking tired. And we did like a 7-hour stream. Oh my god, Poco. I think I looked at one of yours already, but that's okay. We must trust the wheel. We trust the wheel. In all things, there is wheel. Hey, I wanted to make a flavorful and viable race of snake peeps for a world of mine. They might be a bit unorthodox, but they hold a special place in my heart as a spiritual successor to one of my first homebrews I made. Hopefully they are as interesting to you as they are to me. Let's take a look. I looked at this already. You put the same thing twice. That's fine. We're going to spin the wheel again. We literally reviewed that exact thing earlier tonight. So we're just going to do another spin. Irish poet. Oh, the Irish poet. Oh, what a poet he is. This is my first homebrew ever. I'm autistic, so if something doesn't make sense, I do apologize. You do not need to apologize if something doesn't make sense. I would say that just about everybody who makes things here has at least one or two things that straight up don't make sense. And one of the things that we, that's the whole point, is that we try to make it make sense. Hysterion's Gust is a 3rd level evocation spell. Okay, so I'm going to give you a piece of feedback right now that is just generally good feedback. Whenever you are writing a new D&D thing, you should look at other D&D things that are written that are in the same vein of the D&D thing that you're writing. So, for example, this is a spell, okay? We see that it is a verbal spell. But if we look at spellcasting in D&D, let's just quickly pull up a spell, any spell. Let's look at something simpler than that. Let's just grab a come on, load. Ah, yes. Let us look at the spell Animal Friendship. So every spell has a level, a casting time, a range, components, a duration, a school, attack save. They don't all have an attack save. Or you can ignore the attack save damage effect, but you need to very specifically say what level the spell is, what the casting time of the spell is, what the range of the spell is, the verbal and somatic components, duration, school of magic. All of that is required if you are making a spell. So right now it looks like you have one of those things, which is the verbal. But all of those other features need to be up here at the top. We need to know, is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Is it a reaction? We need to know the range. We need to know all those things. You don't need to write it exactly the same way that that is written, but it is helpful to do so. Said to be the first spell crafted by... Oh, you have 3rd level evocation up here. I'm fucking idiot. I'm sorry. But format it closer to the way that I just showed you. Said to be the first spell crafted by the historian. I think, do you mean yeah, historian. All right, that's a word that I don't know. That's fine. It is powerful yet simple, using the most basic of elements. This is very flavory in a way that I don't know if we need, but that's okay. The caster calls forth on the air around them and in their lungs, letting out a mighty breath that swirls around them. Okay, so whenever you're talking about it, when you're writing a spell, you write it in the second person. You call forth the air around you to do something. The other thing is you say the air around them, and then you say swirls around them. When you use the exact same phrasing in the same sentence more than once, it's a little bit, it comes off wrong to the reader a lot of the time. So I would avoid doing that. The area of effect is a sphere centered on the caster with a radius equal to your spell casting modifier times 10. I would not make the radius based off of your spellcasting modifier. I would say that's very hard to balance things around, because the area of effect of a spell dramatically changes the power level. You should just pick a radius. All creatures in the area must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature, don't say will be moved, say is pushed 30 feet away from you, and an additional 30 feet in an anti-clockwise direction, or half on a success. This is hard to... The anti-clockwise direction is a fun idea, but that is tricky to pull off. That is going to be hard for people to pull off. I would strongly encourage you to just have it be a pushback, not a spin. If the creature collides with a fixed object without moving the full, don't say the total amount of movement, say the full distance. Don't say it will take, say it takes 1d10 bludgeoning damage. Just say it takes what, just don't make it, just make it take the damage. Ignore this. Cut out the half on a success. Just give it the damage. A creature can willingly fail the save. That's fun. I like that. All creatures in the air that do not have a fly speed automatically fail the saving throw. Don't say that. Then you want to say all creatures in the air that don't have an innate fly speed, because that'll also affect creatures that have like the spell fly cast on them or things like that, or like magic boots. All objects that are not fixed to the surface will also be moved. I would look at the spell Thunder Clap, Thunder Boom, Thunder Wave for how to write the language of objects being moved. And you don't need to say that you are not affected by the spell. I think you can say all creatures other than you have to make a dex saving throw. So what is this really actually doing? Again, the radius is a little hectic. I think it needs to be, just give it a radius. You can make it 30 feet or 15 feet or 20 feet or whatever. So what does this actually do? Everybody makes a saving throw and they get blasted back. They take a little bit of damage if they hit a wall, and any creature that is in the air through magical means is dropped or flung around. They don't actually fall. They're just flung around. I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know. Here's what my thought is. I don't know what the right level for the spell is, because I think that is going to largely depend on what the radius of the spell you decide to go with. The bigger the radius, the more it makes sense to be a higher level spell. I think the radius could realistically be like 30 feet, which is a big area for a third level spell. I think if you wanted it to be a lower level spell, you could, and you could lower that radius too, because it's not doing that much damage. It's really just forced movement. Like at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of forced movement, which is not bad, but it also gives us a little wiggle room for like what level you want to put it at, because it really just depends on how much forced movement you want it to be. But it's a pretty straightforward spell. I think that what I would suggest to you, and what I generally suggest whenever somebody says that their English isn't their first language, they've got some sort of reading thing going on or some sort of communicative thing going on, the best thing you can possibly do to improve your writing, and actually this is true for anybody, if you're trying to write in the same language of D&D, look at how D&D is written and note the structure. It's actually one of those things where it's like, once you know to do that, I find a lot of comfort in that, because if I know, like, okay, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so like, for example, you can see this spell is written in the second person. Okay, I got that. You can see that it doesn't say what it does at higher levels until at the end. You can also see that it sort of like very clearly is like this, then this, then this. It sort of orders the events. There's a lot of system in structure here that you can lean into when you are writing. And it's good for anybody. It's good if you are somebody that struggles with writing for whatever reason, or struggles with writing in English for whatever reason. But it's just good for anybody. Information is always displayed clearly and in the same format so we can all refer to it. Yeah, it helps for sure. Second level and 20 feet seems accurate for this effect. I agree. Why aren't there more kicking skills? I don't know, man. People aren't trying to kick. Oh my goodness. Friends. What a stream. This was a long one. This was a long one. But it was a fun one. And from now on, for next week and every week into the future, at least for this month, if you use the word may incorrectly in your piece, we're done reading it. Guys, thank you so much for coming to stream. Neo, it was fun to have you here. Neo is a creator, folks. If you're familiar with the Night Skins, that's something that Neo made, which got some popularity and is pretty cool, and is sort of based on like celestial bodies. Anyway, you guys are all great. Have a great night. Be excited about the life that you live and the universe you sit in. I will be posting sooner than later about how we want to deal with doing more streams in the future. I want to start doing more streams regularly. I'm just not sure the best way to handle that yet. If you are in my Discord, tell people that they got viewed. And remind people that if they use May, I'm going to stop reading their pieces starting next week. Anyway, you guys are wonderful. Be good to yourselves. Have a good night. And get home safe. Don't forget to feed your pets.